Welcome, folks. This is the Western Australian Country Championships live from the Peel Thunder home ground, of course, down here at beautiful Mandurah. And we're looking at around about 9 to 10 degrees at the moment, a little bit chilly, and you can see regional districts out there already warmed up. There will be a ceremony pre-game. First game will kick off at 9:30 a.m. and that will be regional districts versus Pilbara and Pilbra. I apologise, Pilbra, and just waiting for the Pilbra boys to make an appearance. And ground is filling up quite well at the moment. There's a hive of activity down here. The excitement of the whole of the state has come down for this senior Colts set of matches, and we're going to throw shortly. There will be a ceremony. As we said, regional districts versus Pilbara. We're also promoting something special today, the mark of the game, the mark of the day, and perhaps even mark of the championships, sponsored by the West Coast Eagles. We're flying high, fantastic, and sensational. So we can see on screen there the smoking ceremony, and one of the teams now, regional districts, just moving across. And as we're waiting for that, for those of you who tuned into the football show this morning, magnificent. There's 5,000 volunteers, 25 leagues, 114 LGAs, 150 clubs, and 12,500 players across the Western Australia Country Football League. And of course, that was the males. In the female, there are 8 leagues, 37 clubs, and 1,100 players. Interesting, some of the expectations for the day. We'll be looking at the game style, and 2 20-minute halves is going to be very interesting, with a 5-minute break and of course a 15-minute break in between the games. So there's excitement all day long, and our day ahead of us is regional districts and Pilbara, and we see the Pilbara lads coming out now, just getting in readiness for the ceremony, of course. The second game will be Great Northern versus Peel, and the whole Peel team is down in front of us here watching proceedings as we speak. Northern Suns versus Southwest, Great Southern versus Regional Districts at 12:30. 1:30 Pilbara versus Great Northern. So you've got to back up and play 2 games in one day. You've got Peel versus Northern Suns, and the day concludes with Southwest versus Great Southern. But just as we're sitting here now, this is an absolutely magnificent side ahead of us. So just waiting for the proceedings to start. We've got the Western Australia Football Commission about to commence proceedings, and we'll take you to that the moment it starts.
Commission to inviting me today here. My name's Trevor Stack. My business is Good and Win. It's Wins from the Southwest. I'm always privileged to come and stand on this country, which is my grandmother's country. When I come and stand on this country, I speak in my grandmother's tongue. When I say, "Dewan ga mama ga wearing that in Lungabuja in Jarabuja." I welcome grandmothers and grandfathers' spirits to come and sit with us here today on this country, which is Pilbara country. And I welcome all the people that come from far and wide across this state of ours, all our countrymen that are standing here today in front of me. I pay respects to you and to the young fellas that are running around here today. The other part of my welcome that I do all the time is an old song that lives in the land, stays in the land, and has been here for hundreds of years. And I'm always privileged to sing this song. One night in Garmelina. We call it our spider song. One night, Garmelina. One night, Garmelina. Borgada. One night, Borgada. One night,
I'm on next shot.
Garmelina.
That one's not on yet.
One night. One night, Garmelina. One night, Garmelina. Borgada. One night, Borgada. One night, Garmelina. Borgada. One night. Thank you to Brent Sheridan from the Country Football League for inviting me down. I'm always honoured to stand here on this country and to welcome and to watch young talent in what's standing in front of me. So I look forward and all the best for your couple of days down here on Binjara country. May our spirits look after you and my grandmother's and grandfather's spirits take care of you when you leave this country. Thank you very much.
All right, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very moving ceremony, the coin toss, and the umpire just directing. Haven't seen any fingers point there, so we'll wait until the teams line up. Now, I'm joined by Graham Taylor from Regional Districts, so thank you very much, Graham, for joining us on the commentary today.
No worries. Pleasure to be here.
Great to have you along, and we saw the boys yesterday down at the beach having a bit of a team bonding session and getting together and trying to gel, and saw a few of the lads all around the resort last night, and very stoked. Mate, are they nervous? How are they coming down to the ground today? They're quite calm, they're nervous?
No, they seem to be a good bunch, and they've got to know each other quite well yesterday and last night and this morning. So it's very hard with 6 different leagues and then all the clubs within. So, hopefully don't get a lot of time to gel here when you've got 2 20-minute halves.
And it's going to be great because we are going to see pure football, mate. Very talented football with the Colts. But the other bit is they don't know the opposition. You come to a game and you say, Pilbra, okay, who do we know from there? No one.
No.
So you just, away you go, put them out there.
Yeah, no, it's crash bang footy this 20-minute half, so we'll see what happens.
So big 27 in there, Anton. I reckon he was one of our interviews yesterday. I reckon he'll be in ruck. And we see the lads there all shaking hands. Great to see the sportsmanship, and a couple of them be nervous, the adrenaline, and number 27 out there, Drew Woodley. Good on you, young man. He's about to go up. So the 2 number 27s are in the ruck, and all is in readiness for our first bounce. Number 24 in there, of course, Dylan Mumford. Number 14, he's standing him, is Nate Hogan. Young man, and the guys in the middle. So Pilbra to the left, and Regional Districts to the right of screen. Umpires are ready. Of course, we got the 6-6-6 rule and the stand. So umpire holds the ball aloft. Here we are. Game 1. Absolutely sensational. 20 minutes. She'll be quick. Up it goes. 2 ruckmen. Not really much happening in the middle there. There's a nice grassy patch. So trying to get out there. Rao Whitby comes over. Regional Districts now out. 2-3 handballs. You can see the nerves. Just a player popped it out in front and went to run onto it. That's Jarl Nonna Dunlop. Geez, he's back into it as well. And I'll tell you what, good defence there. No ball inside 50 yet. They know there's only 20 minutes, Graham. They better get a hurry on to get it inside 50. So it's out on the wing.
Early days, I'd say.
So Rao Whitby again out there, and geez, strong tackle there, and taking the ground, and free kick paid. So on that far wing, Fairman's Hire, we'd like to thank for the scissor lift today as well. That's their wing out there. Ball's just bobbling around. Get rid of the nerves. A couple of these boys just getting their first touch, and Paul Bratton, I reckon that is, number 21. Around it comes. That's a high kick on that far side. Player going up in there, couldn't get it. So just outside that pack, Tyler Armstrong waiting, and out the back it goes. And now we start to see, first 2 or 3 minutes, Graham, the nerves. They've had a run, they've had a touch. I'm always interested whether anyone sets up behind the boundary throw in here. There are a couple of players, well done. And that's the reason why, because it comes back that way. The ruckman are having a good battle. That was Tristan Ballard in there. They're coming forward now. Get out of the way, Mr. Runner. Player taking the ground. And we are going to see our first inside 50. And this is Jamie Bratton. Just pops it inside. Oh, the big fella, the big lead there. That was Jevon Tholstrup. Couldn't get it. Drew player in a bit of trouble. Oh, and just slips over. I think we're going to see that. Player taken high. And that's Jesse Haywood. Righto, pressure's on, Graham. First shot on goal. Do you know young Jesse at all, and do you think he's going to kick it?
He plays from Narrogin. Yeah, no, I'll probably back him in here, I reckon.
And I feel a bit for Taj Britton for the opposition there. Just slipped over. He had the run. Oh, he's run around.
He's got it.
Oh, I tell you what, that's close. The umpire said touched on the line. So first score of the day to regional districts. They are 1 point. So I'm interested in the kick in, so they get that extra run. It is kick that outside 50. The players go up on the ground now. Looks a real athlete, this lad. Like the look of him. Jarrell Nonna Dunlop. Good lad. And just off the back of that pack there. And we see Drew Woodley in ruck up against Anton Hansen again. They set themselves. A lot of players around the ball, bees to the honey pot. Can't get the handball out regional districts now with the ball. Lance Jungeen. Apologise if I get some of these names wrong. Over it goes. Scrambly football at the moment. We're expected to see a lot of ball ups early on, I'd suggest, Graham.
Yeah, a bit of dew on the ground too, which probably doesn't help.
So you notice here, the wings on the far side, there's no wing. So all the players are all trying to impress. Mum and Dad are down here. They want to get a touch, see themselves on the screen. But it is highly talented footballers out here. So they will be doing their endeavour. Most of them will be ball hunters, I'd suggest, at this level. Just holding out. Now they go. Look at them spread too. I love that. So number 20 here, Declan Haronga, kicks it out to the wing, intercepting their districts. Oh, the big fella comes in. That's Tom Higgins. He's a big man, using his weight too. Around goes Lewin Wisman, coming through. Geez, he ran into two players there, the big fella. Around it comes towards centre forward. A player leading to the ball, just puts it to grass. It's Costa Daylight, gets it around, nice kick. Players can't take the mark. Jeez, I tell you what, he's
quick.
Run on, hasn't he? Look at him go. Well done, young man. Couldn't get the handball across. 3 on to 2 here. Can't get it. I'll tell you what, he's followed that up. He's done very well there. Put it to the opposition, dropped the ball. I'll tell you what, that was Costa Daylight. His effort from the middle of the ground down to forward is sensational. Well done, young man. And look at the players get around him and shot in front of goal. Who have we got here, Graham? Can you work out who that is?
I think it's Matt Cashmore. Plays in the Eastern Districts League from Bruce Rock, but family's actually from Beacon, but he's doing an apprenticeship in Bruce Rock.
Number 7. It is. And he's missed as well. But very impressed with that play of the day there. So just looking for the kick in now. Goes short. Nice work. And this is Sydney Eaton with the ball in hand. Nice looking boots. Great left foot kick there. That is fantastic. And not afraid to come down the line because you've got to get it from one end to the other pretty quickly. He's run on as well, young Sydney. And 2 on 1 makes it hard for the young player down there. And Drew Woodley, that is. The ruckman as well. Good to see him. Lewin Wisman there just backing off and going back to his player. Player on his own in front of us here. I reckon that's Declan Haronga. Doesn't get back to him. He's still on his own just to the back of this pack, but they hack it forward. One player free. Saw the Saw the cavalry coming at him and just went through the jukes there. Might be a little bit slippery too, I'd suggest. Lance Junga in here on the back of the pack. He's on his own here too, and they man him up now. Ball comes in. The ruckman just taking that out, kicks it straight into the centre of the ground, 2-on-1. So this will be interesting. They're trying to harass Corral without giving away a free. Well umpired, and well done by those two young men. Great pick-up, goes to ground, and couldn't get it away in time. So they're off now, inside. As we said, a little bit dewy, and ball just dribbles across the line. So 2 points, 6 minutes 25 in to the first quarter. Player just out free here for regional districts. Just popping in now, Lance Jungon just coming in to pick him up. Ruckman come in and set. Tried to tap it back there, very clever there, Jungon there trying to get it out, can't get to it. There's Daylight again. He's a very impressive player. Gets it across. Oh, look at that tackle too. Throws him fairly significantly to the ground. Check side out there under a bit of pressure here, the Pilbra team. Can't get it out. Player there just picks the ball up and hacks it forward. And that is Jamie Bratton, who's had a couple of touches. So interesting, Graham. Look at the pack form down the ground here, and they go short. Well done. And yeah, Lance Jungon, he's covering a fair bit of territory as well. Good young man, makes himself available. I'll tell you what, you're doing well to get around Daylight, and he has. Comes forward, look at the pack form there. Everyone wants to take the mark of the day. Round it comes. Players just a little bit scrambly at the moment with the skills, and you'd expect this, Graham, that they're still getting to know each other.
Getting to know each other and then know the opposition as well.
Who are the ball carriers, who are the left footers, right footers, skills and so on. So there's a 2-on-1 down here in the back, and have a guess who 2 on Daylight. Already they've signalled that he's might be a danger player, although he's going the opposite way. But he's inside the 50 at the moment as a player. It's in that real centre half forward position. Quick handballs, quick succession. Players, I always like to see where they go after they handball. Player just threw that out down into the centre of the ground. Now they've set up well regional districts back here, but can Pilbra go forward? And I'll tell you what, he's Tom Higgins, big lad, goes forward. There's a nice grab too. Great grab, and that is Neil Donaldson. He's looking to get it on quickly, pops it across, and that is big Tom Higgins. And I'll tell you what, he's going back, he's on 50.
Yeah,
he's not turned around, is he? He hasn't looked at anyone. He said he does realise it's 20-minute quarters. He's taken up about 3 minutes. No, good on him. And I'll tell you what, this will be good if he's got a decent leg on him. Good on him for having a go. That was quick play too. So lines up, slide angle. He's going to kick from the 50. Kicks it a little bit low. No troubles with the distance. Low penetrating kick, and 1 point to Pilbra. So they're on the scoreboard, but very impressive. Those little bits of passages of play. We haven't seen 2 or 3 passages yet where there's been 2 or 3 grabs and then continue the ball on.
It's all been scrum sort of footy at the moment.
So interesting to see the kick in now, and this is Adam Edwards with ball in hand. He's looking inside. This is interesting. He is looking inside. Lead comes. He's going to have to get it on now. Player at the back here, number 20. Couldn't get there. Flying high there. I reckon that was maybe Kelby Virgin. Over it comes. Or player puts the hands out. Shows the umpire he hasn't got it. Goes back in again. Well done. That's Syka Barrow. Well done, young man. Comes out to the opposition now. They go inboard, and like the look of this lad. That's not a Dunlop. Gets it across to Jungai. Well done, young man. So they're going in a diagonal pattern, if you like, across the ground. Geez, big Tom comes up. Good forward line pressure as well. That's a high, wide and handsome. But young Tom Higgins there, he's a big boisterous lad, but his forward line pressure there, very impressive.
Yeah, it was. He's a big lump of a lad.
Yeah, he's going to do some damage out there. In a football sense, I say that. So, little interchange there. We see Philemon Fawcett come on. Another player just walking off here.
Oh.
So, player looking for the handball. Luckily, to get that back, he's run himself into trouble. Ran a long way with it. puts it out on the wing. It's a swirling ball. No one can get to it. Player just trying to paddle that ball along a bit. Can they get out of this regional districts? They're under a lot of pressure out there and holding that ball in. Umpire says, I will ball it up, thank you. So having regional districts a little bit of trouble getting it out of the back line as well there, Graham.
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure coming from the forward lines trying to lock it in, so it's making it a bit difficult.
Jungon just overran that ball then. So you'll see, as I mentioned on the screen, if we get a wide shot, there's no wing on this side of the ground. They all seem to be tracking the ball around. So there's about 15, 20 players around the ball, and it's a little bit of volleyball there up and down. Here it comes out the back now for Pilbra. Nice sidestep.
Good smother.
No left foot. Was a good smother. Now they're trying to kick it off the ground. Now he gets the right boot to it. And that'll do because it's right in the centre circle now. Quick hands, can't get it out, and that's Caden Archer trying to get it through. Player at the back here. It is a little bit slippery. Interesting too, they're using the yellow ball in a day game, so that's going to be like a cake of soap. Yeah, well done, young man. Goes through, manhandled there. Umpire let it go, and that was Lance Jungine. Some of these lads, here he goes again. Oh, and just falls before getting to it. Great endeavour though. Look at that pressure on the ball carrier. He's back in again, Jungine. He's having a real dip at it. Well done, young man. And they're under pressure, regional districts. Now the kick will come out to the wing where there's no one, so the foot race is on. Big Jevon Tholstrop comes up, can't take the ball, rolls the play down there inside the 50 just through Austin Shotter. Player coming out, he's had a fair bit of it too, and Big Jevon Tholstrop gets around on the left. That's a nice kick in, just drops it. Now they're away in front of goal, likes it, goes back and signals, and we'll just have a look at who that man is. That's number 14, and that is Judd Kelman with his first goal. Well done, Judd. And it's going to be a scrambly game, as we've said, 12 and a half minutes in, and 1 goal to 8 regional districts. Pilbra 1 point, and just playing between the 50s at times and a little bit scrambly at the moment, Graham.
Yeah, it's probably the first time it's opened up in the forward line. It's come in quicker, so there was a little bit more space than what there has been before.
And Jevon Tholstrop got that kick in, which was well done. It was put to the ground, but luckily the support was there and able to run through for the goal. So they are on the board, regional district. That probably takes a little bit of pressure off. So number 3 in there, McKay Ackroyd. So there's a few changes with the mids. Number 15 in the ruck is Kelby Virgin. Umpire says, give it to me, we'll have another ball up. And number 20, I reckon, is Declan Haronga in the ruck, puts his hand up. So a couple of different ruckmen now. They just body on body there. A little bit of volleyball. Player out the back, taking the ground. He just collapsed at the knees. So wasn't able to get the free kick from the umpire. Umpire's just having a little bit of a chat, having a look. Says, I'm going to run backwards here. Look at them. They love the physical, don't they, these two ruckmen? Now they come forward, districts again. That's a high kick. Player in front position, protects the fall of the ball.
Smother.
Nice smother. He's playing a good game, young man. Jamie Bratton, I've liked him so far. Out the back. This check side around the corner. Up high. Just well done there. Blake Whitey had time to have a quick look. Players in the middle of the ground. Geez, it swirled a bit, that ball. And well done, Kai Hayes now. They go out the other side, and why wouldn't you? Because it came straight back at them. This time they're out now. Nice little bit of pick up with the handball, and Boston Geike, gets the ball across. Young man's run on, but districts are strong and powerful there. Gets the kick in, and Jevon Tholstrop. Oh, well done, young man. He plays on quickly. Can't quite hit a player this way, that way. See, the support has to come from a long way out. And number 13, well done. That's Blake White. Tell you what they have done well is they've backed up very well there, Graham, and come in, and that's another opportunity. So 2 goals, 2 now, regional districts.
It's just come into the forward line a little bit quicker and a bit more space before it gets bottled up. So that's how they've managed to get those couple of goals.
All right, so well done to regional districts. So good now to see whether Pilbra can maybe fight back. So good start, Graham. And see number 29, he's a good size. Barney George, they've brought in a good size man down back to stand Jevon Tholstrop. Very unselfish of Jevon. I thought he might have gone back and had a shot, and he just played it out to this side, the fat side they call that.
Yeah, he's the captain, so he probably did the good team thing.
Yeah, well done. Up they go in the ruck. Nice high lift there. He's a good size there, Anton Hansen as well. Umpire's called holding the ball. Throw. So they'll go forward now, Pilbra. And this is Declan Haronga. Just goes straight down the ground. 2 on 1, 3 on 1, little bit of a push. Here's our big fella there. He just wrestles the ball out there. Tom Higgins kicks around the corner. That could have a good bounce. That's a good mark too. Liam Baines. So Liam is in the goal square. He's going to come out the side. I'll tell you where the leads come from. Tholstrop's come up. There he is. Almost took it. He's come out of full forward there to get to that ball. So it's coming around. It comes his way now. Here's the captain. Nice handball over. Could have got it back. Nice kick into just a touch high. Good set of jukes on good little battle down here. Taj Britton. Well done, young man. He's got a call inside. That is a very dangerous kick. But taking the grab there, Barney George, who's just come on. He goes out that far side. And nice use of the ball. 3 patterns. It's a very slight build. I think that's Simmerin Smirk. Quite lively young lad. He's going to get into this again here. Look at, he loves it. Well done, young man. Out on that far wing, he's paddling it around. Can't quite get it out. Opposition run away with it now. And this young lad's done well as well. Barney George applies the tackle. Districts have it now, regional districts. Now it's come back to Pilbra. That
Good
just
pressure.
a little bit of pressure there, wasn't it? Kept it inside the
Daylight.
50. Here he is. Oh,
team,
great
Freddie.
kick. Can he play? And this is number 7, Matt Cashmore, with his first goal. And you probably put that down to Daylight as well. So good team goal there, we'd say.
Yeah, very good team goal. Forward line was very open. It was a great tackle by that bloke on the other side there on the half-forward flank that made the footy get turned over.
Yes, yeah. And of liking young Daylight, his skills are really silky smooth skills. Good vision, works well under pressure. We know there's a lot of recruiters that are going to be watching these games and so on. Do you know if he's aligned to any clubs at the moment?
I don't know. I think he's from Esperance, isn't he?
Is he? Jeez, he can play. I can tell you that much. So they've got 3 goals on the board now as we're coming up to the 18-minute mark. So it is just a set 20 minutes. And round it comes now. They're going forward again. Just good little bit of paddle breaking out of the congestion here. But there's a line of players. Umpires called that back. And that player followed that ball. I reckon that's our number 3, McRae Ackroyd. So it's interesting to see how he'd go in the middle. And he tapped that ball out of that pack forward. Gave himself the advantage. So left footer now, kicks in. Nice lead. Oh, well done, young man. That was a great grab, and that's Jarrell Nonna Dunlop. Just that short kick's going to come undone, and he's having a good game as well. Blake White runs around, which you're allowed to do. Low penetrating kick. Couldn't quite get to that ball, Cashmore. He's dangerous up forward as well, Graham.
Yeah, no, he moves all right. White's done a couple of good things since he's come on. He started on the bench.
Yep.
Very hard because I think the regional districts are actually using the full squad in this game, 30 players. So
So just continuously
it's
rotating.
So, you know,
Get a look at him.
They've got to get the most of it. Make the most of it when they get the chance to get out there.
Player dropped the ball there and it just went square here for districts. Number 6 here is Tom Kilpatrick. Gets around. He's got a bit of pace. A couple of players we've noticed are finding it a little bit hard to get on their opposite foot if they can, and not able to keep that in was Austin Shotter. So well done, young man. As we say, we apologise if we're getting some of these names incorrect. It's all new to all of us, as it is the lads out there, but they're doing a mighty job and representing their regions, most importantly. So, well, a little push out. Can he get away with it? Handballs across. Here's Daylight. This is dangerous. Left, right, runs around on the left and just pops that left. They are now 3 goals, 3-21 to 1 point Pilbra. So, interesting now. We're coming up the siren sound just as he kicks this in. Runs out a fair way. And that is our first half. So, Graham, we thank you so much for coming up and joining us, mate. And if you're around in the second game, we'd love to have you back on again, mate. And that has been fantastic to get a bit of an insight on the regional districts lads. 3 goals, 3, as we said, 21. There's a 5-minute break, which we will take. And we'll come back with the second half.
Thanks very much.
No worries.
Quick interchange.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
This game is very important for Trinity Aquinas, Brett. They're sitting 6th with 5 wins and 6 losses.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
The North Beach Company sitting on top with 2 clear wins, whereas Fremantle CBC sitting in 5th.
In 2022, it is our aim to have every league across Western Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
This is marked by Trinity Aquinas, brings the ball to the ground. Umpires call play done. Chant of handballs, he was impressive.
Player there and Michael Wright, he goes by hand to Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor throws it on his left boot, shoots on goal, and Harry Taylor's got his first in a Northampton jumper, and a good way for the champion to start the game. Harry Taylor.
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
And welcome back, viewers, for the second half. And it's a pleasure to be joined by Greg Harding next to us. So, Greg, just tell us a little bit about your role and what you do.
Yeah, I'm the talent manager for Swan Districts Football Club. So obviously we've got a metro zone, but we've also got Bunbury, with the city of Bunbury, and then we've also got the entirety of the Pilbra and the Western Desert. So my involvement today is just to facilitate these young boys coming to Perth. Yep. And working all that out, because that's pretty tough, because we're a fair way away up in the Pilbra. But yeah, it's great to see the region represented, because it's been, up to last year, it was I think 25 years since we had a Colts representation at the Landmark and now the Nutrien Ag Cup.
Wow, so that's really good, isn't it? And,
yeah, fantastic.
You know, look, they're a little bit behind at the moment. There's been some patches. I tell you what, the big fella, Tom Higgins, doesn't he open them up when he barges out?
Yeah, he's an old-fashioned full forward, isn't he? But like Tom's, he spent a fair bit of time in Perth. He's a Hale boy, and very talented boy, great hands, and a fantastic shot on goal, long kick. I think if he got himself fit, I think he's a genuine waffle player.
And the other one I really liked was Jarrell Nonna Dunlop.
Yeah, he's done some good things.
Good blend of players through there. So we'll just get ready for the bounce. Number 27, Drew Woodley. He's got a good leap on him as well. He's up against Anton Hansen. Interesting, these two ruckmen just go in and do your traditional taps, and the other two ruckmen were really body on body. So we'll have a look at this second half as it starts. And of course, Pilbra to the right now, and Regional Districts to the left, with the lead on.
Yeah, it's been, I think our boys just taken a bit of time to adapt to the greasy conditions. They're used to really dry conditions, and they just haven't picked the ball up at this point in time.
So you see the ball gets paddled around, the big ruckman gets it across. Nice bit of play there, and great kick inside 50. Hits the player on the chest and it bounces out. Pilbara Districts player comes around on the left foot, puts it out in front, and the chase is on. The ground's just starting to dry up as well, Greg, so it's going to be maybe a little bit better second half.
Yeah, look, obviously the opposition's a bit bigger bodied, but yeah, I've been probably disappointed that our boys have tried to tap the ball and soccer the ball.
Yep.
The game's about taking possession. We've been really poor at that. If they can do that and get the ball moving, they'll be really effective, because we've got foot speed. And
the yellow ball, just see the umpire trying to dry it out. The yellow ball is going to be like a cake of soap. I love seeing what goes on behind the rucks as well as in front, and nice tap out. Good numbers there by the Pilbara boys. They go backwards to go forward. The inside 50, it's going to drop over the back, and not able to get there was Philemon Fawcett, but his thinking was very good. And Regional Districts, this is a very dangerous kick to kick that into that, and that's why, into that centre half back position. And well done by young Fawcett there, round on the left. Couldn't quite get penetration on the ball. Turned it over here to Riley Wandle out far. And I'll tell you what, have you liked what this lad's done? Kelby Virgin.
Mate, I love his name,
Sorry,
and I like how he plays.
Costa
Daylight. What a name, if that ever got drafted. But yeah, look, he's been the cleanest out there, and he's got some serious movement. So yeah, he's been very impressive.
So they go forward from that far side out there, and geez, a nice kick in the. That's the captain there, Jevon Tholstrop, couldn't take it. ruckman under pressure, quick hands, good vision, and they're starting to just feel their way and learn who's around them and where the positioning is, and just couldn't quite get away with it there. And exactly what I was talking about, where to position yourself, and is it that back 45 handball, goes over the back. This lad's done some good stuff too, Barney George, when he's come on.
Yeah, big strong boy, and
Yeah.
he always runs at the footy nice and strongly. So yeah, again, this passage of play, we're just really battling to handle the footy cleanly, and if we can do that in this last 15 minutes, there'll be a chance. But the ball handling has been well below where they normally are.
Yeah, so this is Jevon Throlstrop, which I thought was a good matchup with Barney George when he came on. So Jevon, is a fair way out there, but he's liking the look of it.
Must be a
couldn't get hold of it.
A relation of young Colton, who's going to be a very high draft pick next year in the AFL draft.
Okay, so just a good turnover there to the Pilbra boys, and just going cross Tyler Armstrong. So just coming in. It's interesting too, Greg. Do they man up? Do they stick their own game plan and do their own positioning? You come to me, or are you going to man up and say, okay, let them take you to the ball?
Look, our boys play with a hell of a lot of flair, so I'd like them to just play some nice quick footy. But as we see there again, it's another double grab, it's another tap, it's another turnover. So yeah, until they can start to actually handle the ball effectively, it's going to be hard to get any sort of game style going.
Good tackle there by, is that Wisman? Do we say?
Yeah, Llewellyn Wiseman. He's a young kid out of Northern Territory who's moved to the Pilbra. So yeah, really high, big raps on him from Wickham.
Good kick on him too there. This young lad's done well, and just tries to barrel the ball forward. I reckon that was Philemon Fawcett. Round on the left, just a timely smother there, and that was Sydney Eaton trying to get that ball across. It's turned over. Look at the chase. I tell you what, close there. Player diving for that ball. Umpire says plays on. You can see they're having trouble with that greasy ball, but it's bounced fortuitously for the big fella here. He can't get through. Somehow it goes. It does get through, but under pressure there, and here comes Daylight. Can't get it over. Important little hand in there. I reckon that was Cameron Gordon. That was a very important hand in, but free kick's been given away. Player will come back right in front of goal, and this is Nathaniel Abdullah. Haven't seen much of him yet, so right in front. The sun's going to be in his eyes. This will be interesting. Should be a lay down there. And he sneaks that through. So they're on the board again there. Nathaniel Abdullah. Costley in front of goal. So we're getting a replay here. We'll see what happened right in that goal square.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit overzealous from the young boy Cameron Gordon. I think he just jumped into his back a little bit, and obvious free kick. But I'm just hoping this ground dries out, mate, because we just haven't handled the footy at all. The amount of drop marks and overcommits in the tackle and little taps on the ground. I'm sure that we'll see a completely different Pilbra team once this ground dries out. But
Cameron Gordon too was important. He got that hand in. Unfortunately, gave away, but just that little bit, he intercepted and couldn't quite go on with it. So ball in the middle now, and exactly what you're saying there. The ball's on the ground a lot. Under pressure there. The regional district's big player there. It's number 23, Adam Edwards, trying to influence the game a little bit, and just a free kick given away there. A lot of these lads play senior football up home.
A lot of them play senior footy. I'd say probably 75% of them have played senior football. This is young Sydney Eaton, a very, very talented boy who's playing senior footy.
Look at that kick.
Yeah, very, very talented boy.
This lad goes all right. He's only slight. Look at him up, and he's run on again. Wants to sneak into the forward line. That's young Simran Smith. I'd hate to be racing. Have a look at him run.
Yeah, he could be a jockey little boy, couldn't he? Yeah, he's a ripper young boy from out of Tom Price Tigers.
Wow, that's a great kick.
He's kicked it to young Lance Jungdine.
That was Saika, is it? Barrow?
Yeah, Saika Barrow, another young
kid
out of Headland. Yeah, great kick. He's a very talented boy, Saika, and this young boy Lance, he's coming off 6 goals for Dampier Sharks. Didn't add one there, but yeah, very talented boy Lance as well. He plays senior footy for Dampier Sharks.
Was watching him off the pack there early. Just seems to know where to go when the ball's in the pack. He's waiting for that one to come out. And as you said, if it's a dry day, I reckon get the ball into some of these lads' hands. We're going to see some absolutely sensational football later today. And they'll learn from this game who does what and who goes where. Did they get together much pre like the carnivals and so on? Have they had much time together?
Very, very tough, mate. You know, like Port Hedland to Karratha, they play against each other every 2 or 3 weekends.
Yep.
But 2.5 hours between Karratha and Port Hedland, and then 5 hours from Port Hedland to Newman. And Tom Price makes things pretty tough in terms of getting together and actually functioning as a team.
So just watch the play from over. See, that player, that was courage to get out there, and that was Ryan Dickinson. Couldn't quite get the left foot on it properly, but he's run on again. He's put himself under pressure there. He's had to kick twice on his left foot, and I don't know whether he's used that much in his life, to be honest, but just that run on, the courage to come away from his player to attack that, and at least he's got it down to the wing. I tell you what, I wouldn't be leaving Sydney Eaton on his own there. Look at him. Just, if you can get these balls into their hands, player just taps that inwards. Eaton's out here on his own. If he can just, even if he came up a little bit square of this and they can get it out to him, he's going to take off, I reckon. So ball goes up again. Big fella in there, Riley Smith. So here it comes in the direction. I've been waiting for this for young Eaton. Good courage, couldn't quite there. This lad's done all right, Ryan Dickinson. Let's see him on the right foot. That's a lot better.
He takes the ball well, doesn't he?
Yeah, just interesting how you just see these little bits, just those extra 2 or 3 metres off his opponent. But I'm always interested in who's last to leave the area. He's just walking across there, but he's waiting for his opponent to come out.
He's been pretty good,
that's a great grab up forward as well. That's I reckon that's Matt Cashmore. Good target up forward, this lad.
Mate, they lead up good and they handle the ball cleanly, and they've just given our boys a real lesson at the moment in terms of ball handling. We've got, as I said before, we've got incredible speed in the team, but it's hard to exhibit that speed if you don't have the ball in your hands. And we've just been far too many taps and little kicks off the ground and double grabs for us at the moment.
So that's Cashmore with his second, as you said, just that lead up, but to clunk the mark with a wet ball like that.
Great catch.
And, you know, if you do it often enough, you get used to it. But still, fantastic it was. I'm just seeing on the replay here. That was Cashmore. So they've gone well ahead. 5 goals, 3-33 to 2 points. 9 minutes into the game. The other thing that's interesting, Greg, we watch football, we talk about structures and, you know, people talk about the back end and the forward end and we've got to get in our forward half and that. But you haven't got time in a 20-minute game. 2 kicks, 3 kicks and it's in. But
100%.
The wingers come in. They all want to impress mum and dad, impress the coaches, whatever, and you end up with this congestion in around the middle. Gee, under a bit of pressure there.
That's been the other point in the game too. Like our boys have got very high off half forward, so sometimes when we have won it in the midfield, our forwards have pressed up to the stoppage, and then we've had nothing in the front half of the ground. So it's just overzealous and wanting to impress and all those sorts of things.
So there's a couple of lads for you free in the middle here, but they just need to get the ball out. But they're positioning well, regional districts. They're just starting to spread a bit more now, share the ball. That's a kick into Cashmore again, can't take it. Ball's bobbling along. Districts get it. They're under pressure. The Pilbra lads, if they can just flick it out to someone. Oh, taken high there. And he made sure the umpire knew. And a little bit of aggressiveness there. And that's Jesse Haywood. Interesting, some of these lads are lining up. He's surely he's going to have to pass this off. The lead comes now, and that's a nice lead too. But well done by the lad. And, geez, I tell you what, the Threlstrop threw the Pilbra lad forward. He gained about an extra 10 metres. Nice, strong tackle there. I like the look of Sydney Eaton, really do. And really like the look of this lad.
Yeah,
he's
really
off now on the left,
kid.
but unfortunately there didn't quite get hold of that. Big fella there, ran back Dylan Mumford. Ran back, puts it into a dangerous position in the middle of the ground. So they're going to load up. They go across the ground. He already knew the players were out there, and well done once again by the Pilbra lads. And that's the big fella, Tom Higgins, up the ground. Look out, he'll get it out. Nice kick across on the left. It's right out on the wing now. Is this number 18, Geike, is it?
Yeah,
Boston
Gecky.
Gecky.
Good young kid.
Look at him
grown
go
a lot
up.
lately. Yeah, really competitive kid. He's been down in a few of our Swan District's futures programs, and he's growing into a really nice player.
young. Now, is that Row Whitby?
Yeah,
You say?
Rowan Whitby. Yeah, they call him Roro, so in it goes. So, yeah, no, really, really talented and energetic little midfielder. Probably haven't seen the best of him just yet, but I'm sure that'll happen over the course of the carnival.
Just starting to see patches. You can sort of pick the plays. As I was saying, the wings. See, the wings are like 20 metres behind this contest at the moment. Across it goes. It's going to bounce. So look out for the big fella. It bounces over his head. And quick little handball. It's just got to hit the target. So player, we've seen a bit of this today. The check side kick coming around because they haven't got the opposite side. And player going in with 2 efforts. Gets it out. Tackled without it. Tyler Armstrong probably could have got a free in there, but we're not here to umpire. They're off now, and there's a little bit going on the wing here. Meanwhile, District's just a rush kick forward through White. And this is Jevon Tholstrop. Moves well through the forward line, this lad.
He does, moves really, really well. And I'd be interested to see if he is the older brother of the young guy that I'm talking about. This Colton, young Colton. He's a kid from... I think Kalgoorlie or Esperance from memory, and he's a very, very good player.
So he's
from it could be
Newtown, Conjigna.
And they move quite similar, very smart forwards. So, but you can just see the difference in the two setups at the moment. Like we won that ball from the stoppage a little bit earlier and kicked it forward to our big full forward, but he was fighting against 3 opposition defenders because we got caught very high. And in comparison, the regional districts boys just holding 6 forwards really strongly, so they've got some representation.
Just a little thing, I guess for the people out there. We interviewed Jevon yesterday. He's a bit of a character. All these boys are quite humble and represent their families and their local teams and their region outstandingly. And he came on and we put him under a bit of pressure. Asked him, how'd you get here? Because I'm interested. You fly, drive, you walk, ride a horse. 7 hours.
Yeah.
I said, did you bring a few mates? He said, no, I was in the car on my own. 7 hours in the car, bit of music on, and this is the kind of thing that you hear about. And for these players to get here and then put on a performance, it's an experience they'll enjoy and remember for the rest of their life. And
100%.
Opposition players become teammates.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we had a kid leave Parabadoo at 5 o'clock Friday afternoon and not get into Perth until about 3 o'clock in the morning. Got diverted through Karratha and all over the place. So it's very difficult for these regional players at times. So they do a great job to get here.
So just in the play at the moment, number 14, there's Kelman. Gets it across, and here he is again, Tholstrop. So I am quite impressed with this young man. And we saw him walking around the resort. He said good day this morning and, just saying hello. And a couple of lads, they see our branding. They know we're doing the commentary. They just come up and have a yap, and we love that. We really do. And
no, there's no doubt. There's no doubt the country kids are certainly different to the metro kids, aren't they? Most of the time they'll just come up to you, have a yarn and talk about the farm or whatever it is, and they're good kids. It's a beautiful kick on goal.
Yep. So he's got 2 now, and I reckon he might be close to getting our beanie. We've got to pick someone out during the game, and he's given us a bit up forward. He's come up the ground. Regional districts. We're discussing, this is an interesting one, Greg. What do you think is going to be a good score for 2 20-minute halves? And I'm thinking if you had a 30-goal game somewhere, half of that's 15. That is magnificent. But most of the people are saying, around 8 goals is going to be a pretty good game, and they're at 7 goals 3 at the moment. So
when you sort of look at it, it's really it's 40 minutes of footy. That's not even a quarter and a half of real football. So I reckon if you get to 6 goals, you're doing well. So I think regional districts have been fantastic. It looks like they'll get to 9 or 10 by the end of the game. So they've done a great job to kick so many goals and really good for their percentage moving forward.
So things like, you see this, you can't, I was talking with the coaches, you can't run too much. Like, do you run a press? Do you not run a press? Do you go across the ground? You haven't got time sometimes to switch, and you maybe just got to get it down and hope that the talent down the ground will get it through. Because I like the look of this lad very quickly, Ryan Dickinson. He just attacks, doesn't he? Anything to get it forward. Now, he got caught there, but he's, 36 players on the ground. If you're touching the ball, there's 35 players who aren't. So you've done something to get to that ball, and just, he can get refined by the coaches and that, but you don't harness what he's got, you just let him go.
Yeah, he sees it early, doesn't he? He's one of those kids that just sees the ball off the boot and backs himself to win, and he's been super impressive. Not a big player, but he's played with incredible strength in this game and been, one of Central District's very best players.
So through they come now, and just that ball's just not bouncing up for some of the players as they'd expect it to. But the handball under pressure there, you see that ball bobbling around there, and look at the amount of players on screen there. You've probably got 20 players all trying to get a touch. A hack forward like that will do. Hopefully it bounces up. Well done, Jezzy's taken them on, and that's very well done by that young man. He's got it inside 50, streaming out there, number 25, and that was Memphis. Mayers couldn't take it around. It comes the big ruckman now. How good was that bounce up? I tell you what, he's knocked the umpire flying. That is sensational. Have a look at this for sportsman. He's gone back to make sure the umpire's all right. That is,
I shouldn't
how
laugh,
good is that?
But yeah, I'm
Drew Woodley.
really proud of Drew going up and
That's
making sure that the umpire's okay, because that did flush him at pace.
it's bigger than the game, isn't it, Greg?
It is.
It's about, you're talking about life skills for these players and things like that. He could have gone around, done the aeroplane and celebrated that. The first thing he did was went up and checked the umpire.
Because you can see
give
he
him a hug
was
and say, well done.
because it did.
Yeah.
Once it hit that greasy ground, it did gain some momentum.
And if we go back and just look at how that actual goal was scored, he paddled that ball out, got out wide, and he's been in the ruck. Ball comes forward now to Coden Dado, puts it forward, it's scrambling around. Oh, the big fella there pushes off, gets a long handball out. That's great vision to space around the corner, and that was Paul Bratton. But coming back, Drew Woodley, I've been impressed with him in the ruck, and then he goes up forward. If you can be known as a player that can play more than one position, it's very important as well.
Very important.
Especially for you guys.
Yeah, 100%. And we're looking at Drew as a real rangy winger or half forward, but you know, sometimes you just don't have those big genuine rucks at your disposal. So with his leap, he can play ruck, but what you saw there was his true value, which is his nous around goal and his movement, and that was a pretty impressive goal. Take away the fact that he nearly knocked the goal umpire out, but it was a pretty impressive goal. Forward.
So interesting. Just while we're having a throw in here, someone like that, do we know? Been involved in recruiting that over the years. You try and work out now what height are they going to get to. He might be 6'2", 6'3", as a grown man, and that might be a winger on ball, a half-back flank or whatever, as opposed to a genuine ruck. And you've got to do more than just tap the ball, don't you?
Yeah, you do. And look, he's a genuine sort of 186, 187, as you said, 6'1", 6'2".
Good tackle.
And yeah, look, I think he's going to grow a little bit, but like at this point in time, if you're looking at him from a pure recruitment point of view for Waffler AFL level, like his range, his height, he's an athlete. Yeah. So he's someone that we'd love to get down into the Metro programs as quickly as we possibly can.
Here he is now, so have a look at him, Greg. You can call him.
Yeah, look, he sat down on that one.
Yeah.
But he's like Sydney Eaton. He's the other one, the number 9. He's very rangy, got great skills. Really tasty prospect for the future.
So we've just had another goal scored. Sorry, I was just jotting something down then. Just checking, did we get a replay of that? So we missed, did you happen to see that?
Yeah, it did. It was just a turnover at halfback for the Pilbra boys, and then, as they've done for this last sort of 39 minutes of the game, just their transition was fantastic, and the Pilbra boys didn't touch it the whole way up the ground.
And did we get the goal scorer?
I didn't catch that one.
Okay, so player coming forward with the ball now, but I'll tell you what, they've kicked 5 goals, so 8 goals for 52 to 1 goal to 8. And thanks so much, Greg, for joining us, mate. Really appreciate that. And we'd love to have you up again when the Pilbra play, mate. And even if you're around for some of the other games and get some insight on who's around. Love all this. There's only 15 minutes between games, but a bit of sportsmanship. They're going to meet players they've never known yet. So I'll tell you what else we've got. We've got the Dartfish. All right, we've got the Dartfish beanie about to come out to the best player, and I've got a shootout to give that. So I'll just check, are we thrown to a break? All right, so just bear with us, folks. If you'd like to talk about anything around the game, now is the time, Greg, because I've got to bolt down to the...
Okay, yeah, no, I'll just give a little summation if you'd like me to do that for you. But look, yeah, I thought regional districts were fantastic. Right from the start of the game, they took possession, they used the ball effectively, and the fact that our boys really battled to take possession early was really the key to the game. We were trying to paddle and soccer and get the ball out into open space, and the Central Districts boys, or the Regional Districts boys, were just really good at taking possession and tackling strongly. And as the game opened up, they really made use of some fantastic footballers. Their full forward Tholstrup was really dominant, led up well. The young Indigenous boy, number 16, whose name escapes me, he was in fantastic form, and we really couldn't get a handle on him. And yeah, there were some good signs for our boys, the Pilbra lads, and I think this can happen in these conditions at times. Our boys from the Pilbra are used to playing in 26, 27 degrees and no dewy or rainy conditions, and I think we just tried to play that Pilbra style of footy where we sort of knock it out into open space and let foot speed take over, and that didn't quite happen in the dewy conditions where it was really hard to then regather. There were some good signs late. I thought Drew Woodley worked his way into the game. I think young Sydney Eaton showed some good signs. But yeah, it's absolutely imperative over the next 3 games that we play that we actually start to pick the ball up the first time we get an opportunity, because we've got some real weapons up forward, as we saw, Lance Jungon and Sakabero and the likes of Tommy Higgins, but it's hard to get it to your forwards if you don't take possession and move the ball quickly. So really looking forward to having a little break, and I'm sure the coaches will do a good job with our Pilbara boys, and we'll come back in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th games over the next 2 days and do a great job. But regional districts, also, or the opposition today, they really showed a bit. The number 2 off halfback, Dickinson, I think he really read the ball early and quickly and attacked it really sharply. Gave them great strength off halfback. They held their 6 forwards really, really cleanly and made use of the space that was in front of them, which I thought was fantastic. And the thing I like about them, they look fit, they look really strong-bodied, they look even, they've got some depth, and yeah, from what I've seen early, the Avon and the Southwest have historically been quite strong. But yeah, they've got a lot to offer over the next 2 days.
Now. Well, folks, here he is, our best on ground. We've known him for 2 20-minute halves. Jevon Tholstrup. Welcome, Jevon.
Cheers, mate. How you going?
Mate, we keep running into each other. Interview yesterday, I see you at the resort, and great game out there. 8 goals is a fair score for the team.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't going to swear, but yeah, pretty bloody good from our boys. Bloody good bunch of legends. First time playing together, the chemistry to go together and kick 8 in a half, it's pretty. Yeah.
We talked about the first half. It was very scrambly, ball on the ground. Interesting using yellow ball. Was that very slippery?
We're all used to using the yellow balls out in the country. I've only played with the red ball only a few times. Up in Perth and stuff like that. It's about all, but so yeah, pretty good.
And we thought in the second half the structures really opened up and you were able to find space, mate. We loved your game. You came up the ground. You were on the wing at one point, chasing up the ground and then back in and open up the forward line. And very unselfish over here. You could have had a third goal. You're only 30 out and you shared the ball around. So you're going to get in there and enjoy the group, mate. Fantastic. We've got the Dartfish beanie for you and a pair of thongs as well. And fantastic, mate. You've represented your team very well, and go and get prepared for your second game.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much for joining us. And we'll throw now to a break, and we'll be back very quickly with our next game, folks.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
This game is very important for Trinity Aquinas, Brett. They're sitting 6th with 5 wins and 6 losses.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
The North Beach Company sitting on top with 2 clear wins, whereas Fremantle CBC sitting in 5th.
In 2022, it is our aim to have every league across Western Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
This is marked by Trinity Aquinas, brings the ball to the ground. Umpire's call played on. Chan of handballs, he was impressive.
Player there and Michael Wright. He goes by hand to Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor throws it on his left boot, shoots on goal. And Harry Taylor's got his first in a Northampton jumper. And a good way for the champion to start the game. Harry Taylor.
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Game between the Great Northern and Peel. Just talking to the coaches before the game, they're a bit upbeat. They believe that we've got a nice little quick side, Glenn, that in these dry conditions should be able to put forward the game plan that Coach Chewy Graham wants to play out during this carnival.
Yeah, the weather conditions are ideal, as you say, for Great Northern footballers who generally play in dry conditions. Ground may be a little slippery underfoot. Of course, there's been a bit more rain here this week, about 20 mils earlier in the week, but the ground is in very good condition and conditions are ideal for footy. It was probably a little bit fresh early when the first game was played. They got underway at 9:30 and this first game of this year's carnival gets underway in about 10 minutes at 10:30, so looking forward to bringing you all the action. This is the first year, Peter, that there hasn't been a senior side playing at Country Week in the Nutrient Ag Solutions Championships, which is a bit surprising. Since 1969, Great Northern have always had a senior side, so it's a bit of a change in tact this year for the Great Northern.
Yes, the Great Northern won the inaugural carnival back in 1969 under the captaincy of Murray Criddle, and Murray Drennan, I believe, was the coach during that particular carnival, so that was a few years back. But the thing is, Glenn, things have changed, and at the moment, if we look at the players that are lining up in our Colts combination this morning, they are sort of a lot of them are the cream of our competition back home there in Geraldton. So we've sort of haven't got a team in the A grade, but we haven't missed out as far as our performers go.
No, we haven't, so a real opportunity. And let's quickly look through the list of Great Northern's players. Towns have got 4 representatives. They are Jimmy Hyde, Cameron Hoofhammer, Rourke Drage and Taj Sadie, and Towns sit on top of the Colts premiership table with 28 points. But by saying that, we know that the majority of these players have all played league football and play league football on a regular basis. Rovers in the Colts competition in our GNFL for the Aluka season, they have got 24 premiership points, are in 3rd spot, and Rovers are the highly side with the most players playing. They've got 6 players of Ardo, Jai Thurston, Blake Tazewell, Michael O'Brien, Sean Brennan and Jake Criddle. Northampton, who are on 2nd spot on the premiership table in the Colts, and they've got Liam Paletti, Luke Canny, Jaden Paletti and Xavier Wright. Mullawar, who are in 4th spot, have 1 representative, that's Kane Whitby. In the 5th side, Brigades, they have 3 representatives, Isaac Ronan, Jordan O'Brien and Jackson Luff. Railways have 3 representatives, Antonio Priolo, Jack Cocking and Riley Zimmerman, and Chapman Valley have 3 representatives. They are Mitchell Thompson, Riley Oliver and Ewan Whiteley. So some good young players there. And we welcome into the broadcast now our good friend in James Gardner. And James, How do you see the squad at this stage?
I think the squad are quite strong, and we were talking last night about, I think the league experience that the GNFL have had will hold them in good stead against these other sides. They've had the league experience, they've played against men, they're now able to play against our own age, and I think we could see some real big stars come out of this GNFL side.
And James, you've spoken to the coaches. What have they had to say to you prior to the game this morning?
Yeah, I spoke to Peel coach Craig Otto, and this is what he had to say earlier this morning.
Craig, firstly, thanks for joining us before this clash for the Colts Carnival. You must be pretty excited for this weekend.
Absolutely. We got the 4 games on Thursday and Friday. Fingers crossed we do all right and play a 5th game late Friday afternoon. But it's good to get back after we had the Lake Race Carnival a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, the boys are really keen. We've added a couple of players to the squad. So it'll be interesting to see how we all gel. But the training's been good. So yeah, we have been looking forward to it.
And who should we be looking out for from your side? Who are some of the stars that we should be taking note of?
Well, captain Mitch Zaddo went down and was the best player at the Carnival in Lake Race. He's a midfielder that goes forward. He's one to keep an eye on. We've got the big bear in the square. We call Kobe Foster as a full forward, so he's another kid that's in some really good form. And just generally our midfield's been going fairly well. Guys like Taj Mason, Taj Parker's out in the wing, so there's some good running players for us.
And Great Northern, they've got some talented players, a lot of them with league experience. How do you go about trying to stop them?
They're going to be a good side. I do a little bit of work with the East Fremantle Futures, so some of these boys I know have come down and played at East Fremantle Colts over the last few weeks. They're going to be a very strong side. I reckon they'll be well coached, well drilled. I understand they've been doing a fair bit of training up there. So, listen, we've just got to still play our own game, but watch them on the outside and really defend well, and then try and move the ball quickly and score ourselves.
Craig, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Very good. Good to hear the coach there of the Peel Cavaliers, Craig Otto. And James, you also caught up with the coach of the Great Northern side, Jason Graham. What did Jason have to say?
Yeah, he's really excited about the prospect of today's game and this weekend. He's pretty confident, quietly confident, that they'll be able to go far in this carnival, and also that they have been putting in a lot of hard work. They've all got league experience, but they have to be wary about Peel. I'm excited about this prospect of Peel. I'm looking forward to seeing Kobe Foster. You've got Jack Cocking at one end, Kobe Foster at the other, so it could be the battle of the big men today. And interesting, when we heard about the Peel Cavaliers captain, his name is Mitchell Zaddo. He's Steve Zaddo's son. Steve Zaddo was from Morawar and a great footballer. It'd be interesting to see how good Mitchell Zaddo, who is picked as the best player in the Great Southern Colts Carnival. We're about to get the big one underway this afternoon. This first term with thanks to Warren Taylor Holmes. The umpires are in control, 3 umpires, and we are at what is called Lane Group Oval these days, Lane Group Stadium. But for those that don't know, it's Peel's home ground. It's Rushton Park. Beautiful facility, and Radio Mama here to call all the action, and it should be a great contest indeed. Umpires waiting for the players to get into position. So Great Northern will be expecting a fair bit from their star forward in Jack Cocking. And Jack Cocking, of course, is a player of great skill, but the Great Northern have to get the ball down to him first of all. So the umpire about to get this game underway. We're underway in this first term with thanks to Warren Taylor Holmes on Drennan O'Malley Motors game day. Peel quickly get the ball out of the centre and goes to that player in Zaddo we're talking, gets it up towards half forward. The Peel player is tackled there, Parker, ball held to him, comes back to another teammate in Menzies. Menzies has the ball under pressure. Great Northern putting good pressure on the players early on. Ball comes out of the pack eventually, gives an opportunity to another Peel player. Great Northern have an opportunity. Can they put the pressure on? Good tackle. Umpire said the player had no prior opportunity, and the ball will be thrown up in the true centre half forward position at the city end or the northern end of Rushton Park.
No breeze to speak of in this, the first term. The ball going forward for Great Northern though, knocked from the ruckman who's moving around the ground into the mix there at the moment. Got a couple of players to try and get into the game early, one of those being Jaden Paletti, Kane Whitby, Ewan Whiteley. The ball coming out of the middle now, goes the way of Peel. Peel players quickly wrapped up, brought to ground. Good tackling by Great Northern early. The umpire allows the game to go on, but a free kick has been found, and it has gone the way of the Peel side, and the player there is Palmer. Palmer kicks it to the half-forward line now. Players go up, goes to ground, running to try and collect it is the player there in Zato. Glenn's talked about him already. He sends it inside the corridor. The defence for Great Northern drop on top of the ball. A bit patchy early this game, and a few players diving on top of the ball, but no one getting much latitude with the ball. The ball coming out of defence, though, for Great Northern. Under a bit of pressure, but it's marked by Parker. Taj Parker. He sends it inboard now, and the ball is with that player, Glenn, and that's Ethan Clement.
Clement plays on quickly from half forward, puts it up towards the teeth of goal. Great Northern defenders slap it forward. Great Northern need to get it out of that danger zone. Picked up now by the Great Northern player who's working hard with the ball, and that's Paletti. Eventually it comes out to a teammate. He's under pressure but does well, gets a handball forward, looking there for Jai Thurston. Pack develops once again, and we've played 2 minutes in this first term with thanks to Warren Taylor Holmes on Drennan O'Malley Motors game day. And Great Northern have the ball in the back half. They need to get it up forward, but the Peel player sees the ball across the boundary line, and that's Ethan Clement who saw the ball over, and there'll be a boundary throw in clubroom side of the Lane Group Park Oval, Lane Group Stadium. Ball comes back into play. Ball flacked forward by the Peel ruckman who gets interfered with. So the Peel ruckman, he's a big boy. His name is Billy Sears from South Mandurah. Billy Sears plays on quickly, kicks it up towards half forward. Great Northern player there working hard is Lewin Valley. Lewin Valley sees the ball across the boundary line. There'll be a boundary throw in about 30 metres around from the left point post at the northern end of the ground, and Peel have got a free kick.
Yeah, Peel have got a free kick and will have their first shot on goal for this morning, Glenn. The player with the ball is Foster, Kobe Foster. He's a big lad. He's going to kick from about, on a pretty severe angle though, but kicking from about 30 metres. He kicks across the face of goal, looks pretty good, but not good enough. Goes straight across the face, doesn't make the distance. The Peel players grapple to get the ball and get it through the big sticks, but the defence for Great Northern working overtime.
A free kick's been picked out.
And a free kick has been picked out, and it's gone the way of Peel, but it is on another severe angle, so it's almost gone directly across from where the last kick was taken. Peel player at the moment out of sight. So Zato, and he's the danger man early, Glenn. You've mentioned him, and we've called his name a few times in the early stages of this match. A check side kick that looked pretty good off the boot, but not good enough, and through for the minor score. So Great Northern need to settle things now, Glenn. They're doing a lot of defending early, but holding sway.
On the Aluka scoreboard, Great Northern are yet to open their account. Peel get their first minor score of the morning. 4 minutes gone in our opening match of the Nutrient Ag Solutions Country Football Championships for the CBH Group's Colts. And a really good start to Great Northern. These are two 20-minute halves, so it's important you start well. Great Northern have not given too much away as yet in the opening period in this term. Let's hope they can keep that working forward. Goes the way of Sean Brennan, the young Rovers player, gets it on to a teammate. And once again, Great Northern get it up the ground. Peel have the numbers there just in front of the scoreboard. Picked up now by the player there for Peel in O'Neill. O'Neill comes inboard. Back to Zato. He's in everything this morning. He gets it out to a teammate there in Chamberlain. Chamberlain kicks it up along the outer wing, and he's picked out a player there just on the Hayden Ballantyne wing for Peel. So Peel are going to the northern end, but no breeze of any nature here, but a good strong mark taken by the Great Northern player there in Jaden Paletti. He kind of must have played on, and now it gives an opportunity to the big man for the Peel side to send the ball forward. Peel have the ball in the forward 50. Picked up now. Handball comes out. Zato's there again. He's in everything. Grabs the ball. Kicks it up towards full forward. Player comes out for Peel. Couldn't mark it. Picked up by the defence of Great Northern. Kicks it back, but not a good kick. And falls into the arms of Jack Norris there for the Peel side. So Jack Norris, he is 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle, kicking to the northern end. Overcast, cool conditions, but reasonably good conditions for football. Usually a pretty cold, wet place is Mandurah in winter, but it's a pretty nice day today, although still relatively cool. So the Peel player lining up for goal. Let's see how he goes. Looks pretty good off the boot. It won't make the accuracy, and the Great Northern player sees it through for a minus score. So on the Lucas scoreboard, it is Peel, 2 behinds, Great Northern yet to get a score on the board.
Zimmerman out of defence. It's a nice kick down toward the half-back flank. Great Northern haven't had it out of the defensive 50 for much of the first term. And we're midway through that first term now here at the Country Championships. Great Northern playing Peel. The scoreboard 2 points to Peel. Great Northern yet to open their account. The ball at centre wing now about to be thrown in. Players setting themselves. Yes, the big ruckman for Peel slaps it down to ground. A teammate runs onto it in Parker. He's unsuccessful. The ball spills free. Great Northern can't get a hand on it, or do. Goes the way of Drage. Drage goes back to Collected, one way then the other. Eventually goes to Stanley now for Peel. He sends it back into the half-forward area for his side. Going the way now of Menzies. Menzies goes around a couple of players. He gives it to Agnew. Agnew is quickly brought to ground, almost caught in possession. The umpire says play on. Great Northern have possession now. Can they do something with the ball as they kick it into the half-forward flank on the broadcast side?
Picked up now by the Peel player. He's a big conveyance in himself. That's White. White gets it over to a teammate there in Clement. Clement slaps it over. Picked up now by Great Northern. Great Northern go forward. Can they do something with it? The first time they've had it in their forward 50. Picked up by the player there in Luke Canny. Puts it on his left boot. Screws it around the corner, but offline. And on the Lucas scoreboard, Great Northern are 1 behind. Peel are 2 behinds. And we've played 7 minutes. 7.5 minutes in this first term, with thanks to Warren Tyler Holmes on Drennan O'Malley Motors game.
First sortie forward by the Great Northern. Let's hope they can keep it up here and get a major on the board. Cocking hasn't had a sniff at all at this stage. He's, of course, the marquee player for the Great Northern. Little Charlie Kerno that he is. The ball on the half-back line now for Peel. The player's got a month of Sundays to get rid of it. Runs into the Great Northern defender, going into the middle of the ground. Goes the way of Agnew. He loses possession. Great Northern try and mop things up on the half-back flank now, but it goes the way now of the player there in Ingledew. Ingledew sends it inboard, but there's Riley Zimmerman. Zimmerman's had a lot of the ball early in the game. He gets it down the ground and finds the Great Northern player there in Michael O'Brien.
O'Brien plays on quickly, gets it over to a teammate who soccers the ball forward. That's Clay Azevedo, but once again Peel can regroup through Chamberlain, who gets it over, and it goes now to Parker. Parker on half-back, kicks it up towards half-forward. Great Northern under pressure, but they're not letting the Peel side get the advantage of having probably more opportunities and more possessions, but a free kick's been picked out, and this time it'll go the way of Great Northern player. So Isaac Ronan will relieve the pressure for the Great Northern side. Isaac's kick goes forward and picks out Sean Brennan. Sean Brennan plays on now.
Nice.
Finds it further up the field, flies Azevedo. Azevedo can't control the ball. In goes the Great Northern player, slips the ball out the back to Rourke Drage, but it spills the way of Zaddo. I think we may man up on that player. The ball comes the way now of the Great Northern. Have it on centre wing, and Isaac Ronan once again.
Isaac Ronan at centre wing. He sends it inboard now. It was a beautiful lace-out kick, and the ball is marked inboard by Luke Canny. He sends it further afield, and Great Northern have an opportunity to go forward now, when the mark is taken by that player in Canny just inside the centre square. He sends it into the forward 50 now, and up goes the player there. The Geraldton player didn't take the mark. Glenn Barton thought he had hold of it, and the ball goes to ground now. It's picked up by the Peel defender. He kicks it out to the outer side. That is the Hayden Ballantyne wing, but it's all Great Northern starting to attack a little bit more. The Great Northern players, they'll set something up soon as it comes inboard now. The defence for Peel are under a bit of pressure as it goes the way now of Clement. Clement's brought to ground. The ball spills free. Goes the way of Michael O'Brien. He's in a lot of the play early in this particular game. The ball goes to ground. Who can pick it up? It goes away now of the player in Paletti. Paletti's getting into the game quite a bit, Glenn, but just can't hold the ball long enough to get some structure to send it forward. The ball coming backward now for the Peel side. So under a bit of pressure now to this Peel player. That's Clement. He's had a bit of the ball early. Kicks it straight down the middle of the ground, and a nice mark is taken there by Menzies. Menzies isn't paid the mark. He plays on. The Great Northern player is equal to the task. They kick out to the wing, and a nice mark is taken out there by Thompson.
Mitchell Thompson has the ball, 70 metres from goal. Centres it up towards full forward, looking up there for some movement. In goes the Great Northern player, beautifully picked up. He shoots on goal, ball running towards goal. Jordan O'Brien's ball didn't quite make it, and the ball's still there. Great Northern have an opportunity. Great Northern screw the ball around, but they couldn't get it through the major opening. And another score. So 2 points apiece on the Lucas scoreboard. on Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football. This first half with thanks to Warren Taylor Holmes. As we see Peel rebound through Taj Parker. He plays up the ground, centre wing, front of the club rooms. He's picked out a player there in Tyler Gator. Gator plays on from half back, kicks it forward, but a good strong mark taken by the Great Northern player there in Lewin Valley, who's been good this afternoon.
He has.
Lewin Valley plays on, gets it up towards the forward line, looking there for Thurston. He does well, under a fair bit of pressure, gets it out to a player who's tackled high, and the ball comes forward. Great Northern will get the free kick, and an opportunity now for the Great Northern youngster to shoot.
Bit of a coat hanger on Brennan there, Glenn.
Yeah, Sean Brennan, the young Rovers player. Sean Brennan, cop one high, no doubt about that. So Brennan plays on with a short 15-metre kick, gets it up the ground, and he's picked out a teammate in Jaden Paletti. Jaden Paletti plays on quickly, but the ball's cut off. Peel rebound through Corey Stanley. Stanley breaks off half back, up towards half forward. Gives an opportunity once again for Great Northern. Oh, they've overcooked it perhaps. Ball comes back, goes the way now of the Great Northern player there in Zimmerman. He gets it back, goes the way of Zimmerman now. One bounce, he's overused it. Misses the ball, has to come back in to retrieve it. In goes Peel through Westphal. He gets it forward. Westphal gets it over the way, but Great Northern can rebound now. Rebound through the player of Rourke Drage. Drage gets it forward, but only as far as Zaddo. Zaddo's met solidly, and we've played 12.5 minutes in this first half with thanks to Warren Taylor Holmes.
Yes, it's evened out a bit, and certainly on the scoreboard as well. 2 points apiece. This particular game is being played in two halves instead of the quarters. And
a 15-metre penalty now.
15-metre penalty going the way.
It was the player that gave it away.
He did. And so Great Northern now will bring the ball down. So the ball coming down. Can they get a major on the board before half-time? Would be pretty timely. They go laterally. That was good play. Out to the outer wing now. Great Northern, they have the ball in the guise of Luke Canny. He's got a bit of ball early. He kicks into the pocket now. Trying to move up and take the mark. Couldn't do so. Goes to ground. Great Northern are outnumbered here as the ball comes back outside the forward 50, but running in to take the mark is Liam Paletti. He plays on now. Nice little chip kick inside the forward 50. He's looking for the player there in Sean Brennan. He can't take the mark. The ball spills free, but the defence for Peel doing well on this occasion as it goes the way of the player in Clement, and he kicks it to the outer wing.
Goes up the ground, but Great Northern have the player back there. He stands his ground.
They're starting to lock them in now, Great Northern, Glenn.
So Great Northern have it out on the outer side. Goes the way of Paletti. Paletti getting a bit of ball now. Gets it further forward, but the ball's cut off. Once again, it's cut off by Corey Stanley for Peel. He goes to the Hayden Ballantyne wing, where he's picked out a teammate. That player now grabs the ball, kicks it forward, looking up the ground. He's picked out Jokic. Jokic has the ball, the Pinjarra player. Jokic plays on into the deep in the pocket, and he's got a teammate there in Jack Norris, and Norris has an opportunity to shoot on goal from 35 metres out, deep on the boundary in the right forward pocket, kicking to the northern end. Peel's had a lot of the ball, Peter, but they haven't got the score on the board yet, which is an advantage because in these shortened games, if you start poorly, it takes some catching. So Great Northern still very much in this contest. They haven't played well yet.
Yeah, but I think it's quite evened out somewhat. They've been in their forward 50 just as often now, Glenn, but Peel are now having a shot on goal.
But Peel look a little bit more threatening when they are in the forward 50. There goes the kick. Looks pretty good off the boot. It's going across the face of goals. The big fella stands his ground. Great Northern would be best to knock the ball through, but eventually they knock it out. It comes the way of a Peel player who shoots on goal now, and he's offline. That was young Jaden Evans, and Jaden Evans is offline with a minus score. And on the Aluka scoreboard, it is Peel 3 behinds, Great Northern 2 behinds.
Ollie Zimmerman, always like his game, Glenn, and he's been solid to this point. He kicks to the outer side on the halfback flank with Great Northern now. Have they got time to score before half time? Slowing things down a little bit. The ball is in the middle of the ground now. Great Northern still in possession. 2 points to Great Northern, 3 points to Peel. The ball coming across now. Zimmerman has come right down the ground. Will he play out to the wing? He does so. Is the play equal to the task? Yes, he takes the mark. That player is Jimmy Hyde, the young Towns custodian. Sends it inboard now to Brennan. Brennan now, just outside the square now, plays into the half-forward area. Can a mark be taken? Yes, a beautiful mark is taken on the half-forward flank. And the player to take that mark is Antonio Priolo.
Priolo, a usual Railways League player, plays on now. kicks it from half forward up towards full forward, looking there for Cocking. He couldn't put a handle on it, but he goes back in and retrieves it. Cocking screws the ball around, but well smothered off the boot there by the Peel player in Zach Gavin. And a good bit of play there from Gavin. He held the ball in, but a good bit of play there from Cocking. He looked dangerous. Ball to be thrown back in, about 30 metres around from the right point post, clubroom side of the ground. So Great Northern going to the southern end of the oval here at Mandurah. Picked up now by Zaddo for his side in Peel. Gets in the way of Brennan. Brennan gets kick away. Well done to him, but the ball is cut off again, and the defence of the Peel side has been standing firm. Peel play on now. Kick it up towards centre wing. Ooh. Pack into the air. Once again, Riley Zimmerman does well, but the ball spills out the back. Goes the way of Palmer. Then it goes the way of Jokic. Jokic goes by hand to O'Neill. O'Neill kicks it forward. Looking up there for West Powell. West Powell marks. He's 60 metres from goal. Comes back inboard. Finds a player there in Odgen. Odgen gets a kick forward. And this looks a pretty good build-up for the Peel side. And a good mark taken there by Jack Norris. So Jack Norris has an opportunity to shoot on goal. It may be, in fact, Foster waiting on that player. And he's shooting on goal now. And he's 35 metres out. So I can think Peel might get their first major of the afternoon in this first half, with thanks to Warren Taylor Holmes. Coming live from Peel, with thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors. There goes the kick. Looks very good off the boot. That is the first major of the morning. And on the Lucas scoreboard, Peel go to 1-3. They lead Great Northern 2 behinds, and that is a very good goal to Jack Norris.
Yeah, certainly is, Glenn. When the ball was coming into the forward 54 Great Northern, Jack Cocking, we know, is the spearhead, and they know he is too. That is the opposition. He's being manned up pretty tightly when the ball's going forward, which means that the smaller Great Northern players, they need to use him as a focal point, but just try and crumb off the ground there. And because Jack will go up at every opportunity and bring the ball down, but being manned up, he may not be able to take the solid marks that he takes in the clear up there in Geraldton. The ball back in the middle now, and it is, as Glenn said, the Peel 1-3-9. They lead Great Northern 2 points as we head to the half-time break. It has been quite even out there in the park, but as Glenn has also mentioned, Peel, their sorties forward have been a little bit more focused. The ball coming out of the middle now, going the way of Peel. They've got a bit of a toe in their step as Zato gets the ball, but the whistle has sounded because he ran too far, and the ball will come back now. So Great Northern backward of the centre square. They can set something out. Thompson has it. He'll come out to the wing here. There's a couple of Great Northern players loitering at the back of the pack. Goes away of Brennan. Got a lot of possessions early. Gets it to the teammate there who runs on in Jai Thurston. A beautiful lace-out kick. Thurston finds his teammate there in Jaden Paletti. Paletti goes inboard now. The ball goes forward again. Brennan isn't quick enough and it finds the boundary. I think sometimes, Glenn, Paletti is getting a lot of the ball, but he's excitedly getting rid of it just a little bit too early.
Yeah, I think he realises there he got rid of the ball too quickly. Didn't give his playmates up the ground time to prepare, but you know, Great Northern still in the contest. Can they get a goal late in this first half? Xavier Wright is on the ground now. Xavier Wright, his tackle didn't have prior opportunity, so the umpire will come and throw the ball up. There's 7 players from each club around the ball, about 40 metres from goal. Xavier Wright does the rucking for Great Northern, but Peel wins that one forward. Ball comes up along the boundary line, and there we have it. Siren time, first half of football here at the Lane Group Stadium, and at half time it is Peel 1-3-9. They lead Great Northern 2 behinds, and you're on Radio Mumma, the home of GNFL football.
Today's Drennan O'Malley Motors.
ball moving as quick as possible from their back line to their forwards.
About to get this second half underway. The second half with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack, and the umpire to get this term underway. This half, 20 minutes to play. Great Northern need to lift their work rate, need to get the score on the board. And quickly we see the Peel side win the ball forward, trying to soccer it forward. Great Northern do well now. They get it on the boot there, does the player there in Luke Canny. Canny gets it up forward, looking there for Mitchell Thompson. Back towards that player in Canny. Canny gets it forward, and a good bit of movement forward. And Great Northern get the ball in their forward 50. Sean Brennan is that player.
He's been lively early.
He has been very useful. So Sean Brennan, he's on a good angle, straight in front, 40 metres out, kicking to the northern end.
No breeze to speak of, really, Glenn.
No, very pleasant conditions. Lane Group Stadium we are here at Rushton Park, Peel's home ground. There goes the kick from Sean Brennan. Won't make the distance. Pack into the air, ball running free, and ball still in play. Picked up by the Great Northern player, screws the ball around the corner. Great Northern need to get the ball through the big opening, but well done by the Peel defender. He smothered the boot. Ball comes to ground again. Great Northern players tackled, thrown to ground. Didn't have any prior opportunity. In fact, the umpire said it was an illegal tackle. Perhaps a little bit fortunate there, but we'll take it. And the ball goes the way now of the Great Northern player and Jaden Paletti. And Jaden has an opportunity. He's been lively.
Yeah, he's been promising a lot early, Glenn, as he has a shot on goal. He's probably a little bit closer than the last custodian in Brennan, but let's see how he can go. On a slight angle, he's kicking from about 35 metres to the northern end. Will it be the first score for Great Northern? Looks pretty good. Off the boot, not good enough. Across the face of goal. And actually a mark. No, he's gone through. Cocking thought he had a mark there, but the umpire says, no, you've gone over the white line, and it's recorded as a point. Ball coming quickly out of defence. Great Northern 3 points. Peel 1 goal 3. Early stages of the second half. Great Northern in attack. Riley Zimmerman playing high from the back line, goes to ground the ball just outside the forward 50, and a free kick to Great Northern once again. So Great Northern attacking early in this particular quarter, I should say half, and they need to do that. I think the ball now is with Great Northern. And
Paletti again.
Jaden Paletti. So Jaden Paletti starting to get value for effort. Jaden Paletti, a nice, terrible kick inside the forward 50, goes to ground, picked up by Brennan. He tries to get it to a teammate. That teammate is unsuccessful. The ball goes to ground. The defence for Peel kick it out of defence. The mark is almost taken by the Great Northern custodian there, and that's Liam Paletti, but the ball coming further afield now for Peel as they ricochet back into their half-forward area. Will they turn the ball over and cause a goal here? Great Northern hope not as they go to ground, working overtime. The ball goes away of Isaac Ronan. He dives on top of the ball. The ball spills free just in front of our broadcast position here at Rushton Oval. Goes the way of the Peel custodian. Puts it onto his boot, but misses all and sundry and out on the full. So a quick turnover by Peel was almost costly.
Ewan Whiteley to bring the ball back in for Great Northern. So Great Northern need to get the ball moving up the other end. Peel have got the margin of 1 goal. 6 points is the margin in early stages of this second half, with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack. Ball comes back in, and a good mark taken there by Etherington. Tarkin Etherington brings the ball inboard. Great Northern need to not give away a free kick and get the ball out of that danger zone. Ball running free. Mitchell Thompson's there, slips over. Knocks the ball away, didn't have the ball. He was caught in possession. The umpire said he had the ball under him, so he's giving the free kick to the Peel player.
You're joking.
Yeah, the Peel player has got the free kick, and that is a player there in Billy Sears.
Maybe if the umpire was closer, he might have noticed.
Billy Sears gets the ball forward, goes the way now of another Peel player who couldn't handle the ball there, and Costley. Costley gets caught in possession, one would think. The ball goes away. Goes back towards the Peel player, slapping it forward. Great Northern putting good pressure on. They need to get the ball out of that danger zone. And the players cop one high, and that is Etherington. So he'll have a shot on goal from 15 metres out.
Point blank range almost.
Yeah. So the Great Northern player is in a bit of trouble here. There's a Great Northern player on the ground, so the trainers will get to him as quickly as they can. So he looks like he's done a shoulder or something similar. He's in a bit of bother. So Etherington cop one high, but the other player is the player that was injured. So that's interesting.
It is.
The ball comes the way of Etherington, So Etherington has the ball.
We've got some trainers coming out to the player now, Glenn.
So
he's not far from the goal square.
Yep.
For Peel.
The player is holding his shoulder or his neck. He's in the hands of the trainers now. So the clubs or the players of each club are going into possession, into position to have a little chat.
1-3 Peel. They lead Great Northern 3 points. Early stages of the second half. This competition is only sees games played in 2 halves instead of the quarters that we're used to. So a very shortened game. So score is paramount, and the Great Northern have not got a major yet, and they need to do so very quickly.
The ball's at the wrong end, and the player's going to be shooting on goal from 30 metres, 25 metres out on a 45-degree angle. Great Northern player still in the hands of the trainers. So not too sure who that player is or what the nature of the injury is. As soon as we know, we'll bring that to you. So the scoreboard for Aluka is Peel, 1 goal, 3
and
9.
Interesting to note,
Great Northern 3 behind.
The clock hasn't stopped.
No. So the player is coming off, and looks like he may have done a collarbone or something, and he's coming off. So he's coming straight off the ground. He's not going through the interchange bench. So that would say that he is in a pretty, may have had a serious injury, and he's still holding his left shoulder. So it looks like it is certainly a shoulder concern. So it is the player there, Luke Canny, who's been good this afternoon. So Luke Canny, the player from Northampton, is injured. Looks like he's done his left shoulder. As we see Peel player Tarkin Etherington shooting on goal, and he's snuck it through for a major for Peel. And on the Aluka scoreboard, Peel now go to 2 goals, 3. They lead Great Northern 3 behind. So a very important kick there, and Peel starting to get the margin, 2 goals. Great Northern haven't scored a goal yet with 7 minutes, although there was 2 minutes there lost due to the player leaving the ground with what looked like a collarbone, and the ball will be back in the centre. So Great Northern, the work ahead of them. They need the next goal. They need the next 2 to even the score.
They certainly do. 2-3 plays 3 points here. In the country championships, Nutrigen Ag are our sponsors, have been way back in the days of Landmark West Farmers, and continue to support this country championship. The ball in the middle now. It's won by Great Northern, goes to ground, but it's picked up quickly by the opposite numbers, and the player running forward is Zardo. He's been very dangerous this afternoon. He's a little bit of a star, not a big player, but certainly got a lot of skill and speed. The ball outside the centre square. Players dive on top of it, and the ball will be thrown up. Now a free kick, and a 50-metre penalty has gone the way of the Peel side. So Great Northern may be coming a little bit too unruly. They can't afford that at this stage of the game. Another goal here in this shortened format, Glenn, is very, very costly indeed. So the player has now been brought down outside the forward 50. Is it Zardo that has it? I think it might be. He's running in now on a 45-degree angle. He'll kick from about 25 metres. Looks pretty good off the boot. That's a beautiful kick straight through the middle. And that is a dagger through the heart of Great Northern. That sees the Peel go to 3 goals, 3. And they have a handy lead at the moment over Great Northern, just the 3 points.
Yes, that was Mitchell Zatto who got that goal. He's a very, very nice
He's a star
mover
of this game, Glenn.
Yeah, he's a beauty. We knew that. He was picked as the in the All-Star side in the Great Southern Colts. And as I mentioned earlier, his dad, Steve, was a very good player and came from the Morawar area. So his young bloke, Mitchell Zatto, doing a fine job as the scoreboard rolls over for Aluka in the second half, with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack on Drilling O'Malley Motors game day. Peel 3-3, 21, lead Great Northern 3 behind. Glenn Barnden, Pete Fiorenza and James Gardner bringing you all the action over the next couple of days for this Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Football Championships, and we are part of the CBH group, and we are at Lane Group Stadium here in Mandurah. Ball back in the centre. Great Northern need to get the skates on, but it's Peel who go quickly into the forward 50. Peel player has an opportunity now, gets it out, goes forward again, does the player in Zatto. Great Northern player is tackled, and he's caught in possession, and a good tackle put on by the Peel player there in Jokic, and Jokic has an opportunity to shoot on goal. He is 40 metres out, directly in front, so Jokic has an opportunity to get the fourth goal.
Caught in possession there, Glenn. Great Northern are sort of, they're sort of system has sort of left them a little bit at the moment now as they struggle to regain ascendancy.
Jockey shoots on goal,
Not
luckily for
straight.
Great Northern, and unluckily for Peel, he has kicked a minus score. So on the Lucas scoreboard, Peel go to 3 goals, 4-22. They lead Great Northern 3 behinds. Notice another Great Northern player seems to be in a bit of prother, and that's Jackson Luff. Seemed to be a little bit injured there, but hopefully he can work that out. Comes the way of Taj Satie, brings the ball in for Great Northern. Comes up the ground, looking there for Zimmerman. In goes Thompson, in goes the other player in Sean Brennan. Back to Mitchell Thompson. Thompson goes towards the boundary line. Ball is out of play, and there'll be a boundary throw in directly in front of our Radio Mama broadcast box here at the Lane Group Stadium at Mandurah.
Yeah, reasonable crowd in attendance, Glenn, as you'd expect. Some of the young stars of regional football here on display this afternoon. The ball being thrown in front of our broadcast position for Radio Mama. Going toward the boundary once again, and will be thrown in once again. So Great Northern really need to get the skates on, Glenn, and get a couple of quick goals if they're to stay in this game. 3-4 plays 3 points in favour of Peel.
They're going to struggle to win, Peter, but it's important for percentage that they keep in touch. So
Exactly.
they need another couple of goals to make the
The
scoreboard
ball
look a little
coming
better.
in now, knocked down by Taswell, goes to ground. Riley Zimmerman, probably the best player for Great Northern in this particular game, working from in defence and now further down in the midfield. The ball about to be thrown in once again. The boundary being used quite a bit, the broadcast side of the ground. Players setting themselves now. In comes the ball. Knocked forward now by Great Northern. Taswell, he tries to rove his own ball, goes to ground. Zimmerman is there once again, but again, Glenn, the boundary comes up all too quickly.
Yes, we've played 11 and a half minutes in this second half, but thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack. Peel 3 goals, 1 in front, so 19 points up at this stage, which is a good situation for them to be in. Peel, one of the powers of the Colts Carnival, it would appear. Ball comes away of Whiteley for Great Northern. He goes by hand to Thompson. Thompson has to go back in to retrieve it, but it's picked up again by the Peel side. They get it up towards half forward. Great Northern need to pick the ball up. They can't do so there as Isaac Ronan sees the ball across the boundary line, and there'll be a boundary throw-in. In earlier games today, the first game of the afternoon was a game between regionals, and regionals were too good. They won 8 goals, 4-52, defeated their opponents, and did that 1 goal, 2-8. Ball comes back into play from the boundary throw-in, picked up by Zatto, quickly throws it on his boot, kicks it up towards full forward, pack around the ball. Great Northern need to get it out of there. They do so through the agency there of Hoffenheimer. He gets a handball forward. Great Northern player was tackled. Good tackle put on him by Agnew, and the umpire will come in and throw the ball up about 40 metres from goal. So a bit of pushing and shoving, and the umpire says, get out of the road, boys, I want to throw the ball up. So time running out for Great Northern. They need a goal or two to make the scoreboard look a little bit more attractive. Picked up now by Zatto. He gets it out, looking for a teammate, finds that player. Ball comes back, comes the way now of a Peel player who has the handle on it now through Ogden. He's under pressure. Ball comes out. Mitchell Thompson picks it up. He gets caught, has the ball held to him, and the ball spills to the ground, and the free kick will go the way of the Peel player there in Taj Parker.
Yes, Thompson played on when he needed to steady the ship somewhat then. 10 degrees, feels like 10 degrees, 12 degrees here at Rushton Park as we watch these two young teams battle it out. The ball going into the forward 50 now for Peel, but is cut off by Ronan. Ronan now for Great Northern. Oh, he decides to play and gives it away to a teammate who kicks it down the field looking for Thompson. What will Thompson do this time? He tries to knock it forward. He sockers it down the field. The umpire has called a free kick against Thompson once again, has he?
No.
No, toward Thompson. He was dealt with after he got rid of the ball. So Mitchell Thompson, young Chapman Valley player, comes inboard now. Down the wing it goes. Looking for a player there who can't take the mark. That player is O'Brien. The ball spills free. Goes away Zimmerman. He's been in everything this afternoon. The ball goes back toward the boundary and finds the white line just in front of the dugout for the Great Northern, where coach Chewy Graham, Glenn, would be scratching his head.
Yes, it's 3 goals, 4-22 Peel. They lead Great Northern 3 behinds on the Lucas scoreboard. This first day of fixtures here in Mandurah for the Colts Carnival for CBH. Nutrient Ag. Ball comes back into play. comes the way now of the Peel player. Big kick from the Peel wingman up towards half forward, and a good strong mark there taken by that player. Agnew, he was held while not in position. Umpire didn't cop that one. He didn't see it. Comes the way now of two Great Northern players. They try to get the ball out. Whiteley tries to break a tackle, and the umpire said you had prior opportunity, and the free kick will go the way now of Peel. And Peel have an opportunity through the hard-working player there in Gator. Gator gets it up towards full forward. There's the big man we spoke about early on, or their coach spoke about, and he has an opportunity to shoot on goal, and that is the big man in Kobe Foster, who comes from Central's Mundajong. So here he is, Kobe Foster, the big full forward, lining up for his goal, and it'll be his first goal of the afternoon, and well, this morning I should say. So Kobe Foster shooting on goal from 25 metres out, directly in front, and he'll stretch the margin even further as we head towards the latter stages of this second half. And on the Iluka scoreboard, Peel stretch it out now to 4 goals, 4-28. They lead Great Northern 3 behinds. And this second half, with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack, on Drennan O'Malley Motors Game Day.
Glenn, we've always said it when we come down to the country championships, even in the senior division, that tackling is something that isn't quite apparent in our game up north. I think you alluded to that in your conversations this morning on Dartfish Media, that it is a strong running game that we play up north, and so our players usually aren't used to being checked as closely as they are today in this particular game.
No, you're dead right, Peter. We play a different style of game, and our players need to be more accountable and need to be a little bit more physical. We unfortunately don't have a lot of physical type players in this Colts side. We probably need a little bit more body strength. Peel have got the edge in that department. As the Great Northern get it out through Zimmerman, gets it out towards the centre, gets it towards half forward, but once again Peel can go forward, but good cut off there from the Great Northern player, and Sean Brennan gets it up towards full forward. The Great Northern turn it over once again, ball running for it. Mitchell Thompson seemed to get held while not in possession. Ball comes out, comes back towards the player there, and we have Peel with the ball now through Corey Stanley, who gets it up the ground and finds Jacob Palmer.
Yeah, much more confident are Peel as they go forward.
And slick, aren't they?
They are certainly, Glenn. The ball in the half-forward area goes the way of Mason. Mason inside the forward 50. The mark is taken by the big fella once again, who had the last shot on goal, and that's Kobe Foster, and he will now have another shot on goal. He's at about the same distance, but at a 45-degree angle. This certainly is a nail in the coffin for Great Northern. They've run away with it in the second half, Glenn, have the Peel side, but I think we have alluded to the fact why they have won this game, or almost won this game, and that's because they are a lot more physical. Great Northern certainly can't handle the physicality at this stage. So in he comes now, Kobe Foster, kicking toward the southern end. Will be the 5th goal of the afternoon. Only time will tell. He takes his time. Sadie on the mark, looks pretty good off the boot. That's a beautiful kick straight through the middle, and that sees Peel go to 5 goals 4. They lead Great Northern just 3 points, and Great Northern struggling to get a score on the board, and they seem to only have that one avenue forward kicking up toward Cocking. He hasn't really been close to the ball much this afternoon, but they need to play their run-on game somewhat, and we can talk probably a little bit later about that with James Gardner. I'm sure he'll have his opinion on that as well, but why don't we use what we have, and that as our running game, instead of trying to fall our way into the physical game that is being played by Peel, which they are well and truly on top of us in that regard.
Our skills probably haven't been slick enough. We've seen that Peel have been able to handle the ball with greater surety, taking the big marks. Our players under pressure haven't been able to keep up with that momentum and that intensity. Ball comes out of the centre now, comes the way of the Peel player, as Peel have an opportunity on half forward, ball running free. Ball goes back to a Great Northern player, puts a good tackle on. Umpire lets it come out, comes out to Zato now. Zato gets it up towards full forward.
Oh, he's again.
And he's doing really well, is Kobe Foster. Kobe Foster's kicked the last 2. This time he's a little bit further out on a little bit more of an acute angle. So Kobe Foster's a big unit, plays it full forward, and we heard his coach prior to the game say that he thought Craig Otto, the coach, said he expected big things from their full forward. Not much Taj Sadie could do in those situations when the ball's coming in like that. It's very, very hard for a defender. So Kobe Foster lining up for goal number 3. He's offline on this occasion, fails away to the left-hand side and through for a minor score. And on the Iluka scoreboard, Peel go to 5 goals, 5-35. They lead Great Northern 3 behinds this second half, with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack, on Drennan O'Malley Motors game day.
20 minutes gone in this, the second half, Glenn, and time is ticking away all too quickly for the Great Northern. They haven't got a score major on the board in this game as Sadie comes out of defence. Up they go. The ball spills free. Cockings come down to get a touch of the ball. It goes to ground. So too the player there to try and run onto it is Priolo. He's unlucky. The ball is dragged into a host of players. At the bottom of the pack is Sean Brennan, who's tried valiantly in this particular game, but only a light player and easily pushed off the ball. He needs a few of his stronger players around him. Teammates, that is. Up they go now. The ball is knocked down by the player there in Mitchell Thompson. Goes to ground, doesn't get too far. Thompson at the back of the pack tries to get it. Goes away of Rourke Drage now. Puts it onto his boot. Kicks outside the centre square, but the ball goes to ground. A player is caught in possession, and a free kick will go the way of Priolo. Priolo, when he gets the ball, Glenn, has been pretty savvy as he goes to the wing now and finds the safe hands on this occasion, and that's of the young Towns player in Jimmy Hyde.
Jimmy Hyde gets it in towards the centre, but there's nobody home for Great Northern, so a turnover results. But there's the siren. Full time in our match of the day, and a very, very interesting scoreline it is too. Peel have come home very strongly in the second half, and full-time score here in day 1 of the Nutrient Ag Solutions Country Championships, live from Lane Group Stadium in Mandurah, and it is a big win to Peel. Peel 5-5-35 have defeated Great Northern 3 behind, and you are with Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football.
Okay, folks, here is our best on ground, Mitch Azzato from Peel. So fantastic game, Mitch. Just tell us, how'd you find the speed of the game?
Yeah, it was really fast. It makes it more enjoyable, I reckon. You know, only 20-minute halves, so you kind of got to go fast. Yeah. Wasn't a lot of slowing down there, that's for sure.
Playing in the midfield too, we talked about, teams want the ball up forward or they set up the defence, but the midfield, you've got to run between both, and we saw you just really execute that cut-off down here. We saw you on the bottom of the pack a couple of moments ago, but very physical game, this team.
It definitely is in country footy. That's why I love it. I love being physical and, just love it, yeah.
And the actual scoring, we're thinking maybe 8 goals is going to be a great game. You guys get up by 5 goals, so set up. How's your recovery between games now? You've got to get up and go again a bit later this arvo.
Yeah, it's probably a bit easier than what it would have been if it was 4 quarters, but it's definitely hard, a few sore bodies. I'm definitely a bit sore, but raring to get going for the last game of the day.
Fantastic, mate. Well, you're a credit to yourself, your family, your local club. What is your local club, by the way?
Pinjarra.
Pinjarra, so yeah, you're not too far away?
Not too far away, no.
And I noticed at half-time the sportsmanship, the high-fiving with the opposition and all this. I've never seen that in a game before. Who initiates that?
I don't know. I probably get into a few boys, so I like to make sure we're all good after the game and that half-time and stuff like that. So just make sure everyone's all right with each other, basically.
All right, Mitch. Well, as we said, you're a credit to yourself and your region, mate. Fantastic. We've got a pair of Archie thongs there and a Dartfish beanie. The Dartfish beanie, folks, is just the icon of it's the best player on the ground. So well done. We probably needed Ugg boots for you, but no, thongs today, mate. Thank you so much for joining us and wish you all the best for the carnival.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
This game is very important for Trinity Aquinas, Brett. They're sitting 6 with 5 wins and 6 losses.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
The North Beach Company sitting on top with 2 clear wins, whereas Fremantle CBC sitting in 5th.
In 2022, it is our aim to have every league across Western Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
This is marked by Trinity Aquinas, brings the ball to the ground. Umpire's call played on. Chant of handballs, he was impressive.
Player there and Michael Wright, he goes by hand to Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor throws it on his left boot, shoots on goal, and Harry Taylor's got his first in a Northampton jumper, and a good way for the champion to start the game. Harry Taylor.
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
And welcome back, folks, to Game 3, and this will be the game between Northern Suns versus Southwest. I'm joined by James Gardner, a young up-and-comer in commentating circles, and fantastic to have you with us, James.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm really looking forward to this clash between the Southwest, who are known to be a strong contender and strong team through all grades, really, in Country Week, and also the Northern Suns, who are very strong powerhouses in the Colts.
Yeah, so it's been interesting. The first game we noticed, we put down the notes, very scrambly. It was actually a wet, slippery ball. The second game, it's dried up a little bit, and that was a very physical game. That last game, of course, with Peel coming out on top over Great Northern, and now Northern Suns. So there's Great Northern, of course, and now there are Northern Suns. And can you tell us a little bit about some of the, the regional areas, what teams we might be getting players from?
Yeah,
if you know it all.
So for the Northern Suns, that takes up a lot of the northern regions from our state. So you've got Great Northern, which are sort of Geraldton. Then Northern Suns, who are around that area. So you've got Carnamah, Northam, Quandaring, a lot of Dandaragan, Gingin, so a lot of areas around that sort of catchment, Mora, Cervantes, and then Southwest, which is obviously a southwestern team. So you've got Donnybrook, Bunbury, Kerry Park, Eaton, so a lot of Bunbury and Bustleton sides in there. So they are a very strong team, and Northern Suns are also very good. So normally for the Colts competition, Great Northern are joined in with the Northern Suns, of course, with Great Northern not having a senior team this year. They've decided to go alone in the Colts competition. So, no, it should be a cracking match, this one.
And both teams out there at the moment. And so the team in the... Now, is that the black and white, is it? The jumper colours?
For Northern Suns, yeah.
White and navy. So that's them out there. And there's some good-sized lads out there as well. There's, now, we apologise at home. I've said this a couple of times with regards to names and so on. But it looks like there are two number 5 and number 6 is Jai Naria, and number 6 is Tarkan Naria, so with their brothers or relations. Number 2 and 3 is Thomas Wilding and Jack Wilding. I guess if we look at where they come from, that might give us a little bit more of an idea. Are they from the same club?
Yeah, so both
brothers.
So Wilding and Wilding are from Federals Northam, and
correct.
Naria and Naria are both from Railways Northam. So Northam well represented in that sort of region there.
And there was, I thought there might, there's two whites. There's a Jacob White and Jab White, number 16 and number 17 from Keller Tamin.
Tamin, yep.
Yep. So. Some kind of relationship there, I'm sure, and apologies, as we said, but they may well be brothers, cousins, related in some way. So, and of course we go across to South West. So what sort of area are they from?
So they're the southwest of the state. So you've got Bunbury, obviously Bustleton, Donnybrook, Eaton, which is an area of Bunbury, Kerry Park also, which are a club in Bunbury. So you expect a lot of Bunbury locals there. I noticed one Donnybrook man, which is good. I've got relations. My father came from Donnybrook, so I'm a passionate...
Local knowledge.
Yeah, possibly.
Like.
Yeah, so then obviously Harvey, Brunswick as well, and Dunsborough. So that is a big area of our state, the southwest, so a very strong competition as well.
As they run out now in the green and led out by number 23 Brady Lenehan.
Yep.
And so the boys, they'd be that excited, mate. They've been waiting around. There's already been 2 games, and we've seen the teams line up waiting and waiting for their opportunity, and they get to come out and display. And we understand there's recruiters and talent officers here and everything, but it's not so much about that. Yes, some may get selected, and obviously all the best to them. But the other side of it is just for them to come out and experience this, to travel up or travel down. Some of the players are travelling long distances, some are just down the road, but they get together. And as I said, I saw the last game. Half time, and the players were walking past, shaking hands and high-fiving each other, and I thought that was interesting sportsmanship from opposition players.
No, it sure is, but also within your team, you play against these guys, and now you get the chance to be teammates, and it builds you stronger as a competition. And I think we'll see a lot more players sticking around in these country areas because they've now got mates at other clubs, etc.
So they're just going to the toss now, and they'll... Southwest will kick to the left of screen, and Northern will kick to the right. Nicholas Bernasconi I would suggest that is. Sorry, that's number 6. So that is Tarka Naria.
Yep.
Yeah, so looks a real athletic type as well. And who have we got on the right here?
Number 2, which is Zach Pilati. So,
yep. He looks like he's going to be in everything, is he? One of those type players?
He looks like he could be a contested bull. He likes a Petrarca, Oliver, those sort of players. I'm expecting another physical contest, especially from the Southwest, who are known for their physical brand. The Northern Suns look like they've got some bigger bodies as well. So this could be a really, really exciting clash.
And that's the other thing with players coming from different regions. And I played a lot of country footy down years ago, and you get farmers, you get shearers, you get agricultural fishermen, whatever. It's a different kind of muscle. When you get hit, you know you've been hit. It's a solid, really solid hit by these lads. And the other thing too, James, not to forget, a lot of these players, we are seeing the best of the best. A lot of these players will be playing senior football at their local clubs, and you look at these. We call it Colts, but I look at it as it's senior football.
It is, yeah.
At their prime, and because we see the 6-6-6 rule, it's interesting. We have to align with the rules. The 6-6-6 come in. Some leagues, interstate, we're using the last possession rule in one league, and then another league won't. The stand rule is in vogue over here.
Yeah, it is. In the Great Northern, I know they're not playing it. It's just a little too hard for when you've only got a couple of umpires. I'm not sure about the Northern Suns, about their leagues. I'm guessing they probably don't either, because there is a shortage of umpires in the sort of northern regions of WA, so it's just too hard for them to umpire it.
Just looking now too at both midfields, both ruckmen are about a foot above anyone. This is going to be exciting. Both midfields. The 3 smalls are all actual smalls. With all due respect, we say that they're not 6 foot midfielders like a Paddy Cripps or something running around. But big number 24 there, Jack Monkhouse, of course. And I'm going to throw to you, James. You can handle the first bounce, my friend.
All right, here we go. It's the Northern Suns and the Southwest from Game 3 at the Nutrien Ag Country Colts. And it was the Northern Suns with the first tap away. Southwest with their first hands on the ball. And it is locked in there, so we'll have another ball up, only a couple of metres away from the centre circle. Up they go again. Neither ruckman really had an influential tap on it. Ball coming free now through the Suns. Looks like it's now picked up by number 18 in Winmar. Famous footy name that. Now breaking away was Woods. He shoots towards goal and he puts it through. So the Northern Suns get the first on the board of this clash, and they will be very, very happy with that. Coming out of the front of the contest was Winmar, and he was able to boot it home. And a very good start from the Suns.
And that was Greg Woods, number 25, with the first goal on the board. So we'll just get a replay of that. There's the ball popping out. Comes across and just pushed off, didn't he? And straight in front. And that'll settle the nerves, certainly. But I'll tell you what, they're big, strong lads there. The big ruckman as well. Just keep an eye on him. Eden Gomersall, number 12. He's won both those taps up against Jack Monkhouse. So umpire comes in and they want to get this forward now, Southwest. This is what we want, exciting football. 1 or 2 possessions, bang, it's down for goal. They win the tap, but they're out again, Suns. But cut off here by Southwest. Down it goes, couldn't take the ball. It's a lot drive. Player caught from behind, and well done there to the opposition player. That was Mackenzie Martin just getting caught. So they'll load up. Geez, I'll tell you what, Lachlan Prince is a long way out. Just takes his time. Nice lead comes, and this is Shea Mahood. Or sorry, that may have been Jack Delalio. Long way over there. Anyway, ball's bobbling around. They're inside 50. It's come back out again. Umpire says dropping the ball, and we'll take it back. We're only 2 minutes in, but certainly a different start to the game, this one. But they've all been fast, but drier ball. We are starting to see the skills, and that kick down the ground, it goes to a 50-50. It comes out the back now. Here's our goal scorer. He's moved up the ground a bit. It's on the wing. Backwards to go forwards. Northern. Player trying to get the ball on boot with one hand. Just bobbling around out there, and we will have a ball up.
Yeah, out on the centre wing, out on the Hayden Ballantyne wing, just under the scoreboard here at Rushton Oval, Lane Group Stadium. Both players set themselves again. The Suns get it out, slapping it forward, and it comes the way of McLean. He was locked up in possession, And the umpire will have another ball up. So we're seeing a fast-paced game, yet a really physical one. If you can get space, it really is a fortune. As both players getting a hand on it, just hacked out of there by the Northern Suns. They had the numbers down there, the Southwest. Came out now. It comes the way of Wilding, who's going to waltz into an open goal, and he dribbles it home for the Suns second. They go to 2 straight 12. Southwest yet to score. We've played 3 minutes in the opening half.
So exciting goal, that wasn't it? And just that understanding. We talked about players being around each other and, you're being opponents, but if you can get a couple of training sessions in and see this just pops over the top and ran into an open goal there, Thomas Wilding, and they've got 2 on the board within 3 minutes, and, if it keeps going like this, we may see a high-scoring game. But we also see Southwest have been able to get that ball down forward, and just a drop mark can be so telling, and out it comes, or a free kick, things like that. So up it goes in the middle, just 50-50 in the ruck. Geez, nice there with the one hand was Lachlan Dan. They go forward now, it's over the top. Oh, juggling around the corner. Geez, I tell you what, he's gone at it from a long way out.
Lenihan.
And that was, Lenihan. So the kick in.
From the kick in, they come out the broadcast wing, the Northern Suns. Tarkin Naria with it in the back pocket. Looks further afield, has an option short. That was White. Instead, he goes over the top, and it is all in sundry as it rolls out of bounds. And we will have a boundary throw in on half-back for the Northern Suns. They've made all the early inroads. Southwest would like to generate some inside 50s here. Ball thrown back in. Front position that came from Gomasul. He's won just about all the hit-outs so far from the Suns. Hacked out of there by Mazzucchelli, spilling free. Now Gilchrist, famous name in WA, dribbles it forward, inside the forward 50 now for the Southwest. Handball came out from Princey, but it goes out of bounds, and we will have another boundary throw-in. She's hot in the kitchen, James, that is for sure, and great skill, plenty of endeavour. We are seeing the cream of the crop. Umpire points the 2 ruckman there, and Big Gomasul comes in. Just might have a different opponent there. We'll wait till he turns around. Up they go. Young fella comes to the front there. That's very well done. But the Suns, they're very quick with that, flicking that ball around. That is clever play there. Out it comes this way, that way, just so easily around. Beautiful skill there. Pops it forward. Not able to take that, the Suns, and just pops out. But the skill level, I've been impressed with that. Under pressure. And you see them, I call it the migrating wildebeest. The whole midfield all come down as one. This is what's happened now. The wingers from the other side have come in. So there's a lot of congestion around that ball. And probably to the left, there's no one for about 30 metres here. As we'll see a second one with congestion. And Lawrence Winmar, a very good player in around the ball there with the orange boots. Free player out the back if they can get it to him. Now he's covered. Out it comes. There's Winmar. Paddles to himself. Bombs it. That'll do. Inside 50. The advantage of playing in front is Thomas Wilding. Wields around on the right foot. I tell you what, he's got his second. Wow.
He's a very fortuitous forward line player, we'd say.
He sure is. He's a talented player. He was able to get to the front, and we saw earlier in that boundary throw-in to beat the bigger size of Gomasul of the Northern Suns. I really like that from the Southwest. Get to the front, make him push you. You'll get an infringement. If he wants to body you, he'll infringe and you'll get a free kick. So I think that's the way that you want to beat him around the ground.
And I reckon that was number 11, may have been Lachlan Princey that came in and took that tap. So it'll be interesting. I'll keep an eye on where Monkhouse perhaps runs to after he does the tap and what happens. Does he stay out?
Back in the middle now, the Northern Suns leading by 17 points, 3 straight to 1 behind for the Southwest. Slapped forward by Winmar. He now gets it back, just sends it inboard now. Inside 50, players set themselves on a very good mark taken by Greg Woods, who booted home the first of the day. Now lining up with a chance for his second, about 40 out on a very slight angle. They've got the breeze this quarter, or this half rather, the Northern Suns. Kicking to the right of screen.
That was a great grab, wasn't it?
It was, sure was. Swirling ball, now Greg Woods. Struts in, looks good off the boot. Umpire moves slightly, and it's a little too far to the left, and it is through for the minor score.
Tell you what, he didn't take many steps, did he? Just 2 or 3 and bang.
Very casual approach.
Yeah, so let's see the kick-ins here. I'm always interested in what they do with structures because you can run out that. So he's got that outside 50. That's a high kick. Players fly early. Number 26 there, Giles wasn't able to take it. It's bobbling around here. Player on, wow, that is very physical football. Down the wing it comes. Player up in front. Oh, and just infringed there. Umpire says take it back as they were almost out again here, the Sun. So this is Lanigan. He's starting to get a bit of it. Just off balance as he kicked that, and he's given it up to the opposition. They're going to come out wide. And very well done. Important fist by Jude. Here we go. Mazzucchelli.
Yep.
Mazzucchelli, yeah. Very well done. So throw in here right on the broadcast side on the wing in front of probably a couple of thousand people here at the moment.
Yeah, no, very good crowding. Come to see the next bunch of young superstars playing in the Nutrien Ag Colts Carnival. Slap forward by Monkhouse. He took the front position. They managed to keep it in the southwest. Caught in possession and a sling tackle. So they're red hot on that at the moment, the umpires. And Tartalaga is the recipient of the free kick. He plays on, wheels around onto the right boot, sends it to half forward. And a very good mark taken out in front. Looks like it's Princey. It is. From 50, he sends it to the full forward area. And a very good mark taken out right on top of the square by the Southwest player. We'll wait for him to turn around. And it looks like it is number 17 in Ferguson. He drifted across and he's able to take it, and he's 15 out directly in front. This should be a little soda for him to put it through and get the Southwest first of the day. And he just squeezes it home. So Southwest with their first. Northern Suns lead 3-1-19 to Southwest 1-1-7. We've played 9 minutes in this opening half.
I'll tell you what was interesting there, remembering where it came from. I like the way young Lachlan Princey moves there. He came out, he took that fantastic pack mark, but just turned that style when he turned and kicked that ball.
Very
just
good.
Fantastic. And hit the target straight up, and no nerves about it. He just knew what he was doing. But, as we said, the talent spotters are here, and having been through it, you just look at, you might only see 2 or 3 little patches, but that's enough to say, geez, I don't mind the way that kid moves. But once again, we look at the opposition as well, the Suns. Some really good players out there with Woods and Winmar, of course, showcasing their skills. So ball goes up in the middle. Neither ruckman again. It actually hits the centre circle. The ruckman gets it on the bounce. And here's Winmar, as we discussed. He's been influential getting that ball inside 50. Just good body work there, wasn't it, from Reece Payne. So he comes out wide. Kicks to Brodie Delaney. Delaney, dangerous kick inside on that 45. Goes past, glides by for the handball. No one standing the mark. So over to play on is Billy Boucher. Puts it up high. That makes it hard for the 2 contestants out there. Not paid was Greg Woods. They're backing up well here, the Suns. Oh, just that fumble can be costly. They get it back. They go backwards to go forward. Gliding by, and great skills there. Slice through 2 or 3 and get it forward. So Suns will come inside 50. Winmar's here if need be. But taking that mark is young Jacob Smith. Well done, young man. And he's going to have a shot from about 35 out. And good to see that passage of play off half back. I reckon that was, Tarkin Narria that got that ball through.
Their skills at the moment, the Northern Suns, are far superior to Southwest. They're able to hit those kicks and just glide on through. And as now we see Smith.
Yeah, so Jacob Smith, geez, interesting kicking style, but it's enough to get it through. So well done, young man. And we talk about the 8-goal, I guess, barrier as is something, can it be overcome in these games? And I'll tell you what, they're only, what are we, 11 and a half minutes in. They've already kicked 4 goals, 1, and really showing the way at the moment. So Southwest just need to get a bit of a wriggle on. Certainly showing in patches they can play, but they're not getting it their own way.
Most certainly, and it's not like they're playing bad football. It's just that the Northern Suns are able to get it forward more and are able to just use their skills better. We saw they were wanting to control the ball, Southwest, which I think is the way to go at the moment. Slip into a bit of an orange, control the ball for a little bit, keep it off Northern Suns and try and get some scores on the board themselves.
So you also see their on-ballers start behind the ball. See how he's tapped that back? So their on-ballers are starting behind the ruck, and he's actually run back again.
Yeah.
There he is. So he actually ran back after that tap to get into position. So very well structured. Look at him it's like choreography. 3 players in a line, but beaten to it there by Pierce Ferguson. So just intense at the ball. Well done, and cutting through here. Look at Winmar go. He can play. Certainly, players colliding there. courage to put your head over the ball. Gets into this bit of congestion. Winmar's on the outside. He's done a bit there, hasn't he? He's put the tackle on as well, so not just one-dimensional.
Most certainly. He's probably been the best on at the moment, young Winmar. He has been in everything. Back in the thrown back up, and the tap down from Brooks. They come away with it again through Naria, sending it inside the forward 50 yet again, but it dribbles out of play, and we'll have a boundary throw in about 49 metres out from the Northern Suns goal. And they have been on right from the start at the moment. The Northern Suns having it all their own way. Southwest will look to clear the defensive 50, you would think, out of this stoppage. Ball thrown back in eventually now. Southwest with the bigger ruckman, but it comes out the back, and now Naria is able to send it to the full forward area. Ball spills free. Out there was McLean, sent it forward. Southwest with the numbers though, they're able to clean it up, and Pilati, but there was an infringement pushed in the back. They play it on now, and it comes out to the Hayden Balance on wing, the outer side, and it rolls out of play, and we'll have another boundary throw in.
Of course, Nutrient Ag, we need to mention fantastic sponsors, Nutrient, and 48 years now, so fantastic for them looking after this, and we're seeing a great display, certainly all teams so far, the 6 teams we've seen so far today, and these 2 teams doing an outstanding job as player coming forward with the ball from the wing, just spotted up and couldn't quite hit Braden Lawrence there, his teammate, so another throw in, as you said, the Hayden Ballantyne wing, and having a look inside there, some of the players that have come through the local country leagues, waffle, and then go on to play AFL, and umpire now throwing it in. Get a wing named after you is pretty impressive.
Most certainly.
So over it comes, ball on the ground. Oh, a player just must have got a toenail to it. Comes out now, but tell you what, they're quick on the tackling, and well done there. And that was Mackenzie Martin, and let's just see whether he gets this ball in. Doesn't quite get hold of it, but it was still effective. He's been good up forward, Thomas Wilding. Gets that ball to a teammate. They kick what we call the fat side. There's space, and he's played on. I tell you what, he's very effective, this kid. A little bit unusual kicking style, but hey, if it's effective, why not? And that's Jacob Smith. So they're 2, I guess, pockets flankers in Wilding and Smith have kicked 2 goals each, and the 2 kick to each other there.
Yeah.
Have I said enough?
Yeah, well, I suppose that's what you want from your small forwards is for them to be able to hit the scoreboard and make an impact on the game, and they most certainly are at the moment, the Northern Suns small forwards.
Good kick from the angle.
Yeah, very good kick on the wrong side for the right footer. But a lot of these boys for the Northern Suns, we mentioned the tackling, a lot of them come from country areas, a lot of them would be farmers. I know I'm generalising and stereotyping, but they're big, strong lads. They work hard, and they have that work ethic, which we're seeing today. Ball back in the middle, slap forward. But it's the Northern Suns who exit through the front of the contest. Dan now with it. He was caught, but he managed to get a small flick away handball. Caught right now was 6 in Ganza for Southwest. He managed to just get it free, and locked up was Mazzucchelli, and we'll have a ball up right on half
Just
forward.
that awareness, wasn't it? Like you bang it on your boot, or do you give it to a teammate calling you want to share the ball, but being aware that he might be under a bit of pressure there.
Definitely, as we see another throw up now, ball getting nowhere as Theo Bennett.
I think the guys to the left here, they're pretty eager, aren't they? All want to get a touch.
Yeah. And the Northern Suns defence, they haven't had a lot of the ball, which is, I suppose, a good thing for them. Ball just spilling around, hard to see where it is, comes out eventually, brought back in by Mazzucchelli, and ball back up.
You can see on screen there, just coming into the left there is Lawrence Winmar. So every player gets around that ball. He just stays out a little bit. And if he can get out the space, there he is now, goes in. So you want an insider and an outsider. And that player, see, he's just walking out the back of that pack now. Gives himself, and they've loaded up again with numbers. There's 3 of them to the behind the ruckman here.
So it's certainly a structure.
Comes down that way, so I go on.
No, they're working hard, and you can see the structure is working in the system. And Winmar, we talk about a lot, footy clubs talk a lot about holding their width and staying out of the contest. But what he does, he holds his width, yet when it's time for him to go, he goes. We saw it there, right on cue. Flicked out the back door, little one. It's Northern Suns with Martin, and he's caught holding the ball, and a very good tackle laid there by Boucher.
Billy.
BB. Goes right out across the outer wing, right on
Dukes.
centre wing. Very good mark there taken by the Southwest player in Parsons. He gave it across to Giles, sending it inside 50 now. They haven't had a lot of ball here, the Southwest. Dribbling home was Goldston, but he's unable to get the major, and it's through for the minor score. So they move to 1-2-8 to the Northern Suns, 5-1-31.
We're coming in on 18 minutes, of course, only 20-minute halves, so you can go express, just run yourself ragged for 20 minutes and then set up again. So the kick comes in, it's a bit skewed. Number 10 now, thought he held that for a fair while, but they play on, and inside their 50 again, they're starting to get a bit of penetration inside, but the lads, so they're running by. Good backup there by number 24, Mackenzie Martin. Just bobbles out now, down on the wing. He just towed that there, the wingman. Good pick-up and unable to break free. So not bad with their the Southwest, with their defence as well down here. It's on the wing. The big fella Gomersall runs in. And he's up against Monkhouse, I reckon that is. And in it comes. So that, sorry, it wasn't Monkhouse, it was Parsons. Oh, strong tackle on the ground. It comes out towards the boundary again and just bumbled out in front of a very large crowd down here at the Peel Thunder Oval as the next team already start to come out. They'll have a bit of a look. I reckon the boys watching and waiting for the next games and watching these games and picking up who does what, who runs where. I'll tell you what, I'd be watching where Winmar goes. I'd be watching those two guys up forward as well. So there's a lot of players. You see all green to the right and all white and navy to the left of that throw up. It does come out the back. Player's hurt his knee here, so we don't like to see that. Not good at all. And he's going to have to come off straight away. So wish that young lad all the best as he just hobbles off the ground. They'll get a fresh one on. And it will be Kano Driscoll's just come on. Swinging around. There's our number 11, Princey again. It's bobbling around here. Now there's a shot on goal. And that time it is through. And I reckon that's...
Delaney by the looks of it, possibly.
We'll just get a replay here. There's a couple of players there with headbands. So we'll just have a look on our replay here. Came over the top. And nice goal there. So there we go. Right on half-time there. The score is 5 goals 1, 31 to 2 goals 2, 14. In a very entertaining game of football. We will take a short break and come back with the second half. I think I'll do a bit of a wrap-up. Yep. So, highly skilled.
Yep, you do whatever you normally do.
And welcome back as we are in the... It's only a 5-minute break here between halves for the teams, and this is what we wanted to see: fast, exciting football, but accuracy. 5 goals 1, of course, Northern Suns to 2 goals, 2-14 to Southwest, but been very impressed with the Northern Suns, James, their skill.
Oh, most certainly. They are just making the Southwest look silly at times, the way that they're able to hit kicks that you shouldn't be able to kick, especially at a young age like they are, but they are able to just thread the needle through and able to get it forward. And I'm really interested in their midfield structures. They're able to line up all on one side. They have a lot of confidence in their ruckman, obviously, because you don't normally see that. We've seen a lot in recent times where they go one-on-one, but the Northern Suns, Winmar especially, just hanging out the back and then going in hard and able to get the clearance out.
Yeah, it's something that we've noticed, isn't it? You can say, midfielder, okay, generally with some midfields you just say, oh, well, they're an insider, they're a bull, they'll go in and get the ball. You might see a Liberatore or someone like that, and they'll get that ball out to a ball user. But he's both. He goes in, he knows when to go in, he hangs off that pack, goes in hard, the bottom of the pack, but then he can also stand off. Some players just bees to the honeypot. They don't really understand fully their positioning, so they'll just, I'll just stand here. But he actually measures, and you often look, when you're watching a game of footy for the people at home, we might look as commentators or coaches, you might look at the first 5 metres, that circle, then you might look at what's happening 15 metres out and 30 metres out, and he's that first 3 to 5 metres, but what he's doing in that 3 to 5 metres, because out on the wing, 2 metres off your opponent, and that's called standing someone. When you're in the midfield, 2 metres off your opponent, you've got time and space.
Most certainly, and he's working so hard because you can tell that he's got a great footy brain on him, and a lot of these Northern Suns guys look like they have as well, because they know automatically, right, I stand here, that's when I go in. Not, some guys are unsure, they go in and they then bottle it up. But it's obviously, we're wanting to see an exciting spread, and we are. It's obviously a key fact for both sides to try and get a bit of spread from the contest.
And Tarkin Naria, number 6 off half-back, the ball use, I've been really impressed with the way these players use the ball. He's been very good. Up forward, of course, Greg Woods, really good up there, and Jacob Smith, just opportunities, and that's what these championships are about. If the ball comes in your area, can you win a 50-50, first of all, and if you can you then make position and maybe get a scoring opportunity if you're inside the 50, and he's been very impressive. And Thomas Wilding, that run on, we saw that little handball over the top and away he went, and thought that was good. You didn't just get sucked towards the ball, he knew when to stay in space. And as we say, for these guys, it's not easy. You don't know a lot of your teammates until you get to these games. Or they may be opponents, but they might be opponents down the other end of the ground. You might actually not see them during a game.
Yeah. No, but it's obviously they've worked hard at training and a lot of training sessions to try and get that forward craft and that synergy working.
So we're going into the mids again, but we see this time, we've been saying about the Northern Suns been setting up behind the ball. There's one midfielder right on the line of the circle there, so you've got one each side. Ball is aloft. You're with James Gardner.
Thank you. So back in the middle now. The Southwest trail by 17 points to the Northern Suns. What can they try and manufacture here? Ball slapped away in the path of Winmar. He's able to get it first. And that little kick, that deft kick was lovely. And it goes out to Mackenzie Martin. He goes right out to the outer side onto the Hayden Ballantyne wing, just on centre wing underneath the scoreboard. And he finds a teammate. That teammate is Declan Mills. He goes further afield to half forward on the half forward flank. And it is with the Northern Suns at the moment. Sends it inboard, but standing his ground beautifully was the Southwest defender playing the spare man. Wait for him to try and spin around so we can have a look at his number. It looked like it was Pilati as he goes further up the ground. So Southwest trying to pick their way through this Northern Suns defence. Out on centre wing, both clubs represented well. Spills the way now of Mazzucchelli. He was there, got it through the gap. It's Northern Suns with all the numbers. And it was again that Naria who we've been speaking so much about. Very good player. Off half back, sends it back inside 50 now. Comes off hands. Southwest had the numbers. Winmar found a way through, got his hands free, but he's caught holding the ball in possession, and it will be a Southwest ball.
The other thing to look at too, just on that, just get on with it. You've had the free against you. Get on with it. Get to your next position down the ground. That's a great set of jukes too, and they're away here, just a little bit inside out with the kick. the method wasn't quite right, but it got to where it needed to get to, and just dropping a metre short. That player held on there and just got the kick away, and that was Sam Goldstone. He knew what was going to happen. He read that. The anticipation was good and just couldn't quite finish, but they've got that point on the board, of course, in the second half there, and it is, well, it'll be 16 points the difference now when the scoreboard changes over as umpire gets set to throw that. We are looking, of course, for the West Coast Eagles mark of the game, and I would say at this point Lachlan Princey may have it as around the corner. There was the player that had the shot earlier,
Goldstone.
And that's reward Todd Goldstone. I'll tell you what, maybe this is the scoring end down this end. There's no wind. Well, there's a slight breeze. What's left? Have a look at the windsock. What's left of it is blowing to the right. However, it is a magnificent stadium. We shouldn't say that magnificent here, but just the windsock is blowing to the right, and he's kicked that goal. But that's about second effort as well. If, he had that shot on goal and missed it, got back in and got another one. So let's see how they structure up this time around. Yeah, it's just two players to the right. If the Northern Suns are going left, they're both back. It goes that way, and they're getting another clearance here. Well done to Southwest, and that's Mazzucchelli again. Taken to ground is Princey, so it comes back out that wing. This is what we like to see, good old one-on-one battle. Geez, he's got a bit of toe, that lad, hasn't he?
He sure does.
It's a long kick in, and that's a great kick, great vision, and that's Brady Lenigan again. Quick movement, they're inside 50. Can they get a score? He's back onto it again. Johnson couldn't quite get it, Goldstone. And rush through for a point. I'll tell you what, they may be just coming a little bit here, James.
Yeah, they've finally started to wake up a little bit as a player for Northern Suns is hit in the face by the goal umpire's flag. He goes out into the pocket and finds Tarkin Nari, who we've been very impressed with in his work.
Ooh, just as you say it.
It's not a great kick. Just as we say it, we've put the commentator's curse on him, and he's probably lucky that the ball is run out of bounds by Wilson. But it's not a great spot to be in if you're a Northern Suns defender. A throw in inside 50 is never good. If you're the Southwest, they'll be looking to score from here. Princey will go in the ruck. We've been very impressed with what he's done. Tapped it over the back. Northern Suns with the numbers, though. Nari was there. Flicked it over the top. How about that? The vision to Mills. Off to Winmar. Nowhere really to go, so he has to go right across the face of goal. And he picks out his teammate there in Jai Naria. Jai Naria goes further up the ground to half back. They are in control now through Dan. Further up, so trying to pick their way through this Southwest zone. They've set up very well, the Southwest. Further up now to Gomazul, who's been good in the ruck. He hasn't quite had the dominance that he would have liked to have earlier on. And an infringement now, and it will go the way of the Southwest. So a chance for them to finally get a couple of goals on the board and come right back at the Northern Suns.
So ball on that wing, right on that far side, in front of the magnificent scoreboard here. They load up again. It is going to be inside 50. Our player just pushed out with positioning, couldn't quite control. Did enough to get around. Gave a little shove off after it. And there's Princey. Very impressed with this young man, being that the Suns have had a lot of the ball. This lad can seriously play. Lachlan Princey is dangerous too. He moves around the forward line. He can take a great big pack mark. Now he can come in and do this now. I guess if we look at his finish, what he did before with his pass was super impressive. Bullet pass, hit a teammate. Let's just see what his kicking style's like here. Looks very relaxed. Bit of an angle. Drops it on the boot.
Good kick.
And that is a sausage roll. That, for me, is the cream on top of the cake, because he can seriously play, this kid, Lachlan Princey, and good on him. So he's an 05. I'm not sure whether they're where they go from here with the age group. So he's only 17.
Not even 17 yet. He's
only
16.
31st of 10. South Bunbury. So they have got a real talent on their hands with this young lad, trust me.
And South Bunbury are a very good club as well down in the Southwest. They are renowned for being one of the premier teams in the Southwest competition. So they've found another gem in Lachlan Princey.
Have a look at the score. It's only 4 points in it now. As we said, they're only 20 minutes and they're 6 minutes in.
Yep, back in the middle. And it was Gomersall with the tapper out. They're wanting to get out of the front of the contest. Now Nari will have to shark it off half back. Very well done. Sends it to half forward, wanting an option to a one-on-one. And held without it there was looked like Mazzucchelli. It wasn't quite, and it's locked in there, and we'll have a throw up right on half forward, true half forward position, 50 metres out from the Northern Suns goal. They'll be desperate to try and get another score on the board to extend this margin back out after the Southwest have come right back at them, kicked forward. Now the Northern Suns with the numbers through Bishop. Sends it back inside forward 50 to a 2-on-1 in the favour of the Southwest. It comes out the back, dribbling through. It's taken out, though, by the Southwest player in Brooks, and it will be a throw-in for the Southwest.
So I was just looking at it. He looks very much like the ruckman, but he's down there in the forward line. He's going to take the ruck tap. A lot of players up the ground, of course. Over it comes. They've set up a bit of a wall back here, the Suns. If you look 40 metres behind the ball, there's a line of them across here. The ruckman on his own out there, big number 12, Gomersall, is part of that. So we'll see if that ball goes this way or comes over the top. So it's a hard wall to break. Collision there. Good 50-50 battles. It's like a piece of soap. They pick the ball up. It's just a rolling maul, as we say in rugby at the moment. The ball's moved about 30 metres. The umpire bravely puts the whistle up. I'll tell you what, Tarkin Naria is having a very good game as well, and that's who's going to have this king. He's a good size as well.
He is, yeah. He's got a bit of size about him, but what I also like is that he's an athlete.
He is, isn't he?
And
Look
the
at that.
skills as well. Look at that for a kick, just
One
straight
step
out in
bang.
front. And nothing you can do as a defender with that. And the recipient there was number 2 in Thomas Wilding. And, geez, wouldn't you love that delivery every single day of the week? He's kicked 2 already today, looking for his third, and to extend this lead out to back to 10 points for the Northern Suns. And he struts straight in front, about 40 metres out from goal. Looks good off the boot. And Thomas Wilding has got his third goal of the afternoon, and the Northern Suns 6th. They move to 6-1-37 to the Southwest 4-3-27.
Interesting that he's celebrating as soon as it's come off the boot, and the two lads went up, and they were looking at the goal umpire. I thought, I hope he hasn't gone too early with it, but in he came. You had to run around a little bit of an arc there. You see the celebration before it's gone through.
Brave man.
But the other one there, Tarkin now, you just look at him, he's very lackadaisical as he wanders back, but he just really looks in charge out there. He's centre half back and just knows where to run, what to do. We've spoken about a few of the players today, and I'll tell you what, he may come into contention as well, and Winmar's still doing a good job out there and just watching positioning. So, yeah, he's good. Look, he is 2 or 3 metres behind his opponent at the moment, Tarkin Naria, but he certainly makes that ground up quick, and they come forward. But there's a free kick now to the Southwest, so these lads will load up. And you can see in the background the opposition there just really watching what's happening because they may come up against each other. Here's Princey. Like the look of this lad. He had to get down below the knees, and he did very well. If you can do that sort of thing as a tall player, that goes a long way, and that gives your team the advantage. So he'd got the ball out, and well done to him. So a tall lad like that doing something below the knees. They're going to come in. Princey's run across this angle because they're coming diagonally across. Player just holds it up, pops that in. Too much space given. Is that, not quite sure who that is at the moment. Is it Mazzucchelli? Maybe. Just the short possessions. Player who gave it got it back. They come crossways now to Polar. So they're setting up now. Just pushed at the last minute. Had players set up inside 50. It goes in there courtesy of Gomersall's foot. And crowd calls holding the ball. The umpire says, no, we're on TV. Give it to me. I'm going to throw it up. And why wouldn't he? Up it goes. The big fellas line up. Comes around, taken high. Just collapsed at the knee. But the umpire adjudicating from 40 metres away has said, Billy Boucher, have a kick.
Yeah, he played for the free kick, but he did well. Full credit to him. Billy Boucher sends it into full forward, wanting his big man to fly, and they sure did. That was Delaney. He's already kicked one today. Spilt free. Winmar was there to pick up the pieces. Just toe pokes it forward, wanting the boundary line, and he gets it. And umpire Theo Bennett from the Great Northern, he says that was deliberate. You intentionally did it, and a very good call there by Theo. And it will be a Southwest free kick. He's been made to bring it back. Well, I sort of like that free kick being paid because he wanted the boundary line, and he paid the price for it.
Yes, correct. So in they come inside 50 again.
Mazzucchelli, who is able to come out and just take the mark out in front. a very good player as well. Wanting Princey, who'll double back. Instead, he wants the shorter option. Looking for Ferguson. Comes out just wide of him, though. Winmar with the 360 spin move over the top. And now they come away with it. How about this? Worrell puts the Jets on, but the kick was not a good one. And Southwest are able to chop it off. Coming inboard now, wanting the half forwards to come at him. And that was Delaney, who's been also pretty good today. Winmar was there. Oh, he's very, very good. Had the spoil and wanted the second effort. Ball just spilling away. Got the handball out. Not a good one, though. Princey is going to set himself for this. Flies high, but over the back was Naria. Our two favourites going at it in one-on-one contest, and it was Naria who got the mark, and he gets it out to Wilding. Comes out now to the broadcast wing, and it's out of bounds.
Just interesting, Naria's just run on. Princey was on him. Princey's decided, I'll go back inside the 50, and Naria's, he's still up here. He's in between. He's sort of in no man's land here off the back of the pack. But you look at that and you think, geez, that might be a battle, without getting too far out of ourselves, but certainly in senior football, maybe in the waffle, or who knows if they go further. What a great, just two guys like that going at each other. What a great battle that is. Ball is just bobbling around again. They're trying to get it out Southwest. The endeavour's there, but gee, just shrugging and getting across. But there's the endeavour I was just talking about. Player puts it in. That was Goldstone, but cut off equally as well. And that was Jab White. We haven't called him much today, but nice kick. Just square. He's got a player out this side if they want. That was Jaden Bishop. Goes over the top. It is all Southwest at the moment. Can they get it? If they get it inside, the 10 points the difference, 13 minutes in, 7 to go. Time enough, up it goes. Nice grab. That is a good grab in the back line, and we come out square. And why wouldn't you? Because it's Tarkanari with ball in hand.
It's been good so far. Tarkanari comes out further to Bishop with the white headband out the broadcast wing just in front of us in our commentary position up to centre wing. It was spoilt over the top by the Southwest through Tartagala. Goes back now to go forward. Polar was there, but it's the big fella in Gomersall who tapped it forward. Bishop, interesting tap forward. He sends it further afield to centre wing, just a dump kick, and the Northern Suns with the numbers. That was there with Mills, who tapped it forward. Now with Ashworth, sends it forward into a one-on-one. Southwest with the numbers, flick it out, and it's Currell going right across goals, going out to the half-forward flank out on the outer side, and it is Bishop who takes the mark. It was,
Sorry, that's my fault, Delaney.
Delaney who took the mark, and the Southwest, they're able to control it now, high up and under. Crashing the pack came through was Wilding. Southwest able to mop up the mess, though, through fumble there came from the number 3 in Mahood, and he's unable to get any clean possession, and it goes out of bounds, and it came off the foot.
Got a feel for him too. He knows it. You can hear the groan from the crowd and knew it. And very clever there. Sold the candy, and that was Robert Worrell there. Nice kick forward too. And this is Braden Lawrence with the big orange boots. Goes right into that centre forward position, gliding by Pickett. And I think, sir, that has won you, Lawrence, a beanie and a pair of thongs as well as a goal. And we don't say it's a sealer because there's still 5 minutes to go. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to stop the celebrations up there. They're 7 goals, 143, so the accuracy, 8 scoring shots to 7. But that could be the winning thing for them, is that accuracy. 4 goals, 327, and Winmar just waltzing in there for that goal. So well done, young man. I reckon he's played midfield most of the game as well, James, but I've been impressed because not only is he down kicking goals, but he is down the other end of the ground as well. He does put his work into the back line.
Yeah, we speak about a lot two-way runners in the game of AFL, and it's a must-have commodity, and he certainly has it. Lawrence Winmar, he has already one hand on the beanie and pair of thongs that we're giving away at the end of the game for the best on ground, as the ball is locked up there, and we will have a throw-up on almost centre wing on the outer side. It's been catch-up footy from the Southwest, and it could harm them here with 4 minutes remaining. They're able to get it forward, though. The hat kick out, tapped over the top by White, over the top of that man in Delalo. Still just pinballing around. Neither team able to get clear possession, and it's locked in, and we will have a boundary throw-up in the Southwest's half-forward area. They need a goal here and quickly if they have any chance of winning this game. In their first game of today, tap forward, and it came out the way of Boucher, Billy Boucher, who we've called a little bit today. He's been okay, but it is locked up again, and we'll have another throw up.
So inside 50 it is. Up it goes. The Ruckman really punched at that ball, but it was 0-0. It's out the back. We see a bit of this with the teams where they handball backwards to just to set up to go forward. It's bobbling around. They need it here. Great second effort there by that young man. Gets around the corner and, oh, what an effort. Oh! They're paddling it to each other there. That was a sensational effort there by Jab White. And he's going to come out now. He's playing on out this side. Plenty of leads, but he's put that up to a 50-50. Just getting the one hand up, and the umpire's given that a push. That was just more body than anything with Tarkin Naria. So in comes Brodie Delaney, but turns it over again. We've seen a little bit of this today. Mackenzie Martin out wide. Oh, this way, that way. Geez, they do dance around, and that's Robert Worrell. Gets it down. You've got to show your talent. They come inside, taking a bounce. Haven't seen much of that today. Mackenzie Martin. Nice kick in. The Dukes go up. Players battling at it. Second effort. It does come out, and umpire said too long.
A tough decision there. Called a throw on the wrong side, but he was able to get the handball away. And the Southwest with the recipient of the free kick with 2 minutes remaining. They have to go helter-skelter here. They go straight up the middle, wanting to get some forward motion happening. They do now. And it goes over the top of that man in number 20, Black. Goes over the top, wanting the boundary line where both sides really. It's locked up though. Northern Suns wouldn't mind a throw up here to waste a little bit of time. And they do get that. And Southwest now with a chance to hopefully, for them, get a score on the board.
So Caden Black up in the ruck, doesn't win it. And there's Naria again. He's taken the ruck now in the back line. So yeah, he's going to be on the back of this throw in. Can they get an advantage here, Southwest? They've got a couple of players out free, but Pickett's in between the two of them, and he's probably good enough to cover both of them. Anyway, it comes in. See, over the back. That's why it's important to have players behind the back. Naria just handballs out the space, so they're going to go forward again here, Southwest. I think that was touched, and that player's been quite good just in recent times down back. But having said that, commentator's curse, he turns it over to Trey Field, who's going to settle and have a look. They might need a wiggle on. There's a minute to go, and 15 points down, so they're going to need a few. Anyway, fairly good angle it is on. If he kicks this, puts it up. That is a nice goal to the young man, and that was young Wild.
Yep.
We believe Trey Wild, was it?
Yes. Yep.
Number 12, and well done to that young man. So we have the score at 7 goals 143 to 5 goals 434. So 6-3, 9 points. 9 points, and probably not going to be able to make that up within 15 seconds, I wouldn't suggest, James.
No, you wouldn't think so. With just 10 seconds remaining, you would think that it will just lock up in the middle. Yeah. And there's the siren there. So a very good win to the Northern Suns in their first game of the Carnival. They win against Southwest 7-1-43 to 5-4-34 in a very good performance by the Northern Suns. They were highly skilled and structured, and they were able to lead right from the start to the end.
All right, James, I'm going to leave you to have a bit of a wrap-up, maybe talk about some of the goal scores, the better things that you might have seen during the game, some of the game patterns, where players position and so on, and I'm going to pop down and give a beanie and a pair of thongs out.
All right, thank you. We saw the Southwest came right at them early in the second half, and they looked like they could have got over the line. But as my grandfather always says, he always tells us, catch-up footy is just so taxing. But full credit to the Northern Suns against a very good Southwest team. We can't take anything away from them, but the Northern Suns, they're highly skilled. Their ball use was electric. They were able to thread the needle, especially Naria. Winmar was very good. Along with him, the Wildings were good as well, along with Norris. And Gomezel in the ruck, he was very, very hard to stop. And Jab White, he was good down back as well. So really, they are just such a well-balanced team, and they're going to be very hard to stop. A lot of them are country lads. They're stronger boys, so it'll be interesting to see how the remaining games, how the opposition teams try and counteract that physicality. Later on today at 2:30, they take on the Peel Cavaliers, while the Southwest, they have a bit of a break before they face the Great Southern Storm. So we have a look at some of the goal scorers for the Northern Suns. It was Wilding with 3, and also Smith with 2, Winmar with 1, and Woods with 1, while for Southwest, Goldston 1, Princey 1, Field 1, Delaney 1, and Ferguson 1. So a bit to think about for the Southwest. I didn't think they played too badly, though. They were just outplayed by a better Northern Suns side. And in the end, it was the Northern Suns who were able to get the job done by 9 points, winning at 7-1, 43 to 5-4, 34. And it looks like we have got a best player, and we're about to go down to them now. But in the meantime, Winmar, it looks like, with him, and we'll head down there now.
Okay, guys, we're here with Lawrence Winmar from the winning team. Mate, fantastic game, and just tell us a little bit where your home club is, please.
Yeah, out from Kilburn Cats. Played for them this year most of the season. Missed a couple of games, but all right.
Do you play seniors?
Yeah, league.
And so you should, young man. Outstanding game. Mate, we're interested in your positioning. We're watching you. You go inside when you need to, but you also stand off the pack. You're very courageous going, but has someone helped you a fair bit with how you play your game of football? Because it was outstanding.
Last year I played a season for South Fremantle.
Yep.
Yeah, the Colts, and just had a bit of fun there. Then figured it was time to go home.
Yeah.
And went back out to Keller. Yeah, and just play for fun.
All right, and what are your thoughts down the track? Would you like to come and have another crack at it? Because you're an outstanding player.
Yeah, I've thought about it a couple. I've been just training and just seeing how I go this year, and maybe next year I'll have another go.
Well, outstanding game, Lawrence. The other thing that we were really impressed with, you are a midfielder. Your positioning was fantastic, but you also, we saw you get a goal, yeah, sure, but you spend a lot of time down back as well, and a great understanding with your teammates.
Yeah, I just try to get around them, but just get to know each other during the games, and just the backline, I just figured I'd do it to help them out, but I'm not really a backline player.
Well, we reckon you can play anywhere, Lawrence, mate. You're an outstanding young man, mate. Thank you for joining us. You're a credit to your family, to your local region, your local club, and also the region you're representing out here. You're best on ground today, mate. We've got for you the Dartfish beanie and the pair of thongs, mate, and we wish you all the best in your next game. Fantastic. Well done.
So there we have it, Taron Nariot. Yeah.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
This game is very important for Trinity Aquinas, Brett. They're sitting 6th with 5 wins and 6 losses.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
The North Beach Company sitting on top with 2 clear wins, whereas Fremantle CBC sitting in 5th.
In 2022, it is our aim to have every league across Western Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
This is marked by Trinity Aquinas, brings the ball to the ground. Umpires call play done. Chan of handballs, he was impressive.
The player there and Michael Wright, he goes by hand to Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor throws it on his left boot, shoots on goal, and Harry Taylor's got his first in a Northampton jumper, and a good way for the champion to start the game. Harry Taylor.
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
And welcome back to our next big game on this magnificent day of football, the Colts football, and ground just bathed in sunshine. I'm joined once again by James Gardner at the moment. Great Southern versus Regional District, game 4. And what can you tell us? Great Southern, James, where are they from? They'd be chafing at the bit. They haven't played a game yet.
No, their first game, so they come from the southern region, so Albany, also Kalgoorlie are involved in there, so you've got Mount Barker also, so it's quite a small competition, but plenty of talent in those areas.
Beautiful area down there, Albany. I visited there a long time ago, but there's a bit of everything going on there, isn't there? Great Southern, so there's Royals, Railways, Halls Creek, Belung. Now, help me with that one.
Ballunga.
Billaluna.
Balluna.
Billaluna, Caroos, Mount Barker, Albany, as you said. Yeah, so there's a fair bit. Broome.
Yeah, the Broome Town. So they're out from
Saints.
Yeah, and so yeah, there's a lot of regions, but a lot of the Royals and the Railways, they're all part of North Albany. Also, all Albany teams. So quite a big region, but no, it is a good competition.
All right, well, just something going on in the background here. We apologise for that with the audio because they're making a ground announcement. But regional districts, they're pumped up. They've had a game. And have a look at them out there. They're roaring as they get into that huddle. Let me out that first 20 minutes, they're saying. Let's get out there and have a go. And, of course, Great Southern are going to be cats on a hot tin roof. They've had to sit around all day and watch all these other teams play. And now it's their turn to come out and have a go at it. So it'll be a very interesting contest. The other thing with regional is they played the first game of the day and it was very dewy, wet yellow, the yellow balls, which I understand they use a lot in all the competitions, but very slippery and wet. We're now going to see a dry game from them, so will we see a different game?
Yeah, it's almost two polar opposites of conditions for them. They were almost disappointing in that first outing. But this time they have a clean ball, they have a clean slate. They want to start 0-0 and try and square the ledger at 1 apiece to head into tomorrow and into their next few games.
Well, of course, we get to tomorrow and the finals come around, don't we? And what you're doing at the moment, I guess, if you're playing well enough, you'll get an opportunity at those finals as well.
Yeah, plenty of teams that need to get some early wins on the board. Great Northern, Southwest, we saw lose that one. Great Southern, they'd like to get a win, but if the regional districts lose this one, it could be lights out for them in terms of making the final, unless something miraculous happens over this afternoon and into tomorrow. So a must win for them.
And of course we'll be keeping an eye out, because we have great support from our sponsors with the West Coast Flying High mark of the day, and also Dartfish for our goal of the day. So we're certainly keeping an eye on proceedings as the day progresses. You're with James Gardner for the first bounce, or throw up.
Here we go for the first bounce. Great Southern against regional districts here at Rushton Park, and it was tapped forward out by Hanson. They get it forward now, and leading out was the regional districts player there in Tholstrop. He dropped the mark though. Spills free. They're able to get it clear now. Kick came smothered off the boot though. Great Southern trying to get numbers back to support their defence. Flick handball out to Hayward. Snap round the corner. Coming out hard. Oh, that was fantastic defence there from the Great Southern player. Number 10, Kobe Keane from North Albany. They're bred tough down there in Albany, and that was a tough collision. And now the regional districts players are a little worse for wear.
That might be a what you call a bruise, but like a corky in the butt, and he's going to have to come straight off, I'd suggest, by the looks of things. Although he's very ginger, but he's making his way off. As umpire throws it in, big hard physical contest. Players looking to shepherd in the background. There's three players line up there. They got out of that well. Interesting kicking style there, but Riley Valley has the ball, comes inside. These are running hard too, and back it goes. Colby Law, and cross it goes. Good set of jukes there. West Coast mark there. Beautiful grab going forward there, and little play there. Geez, trying to bobble that around was Isaac Williams. Couldn't quite, but very fast transition. Once they got going, it was like the old car starting up, and they got going. Didn't they move it quick from one end to the other?
They most certainly broke them open, and now they find themselves with a stoppage inside there in attacking 50, and a strong tackle laid there by Ryan Lazar from the Royals down in Albany. And very good tackle. He's able to be rewarded with a throw up, and they want to try and get another stoppage here, and it's holding the ball. Another good tackle there by Ryan Lazar, as you mentioned, putting the pressure on, and now they'll get a repeat entry. Sends it inside 50 to a 2-on-1 though in favour of the regional districts. They come up trumps with it, ball just bobbling away, and they get it clear now. They come out the broadcast side of the ground. In a foot race now, it was regional districts first to the ball through Calope. Feels free. Calope again got the recipient of the handball, sends it further afield, and the mark is taken there by Hunter out on the centre wing just in front of us now, broadcast side of the ground of Rushton Park. They were first to the ball there, the regional districts, through Edwards, but it was done well enough there by Ballard to see it over the line and it through for a boundary throw-in.
He's a fair size too, Edwards, handy up forward, so umpire's going to throw it in. The wings have stayed about 20 metres to the back of this, but they're on this side of the ground. Interesting positioning. I'll tell you what I have noticed very early with Great Southern is they've left their full forward one out. There's no one else inside the 50 coming back the other way, though, of course, regional districts way at the moment. They line up well, 3 or 4 of them in the back line here as well. Southern, Great Southern, as it comes over and coming through there, and he's got lightning feet. His Kostya Daylight comes forward now. Oh, physical there, the players. There's a bit going on. Players running left, right and centre. 3-on-1 here. Can they get it back up? Regional districts are running in, crashing in there. Come the Great Southern players. This is a very, very physical game, or very physical opening to the game. One of the best we've seen, I think.
First 3.5 minutes have been full of hard hits and tackles. Neither team able to put a score on the board just yet. Inside 50 again for the regional districts. Spills free now to number 19 in Hunter. Snaps around the corner onto his boot, but it's through for the minus score out to the near side. And so regional districts with the first score on the board, but it is just a behind, so they go to 1 behind to Great Southern yet to score.
So I'm interested in this too, the structures here. It's almost the old huddle in the middle. Now they're streaming to this side, 3 or 4. And they do like a starfish, if you like. 1 forward, 1 to the side, 1 back. And the player that goes back couldn't quite take that. Good enough to recover. Blake White looks very athletic in his movements. Oh, getting down low. Great attempt. You don't get paid a mark for an attempt, unfortunately. That was a fantastic effort, though. 3-on-1. Here's where the numbers are. You see Great Southern have got the numbers around the ball down here in the back line. At the moment they've got, no, they are man on man down back, but you see blue to the right of screen and all red to the left of screen in this throw up. Ruckman contest, gets up high but doesn't actually get it touched as young Hansen. Ball's right in front of us, numbers around. One-handed pick-up. That was Coden Dadale. A few of the players we've seen today like to put the ball out in front, push it where they want it and then run onto it. That player's under a lot of pressure there, but good enough to get it out was Yeater to Davenport. Goes out wide and quite feisty is young Ryan Laser. Loves the contest. Nice kick forward. They run past. You'll see them glide by here. It's on the far side and all on his own is Derek Padoon. How did he get so free? Comes inside, miss kicks, turns it over. Regional Districts player coming through. Hasn't quite got turned over. There's a player free if they can get it to him. He now has to come into that contest. Padoon it is. Oh, taken out of that. Backwood somersault. 3.5 out of 5 I give that. Fair dinkum. Here's Daylight. Pushes over a player. And in doing so, he's infringed. Probably too far out, James. Outside 50, this young player.
Williams, he seems very confident though. He put the mouthguard in the sock almost straight away. Right on the paint of 50 is the man on the mark. So this will be a kick from 52, 53 metres out. In his struts from just on the edge of the centre square, and it's well short. Regional Districts with the numbers. Stood under the ball. Lazar came through late to affect the spoil. Ball spills free now. Regional Districts snaking their way along the goal line. Out to a 2-on-1. Great Southern with the numbers. A sleely slap on though from Yeater. Out into the advantage. Regional Districts now streaming away from them. Out on the broadcast wing just in front of us. Comes the way of now Tholstrup. And cleaning up there was Ballard. Able to kick it forward. Kick was affected though. Comes free. And Regional Districts able to mop it up. Hemley brought down in a very strong tackle by Valley. It's just pimbling around. A lot of bodies around this contest. Comes out the back. Baines sends it high. Sends it long just in front of us to a 2-on-2. Both got in the way of each other. Comes the way of Law. Sends it inside. And it is a free kick and down the field. And Padoon is the recipient of that free kick.
Having a good couple of minutes, isn't he, Padoon? Yeah. Having said that, though, he's just maybe turn that ball over and this kid goes all right too, young Daylight. But they've on. I think what has also happened, being the team that's had to watch, they've picked up that this is the team they're playing and they've done some. I do like the matchup of Tholstrop and Ballard as well. Two big solid lads up forward and down back. So that's an interesting matchup we'll keep an eye on. Both got their socks down. One's got a headband on, rough and ready, and see a bit of that going on. And once again, as I've said throughout the commentary, gee, umpire throws it up, player able to grab that, almost got a free kick out. A lot of congestion, dropping the ball, so they will go forward here, Regional Districts, but the wingers all come in and you get that congestion through the midfield. The leads come, able to play on a little bit, gets it over the back. Well done by young Jaggy there.
Almost a contender for the West Coast mark of the day, just couldn't quite hold on to it though. Baker there, got a little toe poke out and they're out now through Valley. Sends it out onto the outer wing, out into a 2-on-1. The foot race is on. It'll be Regional Districts with the numbers in the advantage. They are able to clear it. Sends it to half forward. And the strong, almost a mark taken there by Edwards. Spoilt away from him, got it back though. Flicked it out. Great Southern with the numbers. Just spilling their way around. Again, still there, toe poked forward. Regional Districts are trying hard to lock this in and get a repeat entry, but he's caught holding the ball there, Hayward, and they take the advantage of the Storm, the Great Southern Storm that is, sending it forward, and now it comes the way out through Bratton. He's unable to take clean possession though, and he's held without there, and it will go the way of the player there in Ballard, it looks like, possibly.
There's a lot of play between currently between the 50s. There's the odd inside 50. It's a great game to watch, but we are 8 minutes in. There's only been 1 point scored. That's the funny thing of it. You're just watching the game, and he's been put down, and Patsy's opponent on the head there, poor old Lorcan McNamara, and he's just trotting off, and we will see a few players coming off actually. Good interchange, and let's just have a look. Nice red boots here, and this is Jackson Callop. Pardon me, and He's going to be kicking from the 50. We're right behind this as he kicks. Good angle. A little bit of wind that might help it, a little bit of left to right. He goes that way. The wind doesn't drag it back, so it's right in the square. Players congest for the West Coast Eagles mark of the day. Doesn't happen. Comes out. Oh, player taken there. Put his head over the ball. Calthorpe didn't. Tholstrup, sorry. Didn't quite get to it. It's bobbling out. They're going to get it outside 50 just through fear just rolling the ball out. A byproduct of that hasn't been kicked. Now it has. It's travelled 40 metres without being kicked there. Comes into this player now, and this is Callop. Puts it inside 50. There's the strong Dukes. Tholstrup, he's had to work hard. He's 10 minutes in, taking his first grab for the game and first shot on goal. He was influential in the last game he played, kicked the 2. Let up the ground a bit, but he's had to work hard here. I reckon they've done their homework on him.
Yeah, they certainly have, the Storm. If this could be a really good settler for both sides, just to give them a bit of a break. We've gone 10.5 minutes of just helter-skelter football played between the two arcs. In his struts now, Tholstrup puts it out wide, wanting the wind to do its work. It falls short, though. Almost the mark taken, and he finishes off the job there. Jamie Braddon from Boulder, he's able to kick the goal, and the regional districts get there first. It's 1-1-7 to the Great Southern, not yet to score.
So well done by that young man, and they are on the board once again. And just that kick in by Tholstrup probably didn't go where he wanted. He might say it's a set play, but we'll say it was a set shot. But he has been sharing the ball a bit today, so let's just wait and see. It's an interesting battle here in the middle. We've got number 26, William Cousins, going to go up in ruck here. And just pick up who the regional district's ruckman is there. But I'll tell you what, he looks keen as he sets himself.
Number 15, Virgin. Yeah,
Kelby Virgin. So just handballing backwards there. He walked into that tackle and taken high, and that is Ben Kirkwood. Gets it around, player in trouble there. They're out here, districts. They go just inside the 50. Bit of courage to stand under that ball, and well done by Kobe Keane. Handball back, big collision there. Player not going too well there off the back of pack was Matt Cashmore. He felt that. And as we say, a lot of these lads play senior football in their local competition. Up against the like for like. So player free off the back of this pack. Not sure what the second whistle was for there. Umpire sets himself. We're 12 minutes into the quarter. Up it goes. There's a lot of congestion around the ball. Just tried to run and carry a little bit there. And got caught out, the Great Southern team. Once again, ball hasn't travelled far. Lot of effort going on there, James, for not much reward there.
No, and it'd be frustrating as a player and as a coach and a supporter to see all the hard work that you're doing and you're not getting the results. Regional districts possibly with a chance. Comes away of Riley Valley. He sends it to a one-on-one contest. It was Baines, though, who did well for regional districts. He's then caught, though, and it is Great Southern through Lawrence, who is able to get the free kick right on centre wing, sends it towards half forward. Regional districts, though, with the numbers, they're just not picking the right contest at the moment. Great Southern might fall their way, though. Baker was there, tried to hack it forward, and it comes out of play, and we will have a boundary throw-in. We've played 13 minutes here in the opening half at Rushden Oval. It is regional districts leading by 7 points. So, umpire about to throw it in right on half forward for Great Southern. So we can see the coach's box of Great Southern just in front of them. Of course, the coach will be Coach Daryl Pinazza will be somewhat pleased with how they've been going so far, but he'd be wanting an improvement from them heading into the second half as the free kick is spotted out for contact below the knees. Goes regional district's way. They send it just up to centre wing on the broadcast side, and another holding free kick. So they've been red hot on the frees this afternoon, the umpires.
So this is number 19 is Jolie Graham. So let's just see, he's got the bike shorts on. They're not long shorts, they're bike shorts underneath, which a few of them have. So he just looks down the line, very predictable in football, gets close to the boundary. Ball still in play through weighted numbers. Player just standing and waiting for that was Padoon, who's had a fair bit of it. Puts it into their forward line. Here's an opportunity and just bobbles out. Good 50-50 in last possession there. well done by regional districts to get that fist in, force that ball out of play. So we're right next to the point post down here. We'd like to thank Fairman's Hire for the scissor lift today for our magnificent filming footage. And Dartfish goal today. And the West Coast Eagles, we're flying high. I'm not going to sing it, but we might see one of those marks during this game as the ball is bobbling around in the forward line. And front on tackles, bit of courage. So once again, it's just hacked forward. Regional districts will come out. There's a wall of players here for Great Southern. That player just in back play did get up, who was down on the ground. Great tackle there. Brought him to ground. And that's in a dangerous position, and this is Max Baker. He's going to kick from maybe 35 out. A couple of the lads have had trouble today. They get the ball in their hands and they line up for shots and miss kick and so on. So let's just see what young Max Baker can do. Certainly within range. And likes it off the boot. He was celebrating early, and that's Great Southern on the board with their first goal as well. They'll be happy with that. As we said, it's a very dour contest, 15 minutes in, and we have 1 goal to 1 goal 1. Yet an entertaining contest. A little bit of circle work, a little bit of, at times we've seen almost kick to kick, backwards and forwards. Then we might see between the 50s, so you might get that 2 or 3, but we haven't seen a coast to coast as yet. No. We've seen some strong tackling. We see players challenging from 10 metres away will come roaring in and apply a nice strong tackle as well. So ball is in the middle of the ground. Let's see if they can maybe put 2 in a row on the board.
Yeah, well, regional districts have probably had more of the ball during this half, but Great Southern able to get the score on the board. 1 point is the margin in favour of the regional districts in the red and white, and they will be the recipient of a free kick here as it goes their way for a holding. Play on, says the umpire, sends it into half forward. Ball over the shoulder, wasn't able to hold the mark, comes out wider. Number 14, Kelman for regional district, sends it inside, but Devonport from the Great Southern was able to dive across and take a very good intercept mark. Comes out to our side, the broadcast wing to Valley, who takes it just in front of our broadcast position here for Dartfish. Sends it further afield, a very short kick, and picks out Cousins. He plays on quickly, dances around one, hands it off now to Valley again, sends it high to half forward, 2-on-1 in favour of Great Southern. Comes out the back though, regional districts with the numbers. They're able to get it free, hand over the shoulder, play on, says the umpire. Comes free, very big hit there. Came from, looked like Lazar again. He has laid some very, very big tackles already today, Ryan Lazar.
They swarmed there, didn't they, the Great Southern. They're certainly hunting and attacking the ball. Regional districts had a very good first game. They're certainly not getting it all their own way during this game as the ball comes in again. Just waiting at the back there. Players have done that a few times, and that's, I'll tell you what, Padoon's getting a fair bit of it, 3-on-1, and that's a mighty effort by the regional districts player in Joshua Giles. That was a fantastic effort. Now they run. Oh, quick there, closing speed. So I'll tell you what, they're going to get out of this Great Southern, I reckon, 3-1. So this is what we're talking about. It's turned over now, kicked to a 50-50, and that could be a contender for the West Coast Eagles. We're flying high. It had to happen. It had to happen. And they are great sponsors, and that's a fair grab by, I'll get to his name, Tristan Ballard. Yep. The game's gone on for 5 minutes. Take over, sir.
All right, back in the middle now with Baker. He's a little scrubby kick. Padoon's there, though. He'll want to mop it up, put his head over the football, and he gets rewarded as he was taken high. Great courage shown by that young man who is able to pick it up now. In fact, it's not Padoon, it is Lawrence, rather, from the Broome Saints. Sends it further to half forward, and it is found out with Valley, who has played some good footy early. Sends it further. How about that for a kick? Perfectly weighted, and running out and taking the mark there was Michael, who sends it further up. Unselfish play from the Great Southern Storm, and they find a teammate and wait for him to turn around. Hopefully he does soon, and it looks like it is 14, possibly Williams. Yes, it is. So he will take a shot straight in front, about 20 odd metres out. He'll take the kick from about 25 in his struts to get the Great Southern second and a 5-point lead, and he does it. So they go to 2 straight 12 to regional districts 1-1-7, right on the stroke of half-time.
Yeah, so interesting, isn't it? They're pushing regional districts here, and they're up on the scoreboard, five points up, and well done to them. They constructed that, got that ball forward, and as you said, it's important that pinpoint, but sharing the ball, Clay Michael, I thought might have had a shot 40, 45 out, just said, lift the eyes, lower the eyes, and he put it to a guy that's straight in front.
Yeah. Yep.
Very important. And if you've got, we'll say if you've got the time to do it, they're only short quarters, but if you can, why not? And I reckon that'll close out the quarter. There won't be any other scores here, but the rucks will go up. There might be a midfield clearance. Umpire lets that go. This is Jaggy gets it just to the 50, and little break there. So, as we said, Great Southern, 2 goals straight, very important. You've only got to get it inside your 50 and get it through the big sticks. 2 scoring shots to 2. But, 20 minutes of football, two shots each, but very entertaining football and very physical. So we will take a short break. 5 minutes it will be in the game. We'll come back with a bit of a wrap-up in a moment. And welcome back, folks, to the second, it's the half-time break of the Great Southern versus Regional Districts. As we said, there's only 5 points in it. 2 goals straight to 1 goal, 1-7. And Regional Districts, who had a good win earlier in the day, they actually won by 44 points, and they kicked 8 goals in their first game. And really not getting their own way in this game. And Great Southern are putting out a great brand of football at the moment. And for those of you watching at home, it has been very physical, this game. And we welcome all the viewers around Australia, worldwide. Of course, I've got friends in AFL Asia who will be watching this. We have Australia-wide and all of the areas across Western Australia Country Football League. We welcome you. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast brought to us by Dartfish. We'd like to also thank Fairman's Hire for the scissor lift to my left, which is giving us those great shots that you can see on screen now. We'd also like to thank West Coast Eagles for Mark of the Day. We're flying high. If we get a bit excited, there might be a bit of singing out there. There's a beanie winner out there as well. So we've been handing out Dartfish beanies. They're bringing us the broadcast, and very cherished is that. We also like to thank the Archie's Thongs, best pair of thongs that you'll ever wear. And of course all the sponsors, Nutrien, the major sponsor of the Colts Carnival, of course, well, the whole Western Australia Country Football League Carnival. Fantastic for Nutrien to come on board and stay on board for 48 years. It's interesting, players are in position out in the middle. But there's a lot of people, just as we speak, still coming off the field. So 20 minutes of some of the most exciting football that you will ever see. Because it's fast, it's explosive, it's a half of football, that's all you get. And the players are all trying to, I guess, get a touch, do their best, display their strengths, and play team football as well. So a great brand. Umpire holds the ball aloft. We're away for our second half. Districts just go forward there through Liam Baines. Sorry, Coden Dado it was. So ball is bobbling around. So we've seen a bit of this. Turnover straight away, and player out back there is Jolie Graham with the ball. Comes forward. Over the top it comes. Advantage to Great Southern. They get it on quickly, but a good grab there by Liam Baines. West Coast Eagles, we're flying high. Grab that was and gets it across. This is Tom Kilpatrick. Goes long. Down to the wing. It's a grass ball, so the players are going to have to work hard here to get that ball up. It does slip through the fingers here. Round the corner they come. 2-on-1. Hard battle in the middle of the ground. Right in the middle where they've patched it up. And great ground that is out here. And that is a great grab too to number 26. And that is Isaac Barry for Regional Districts. He come inside 50 to the fat side. Tholstrop put the hands up. Then applies the tackle. They can't get it in. Daylight now, he's under pressure, so they've obviously highlighted him as a player to watch. Just bobbles around, bit of volleyball there. Can they go forward? It's going to be a bouncing ball. Just in front of goal. You can see it right there. Daylight this way, that way. Round gets the handball under pressure. The player, dangerous ball there. And that was Abdullah. Couldn't kick the goal, so they get it out now. Laser, just beats him, and the umpire says, I will throw it in right over there on the Fairman's higher flank, we'll call that. They're our scissor lift providers for today. Really appreciate their effort there. Locally owned business. In it comes. Up, down, just really a paddle there by the ruckman. Gets it down low now, it comes down forward. On that flank. Just outside 50 now for Regional Districts. They're getting harder and harder to get that ball in. If it gets in, it comes back out quite quickly. Very large crowd we've got here today as well. There'll be well over 1,000 in watching the game, supporting. Umpire just prepares to throw that ball in. Players waiting at the back. Waiting for that yellow cherished piece of leather to come their way, and it's Daylight that gets it. Hands it over. He goes back and gets his own ball. A fantastic effort. Picks it up. Have a look at that. This way, that way. Fantastic effort there, and gives it across. And that is Liam Baines inside to number 7, Matt Cashmore. Puts it out to the fat side, and guess what? They've cut it off again here, Great Southern. They're out that far side. They're loading up. Can they get another possession here? This is what's important. They've turned it over. Oh, good tackle there. Backward it comes. Players are loaded up down back. Comes out down that far wing. Number 8 here, and that is Kirkwood getting a fair bit of the ball out in space now. They're going to get an inside 50. Great pick up by the big fella there. He's kicked that to a good position for Great Southern. It's going to bounce right. He's got a bit of space on his opponent. They don't need it. Comes through, and the man with the helmet's done a great job. Just came in to mop up, and we'll catch who that player is. That could be a dartfish goal of the day. That is number 22, Isaac Williams. As we see the ball come in there. So it was a good one-on-one. Just a bit of space on his opponent here, and Williams comes in at the end. Just bangs it on the boot very quickly there, young Isaac, and well done, young man. That is a good goal because that has put Great Southern now 3 goals up to 1 goal, 1-7. So 11 points the buffer. Not enough. 4 minutes into the quarter. Ruppman contest. Up and down into one spot. You'll see the wings come in. Interesting, the wingers on the far side are playing about 20 metres off each other. Oh, player. Geez, he gave one back there too. And that's the wingman I was talking about playing off each other. It was Judd Kelman. Just goes out very wide there and spinning that ball around and getting an effective kick across the laser is the Great Southern team. They're close to centre half forward now. They're going to come inside 50. Low penetrating kick. That's a great lead as well. And that is number 17, Kyle Lawrence, who got that ball in. Player with ball in hand appears to be Clay Michael. On the left boot. High kick. They get around him, and that is Clay Michael. That is a dartfish goal, and a very good piece of play there as that boy brought that ball in. So here we see nice kick on the left foot too by Clay Michael, but bringing that ball inside, very good and effective by that team. So 4 goals now, Great Southern. Regional Districts 1 goal, 1. That margin's just starting to slip away from them a bit there. So Regional Districts now have their work cut out. We're almost 6 minutes into the second half, of which there will be 20 minutes. The 6-6-6 rule, the umpires check. Up it goes, down it comes. So they're going to go forward again here. If this player can just get that ball up, he does. And that was Colby Law, and he'll receive a free kick down the ground. And thank goodness James Gardner's come back, because we'll get you on, mate. And yeah, good lead here to Great Southern. They're loading up again to the last goal scorer.
Yeah, most certainly. Sorry about that. And the kick comes in, spilt the mark though by Bragg, and they've managed to pay that to Lazar rather. And so he will have the mark. And he's on a slight angle here, being brought round. He's about 40 metres out. And a chance for the Great Southern to go get their 5th goal. Hands it off, being unselfish. Hands it to his teammate there in Valley, who shoots towards goal, and it crashes into the behind post. And so we will have a boundary throw in deep in the forward line for Great Southern, who have come with a flurry in the early stages of this second half. In what is an important game for both these sides, especially for the regional districts. They have to win this to stay in the competition. Kick comes right out there. Came from Edwards. Dribbling towards half back. Just a fresh airy came there from the Great Southern. Handball out. Goes to Kilpatrick. Sends it further up the field, out on the outer wing. One-on-one contest, you know, I've just said, and the man in front rewarded there. Number 8, Ben Kirkwood, a contender for the West Coast mark of the day.
So ball comes inside, just nice neat little kick to Ryan Valley. So coming diagonally across the ground, kicking to that fat side. This kid can really lead too. Couldn't take the mark. Umpires paid it. And yeah, he can play a bit. He's a left footer, so he's going to wrong foot the opposition. That's a long kick from 50, right back into the teeth of goal. And that could be a West Coast Eagles We're Flying High mark as well, because that was a ripper right down in the back line, and that's number 18.
Ballard again.
Ballard, yeah. Great grab, wasn't it?
He's got a good set of hands as well. We saw him earlier in the first half take a very good grab at half back. He looks like a Jeremy McGovern type player. Tom Barras, a rock down in the back line of the Great Southern, regional districts rather. Great Southern now in transition, wanting to try and get another score on the board. Flicked out by Lawrence, spills free towards us on the broadcast side of the ground, and then we'll go the regional district's way with number 10, Jacob Hemley, the recipient of the free kick.
And just, it was actually, he got the ball and fumbled it. The tackle was there, but he fumbled, so he's got the free kick. Oh, nice flying high there in the pack, but no one took it. You see that's a bit Wayne Carey-like there. Cashmore came in and went for the grab, and he just took off straight away and left. He said, you blokes do what you need to do, and I'll get back into position for the next one. And you like to see that. Don't just get sucked towards the honeypot like the bee and stay there. You then go back, know your role, go back into position. He's about 40 metres back now, already set for the next one as the umpire throws up. And tell you what, big Adam Edwards He's a big lump of a lad too, just on the back of this. The ruckman might get another go, but Daylight will wriggle and get out of this. He's done well. Number 3 there is McRae Ackroyd. So Ackroyd just gets it inside 50, made it hard for the team. Around it comes now, up it goes, and there is Cashmore, but numbers at the back here. Southern players, they tend to play out that side of the ground. That's a great kick, and I'll tell you what, I've liked this guy, Ryan Lazar. He's had plenty of it. He runs back forward again as well. Here he is in the middle, can't get it. Was in great positioning. So they put it out on that far wing. Long way back here for regional districts, but they're just on the 50. Oh, going up with one hand. He's not going to work, dragging the player off without it. And the umpire says, I've seen the same thing as the commentators, so I might give them a free kick there.
Yeah, so Great Southern take the free kick, and regional districts have to get the next if they are to stay in this game. They're down 24-7. And in attack now, Great Southern. Numbers, though, with the regional districts. Falls the way of Hemley. He's able to get it free. Toe poke just socketed off the deck there by Adam Edwards. Only the Great Southern, though, with the numbers. Comes over the top, though. Now Ackroyd with the chance to cut them open. Sends it inside 50, right at the half-forward area. It falls, though, for the Great Southern's way. Ball's pinballing around, trying to break free. There was the Great Southern player in Virgin. Instead, though, the Great Southern are able to just try and get it out of there, out of the defensive region. Out onto the outer side now. He's going to be brought down, almost just evaded them ever so slightly. And a beautiful kick and a beautiful lead there came from Clay Michael, who then pops it over the back. And Williams is going to waltz in and bang home the Great Southern's 5th and his 2nd for the day. So the Great Southern go to 5 straight 30 to the regional districts 1-1-7. We've played around 11 and a half minutes in this second turn.
So here's the replay. You see just that quick kick in was well done there by Clay Michael, unselfish, and wandering in there was Williams. So well done to him. So they've kicked 3 goals in this second half. A little bit more open than the first half. That first half was just tough and physical with not a lot of scoring. The second half's really opened up a bit for them now, and a bit of a surprise. I was really impressed with regional districts. Thought they had a great game and first game. So how good a Great Southern. This has really opened up the competition, I'd suggest.
It sure has, and it seems to have taken its toll, the 2 games on the regional districts, especially when it's so as physical as what it is this year. As the ball comes free now, goes the regional districts' way. Kellerman sending it inside 50. Up they go, trying to get the fly at the drop of the ball. Tholstrup had it, lost it, gave it away, said that's your problem to deal with. And it is now Kelman who looks like, no, sorry, it's number 11, Hayward, who will take the free kick and a chance to earn a bit of respect back and get this back to a 17-point margin. He's about 35 out on an angle. We're right behind this kick, riding it all the way here for Jesse Hayward from Narrogin. And he struts now to try and get the regional districts back into this game. The red and white comes in. Didn't strike it as well as he would have liked. Falls short. Spoilt away. Goes to the fall of the ball. Toe poke just out of there. It's a torn one in favour of the regional districts, but it rolls over and out, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Just a real battle, isn't it? And you see, I like to look across the ground as well. So if you go up and down the ground, are they in one half? But across, they're all on one half of the ground now. We talk about this, and you know, do you stick to your structures? Just I said that young Cashmore's come out. He's the only player in this half of the ground. Quick snap around the corner. I tell you what, they're pushing here. Regional districts have had it down their end now for the last 2 or 3 minutes, but very stoic in defence of Great Southern, and they're doing a good job. It has been a bit of a scrappy game, we will admit that. And, but I tell you what, you've got to win it, whether it's a clear cut, just get it out into space, and or it's a lot of this congestion sort of stuff. And the willing players need to put their head over the ball in here. You see that bobble out just around the corner. That's a 40-metre kick. It's 20 up, 20 down, crashing in there. Great Southern. Just see that pattern of play with them. They're very physical, chasing the ball and hunting the ball. As we say, a lot of these players are senior footballers in their local home clubs, and hello to all the viewers out there in the local clubs enjoying this clash. And we see most of the players now have come across this half of the ground, so it's really a corridor down one side of the ground. let's just see what happens from here.
Yeah, and I don't think Great Southern would really mind it. They're all being on one side of the ground, as we see now Braddon, who sends it towards goal, but it is through for the minor score. So they move to 1-2-8 to Great Southern 5 straight 30. Don't think the Great Southern would really mind it. Just played in close and in between the halves. They've got the lead with 5 minutes remaining. They should be able to now sort of milk the clock almost as the clock still runs down. Out to a contest. Out the back came Great Southern had the numbers. Regional Districts fighting hard though. They get it out through Kelman, who sends it back inside 50 into the pocket and using his body to perfection. That was very good there, and a chance for a contender for the West Coast mark of the day. We're flying high, and that was number 7, Matt Cashmore, who took a very good mark, strong use of the body. And for any young kids watching out there on how to be a power forward, that's how you do it. Use your body, and he gets the mark. Can he finish it off? It come off the side of the boot, pushes out to the right side, and it goes out of play, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
I guess for a lot of the players, isn't it? They've never played here. You know, you come down, it's a big ground, a waffle ground, and the excitement of the day and everything, and you just don't know the anomalies of the ground and which way so that windsock's just sort of puffing across that way. But he actually ran out to the right and kicked that, and that didn't help. Geez, quick action off the pack around the corner, and they're pushing hard. They've had 3 or 4 opportunities. That one's a point, so they've kicked 2 points for this half. They've probably had 3 or 4 other possessions down that end that have gone close to getting goals. But, of course, going close doesn't work. You have to kick them. That's a good set of jukes there. Another contender there from Kobe Keane for the We're Flying High mark of the day. Just put his body in. He ran a long way to get that. So you can run around here. Just pops that neatly up. And big pack forms. Another player there. And was that Graham again? Yeah. Just trying to pick who our best players might be, but done some things in patches. I'll tell you who I have liked is Ryan Lazar, number 1. Yeah. Look at that. That is an absolute contender. The big fella there, he puts that into centre half forward, and there's another one. This guy can really play. He's another contender as well. Round on the left, they're waxing those two, I'm sure of it, but they come out now, Regional Districts.
Yep, Myers sends it further afield out on the outer wing, out on the Hayden Ballantyne wing side of the ground, and he gets it to Barry, Isaac Barry. Haven't called his name much today. Sends it inside 50, trying to get a contest, and it looks like it'll be front-on contact, and it goes the Great Southern's way. So they'll be able to now milk the clock down with just 3 minutes remaining. You certainly wouldn't pass the Regional Districts, but it's a tough task from here. 21 points down and Great Southern in control with possession. Able to just work their way up the wing. They have it now in the hands of Bockman. Sends it up to the bright orange boots. And further down. That's almost a good grab that came there from Valley. Instead, Regional Districts trying to get a late score to keep them in it. A Falcon came there for the unlucky player in Cashmore, who's been solid for the Regional Districts today. Great Southern, though, with a chance to get another score on the board. First the ball there whether it was Wandel. He got the handball out, said it's your problem to deal with now, Kelman, and he's held without it after he got the handball away over the boundary line. And so Kelman will be the recipient of a free kick just in front of us here at Rushton Oval. With just 2 minutes remaining, it's the Great Southern who lead by 21 points. And the Regional Districts desperate to get a quick score on the board here. Still in play though. It's with Bratton, who got a little toe poke. Not far enough, said the umpire. Good tackle laid. 2 men went to him, trying to work his way through. Handball out. That was very, very clever there from Graham. But it goes over the boundary line, and it's a throw in. So
umpire's going to throw it in, and just having a look here at the congestion around it, where the players are. There's a bit of manning up, a little bit of pushing there, and that is Bratton again. Just doesn't go forward very far. The big fella puts his body in there, number 5, and that was Callop. Gets it out. Now they come forward through another big fella, and that is Adam Edwards, and that's a nice kick in. And Shotter. This is Shotter, Stockton Shotter. He's passed that off, and Tholstrop just not getting his own way out there in this game. They sort of go backwards now across. That's a great kick there, and They'll come out now. Great Southern, that's very close to the boundary. In fact, it's so close it's on the full with about 40 seconds to go. 5 goals straight, 30 to 1 goal 3-9.
Both teams putting in a very good performance. The regional districts now, they look like they're out of the competition, as Jaggy is more than happy to see it over the line as the seconds wind down and we get towards the end of this clash. And it is very hard to pick a best player here for the Dartfish beanie and the pair of thongs. And whoever it goes to will be very deserved winners here, as the ball is in the regional districts forward 50, but strong defence came from the Great Southern Storm. And there's the siren. So the Great Southern, in their first game of the carnival, run out winners 5 straight 30 to regional districts 1-3-9. And it was a very, very good performance by the Great Southern in a scrappy game. They were able to get it clear, break it open in the second half. The regional districts won't be disheartened though. There's still plenty to play for tomorrow, as they try and make amends and earn a little bit of respect and keep improving. But it was the Great Southern winning it by 21 points, and we saw plenty of marks taken for the contenders. For the West Coast Eagles, we're flying high. Mark of the day, especially Ballard, who put up some very, very strong grabs, and he put forward a couple of contenders, and also McCandles for the Great Southern as well. McCandless, rather, Connor McCandless, who did a very good mark in that the second half there. But it was a very good performance by the Great Southern. They played it in tight, a lot of contested style of game, and a lot of pressure on the ball. A lot of the likes of Jaggy, he was good, and also the Bockman, McCandless, and Ballard really impressed me down back, along with Gaunt. So as we look through the goal kickers for the Great Southern, it was Baker with 1, Williams with 1, Michael with 1, and Isaac Williams, who kicked the 2, while for the regional districts, the sole goal scorer was Jamie Bratton, with just the 1. So that really shakes things up today, with of course this game about to be played between the Pilbra and also the Great Northern Footy League, who both is a must-win for both these teams if they are to try and stay in contention for the final tomorrow afternoon. While for the Great Southern, they'll be very happy with that performance out there this afternoon. They ground them down, and Daryl Panizza will be very, very happy with the way that his team performed. Of course, a lot of these players coming out of the Albany region, down the south of WA, and a lot of them coming from farming regions, and some tough players, and that's why we saw the physicality, all the players really putting their bodies on the line today. And it wasn't until the second half that they were able to really break it open. The regional district sticking right with them right the way through. As we try and pick out a player of the day, it is a very, very hard task, because just about the whole Great Southern team played really, really well. And also in that first half, the regional districts were probably the better side. They had more of the ball, but they were just unable to finish off their work. And in the end, it was the Great Southern who ran out 21-point winners in a very, very contested and tough game. The regional districts, though, in the second half, they did have a lot of opportunity to try and score. They were unable to, though. As we see now, we've got a player pulled aside for the best on ground. We're about to head down soon. It'll be interesting who we've picked out, and it looks like it will go the way of Ryan Laser as we head down there in just a second now, and we'll head down now.
Hello, can you hear me, Hayley? Can you hear me? Yep. Sorry. Okay, guys, I'm here with Ryan Laser, and mate, fantastic effort. Very scrappy game, first of all.
Yeah, it was pretty physical at times, but yeah, as soon as we opened it up, it was good.
Mate, your local club, and how far have you travelled?
We've travelled about 4 or 5 hours from Albany, and my local club, Royals Football Club.
Fantastic, mate, and played between the 50s a lot. Very, very athletic young man. You do a lot of running in the off season.
Yeah, I do a bit, but not much, to be honest. But yeah, it's good.
Come on, mate. You're a very humble man, but yeah, no, you've done very well. A lot of turnovers, as we said. Played between the 50s. Pressure. What was the pressure like out there? Very physical game.
Yeah, we started the game that we wanted a lot of pressure, and yeah, we did that. So that's why we got the win.
Did you have a quick, very quickly, last question, did you have a bit of a look at them when they were playing the first game? Because you towed them up.
Yeah, we did. We knew they were going to be physical, but yeah, we just worked around that.
All right, mate, you're a credit to your family, to your local club, and also to your regional area. We're going to present you with a pair of, a Dartfish beanie and a pair of the Archie's thongs, especially if you're down there by the seaside, mate. You'll love them, and we wish you all the best in the rest of the championships. Thanks for joining us. And we will throw to a short break.
The appeal side was pretty good. James Gardner, you've caught up with Jason Graham in recent times prior to this game. What did Jason have to say?
Yeah, caught up with him just before in the rooms, and here's what he had to say.
Jason, not the result you would have wanted in the first game. Where do you think it went wrong?
We didn't get hands on the footy, obviously, in the midfield. We got beaten up in that area. A contest in the forward line wasn't as tough as we wanted. Back line was strong, but in the end we all dropped off and they got on top of us throughout the ground.
So this turns into a must-win for you guys. You need to win this to try and stay in the competition. How much pressure is there on the guys, and how do you try and get the win?
There's a bit of pressure on us. We've spoken about our effort last time. We were flat for whatever reason, but whether or not we started slow because of conditions and for whatever reason. But this is our game that we're gonna work as hard as we can for longer and try and represent Geraldton better than what we did in that first game.
Pilbra also need to win this. Are you expecting a really tight and tough contest?
Competition this year is pretty tight and tough. We're expecting a great showing from the Pilbra, but once again, we need to get hands on the footy. We need to work for each other, and we need to run and spread and force Pilbra to come to us and not us chasing them.
Thanks for your time, Jace. Good luck.
Thank you.
Jason Graham there. He's the coach of the Great Northern side and looking for a big improvement. There's nothing wrong with their endeavour in the first game, just a little bit outclassed and outmuscled. Up against the Pilbra. Pilbra have players from Headland, Karratha, Dampier, and it'll be interesting. Tom Price as well. So Wickham, and also it'll be a pretty good contest. The coach of the Pilbra side is Craig Turner and Trev Fawcett, and the Pilbra side wear black and ochre as the colours, and they're a pretty skilled side, so they'll have the work ahead. The Great Northern, of course, wear the blue and white, the East Fremantle colours, and they look pretty smart in their uniforms in preparation for the big one this afternoon. Conditions ideal, pretty handy crowd here. We've seen some good footy throughout the day. Still a couple of games to be played today after this one. Next game gets underway at 2:30. That'll be Peel and Northern Suns, and then at 3:30 Southwest take on Great Southern. But you're hearing all the action, and this first half will be brought to you with thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors, and really looking forward to this contest as the umpires are out and about in preparation. So Peter, the Great Northern boys, they were not disgraced in their first game, but they were a little bit outclassed. This is an opportunity for them to regroup and see how they go.
Yeah, good afternoon, Glenn. Good afternoon to our listeners. Well, I think the second half was really something that sort of slipped away for the Great Northern side. The first term they did a lot of defending, but weren't able to get any strong sorties forward, and it seemed that after half-time they weren't able to... they tried to play the game that the Peel were playing, and that was long and straight down the middle, and the Peel are much taller side than the Great Northern. I think we heard Chewy Graham alluding to the fact that he believed the side had needed to spread with their game plan and use their speed out in the wide expanses. And it is quite a wide ground, this one here at Rushton Park, and I think Great Northern need to use more of the space, and if they do, I think with their speed they should be able to get some success.
A really big contest this one will be. Great Northern trying to keep their foot in the door, as it were, in this contest, and they really have to play and play well, and they have that opportunity today. We see the Great Northern side, they're in a huddle just around the centre half forward, between half forward and centre half forward, and they are having their last instructions from their captain. And the other side, the Pilbra, they're at the northern end of the ground, and they are in preparation. We're about to get the big one underway this afternoon. It'll be a very entertaining contest. This is the CBH Colts 2022, Game 2, and it's getting underway shortly. Big contest it'll be, and we are here, as Peter mentioned, from Lane Group Stadium, the Rushton Park, as many of you know, and Rushton Park is the home of the Peel Footy Club, so a pretty good situation. So looking forward to that, and looking forward to you being able to be with us, and it's good to hear from Jason Crowe too. Jason Crowe has been listening to the commentary. Good afternoon to you, Jason. Jason, well known as a former GNFL goal umpire of some note. Now he's a manager of one of the teams down here at Country Week, and it's great to hear that Jason is enjoying the coverage this afternoon on Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football, and we're about to get the big one underway. The Great Northern side, as I mentioned, blue and white, and the Pilbra side, red and ochre, and with stripes on the front.
Great Northern kicking to the southern end in the first half, Glenn.
Well, it's going to be a big contest, and the Great Northern boys have had a chance to regroup. Let's see how they go. We're underway in the big one this afternoon, Drennan O'Malley Motors game day, and the big man for Great Northern goes up high. That's Blake Tazewell, and Tazewell brings it to ground, and the umpires quickly says, "Give it to me, boys, I'll throw it up again." So an opportunity for the ball to be thrown up, and once again it goes the way of the Great Northern side. They get it out quickly, looking there for the Riley Zimmerman, who's one of Great Northern's better players, as was Mitchell Thompson. Mitchell Thompson kicks it forward, gets it up towards the player there, and Jai Thurston. Thurston has to go back and retrieve it after it was smothered off his hand. He kicks it in towards centre half forward, but a good strong mark taken there by the Pilbra side, and the Pilbra player there in Donaldson takes a very good mark.
Donaldson just inside the defensive 50, sends it out in front of our broadcast position. Tazewell goes up and takes... No, I think the player in front has been given the mark, and that goes the way of Eaton. Eaton now for Pilbra, sends it further afield, but straight to Drage. Rourke Drage playing his first full season with Towns this year, one of the players to represent the Great Northern. Coming out to the wing, goes the way of O'Brien. O'Brien knocks it back in, but unfortunately goes toward the Pilbra custodian, who has the ball in Higgins. Higgins just outside the centre square now. Game a lot slower pace than the last one Great Northern played in. He sends it further afield. Ball is now marked by Hogan. Hogan now puts it onto his boot, sends it into the half-forward area. Up go a host of players, goes to ground, but it looks like it's Pilbra at the base of the pack. They send it forward. Can they set up a goal? They set for the big sticks. This could be something special. It goes all the way in, but luckily for Great Northern, who hits the post, it is recorded as a point. Out of defence now, Zimmerman for Great Northern.
Zimmerman, who's been good this afternoon, been very good for Railways back in the competition in the GNFL, gets the ball up along the centre wing in front of the Lucas scoreboard on the outer side. Ball very close to the boundary line, and picked up now by Great Northern. They quickly get it on their boot if they do, just in the time. That was Whitby. Whitby got rid of the ball. The umpire didn't see him handball the ball away, and unfortunately he got pinged for holding the ball. So an opportunity for Pilbra to send the ball back up along centre wing. Looking out there for Nate Hogan. Hogan off hands and out of bounds, and scores on the Lucas scoreboard. See Pilbra one behind. Great Northern yet to score, and in fact Jason Crowe, just looking through the information, is the general manager of the Southwest Football League these days. So well done to you, Jason, and keep enjoying your new role. Ball comes the way now of the Great Northern. They kick the ball up towards centre of the ground, looking up there for Mitch Thompson. Mitch Thompson sees the ball come out, and it's picked up now by Pilbra though. Pilbra have an opportunity through Barrow. Barrow kicks it up towards full forward, looking there for the hard-running player there in Woodley. Woodley shoots on goal, but luck's a fortune, and fortunately for Great Northern, he sicks the ball through for a minus score. So on the Lucas scoreboard, Pilbra see the scoreboard tick over to 2 behinds. Great Northern yet to score. We've played 3 minutes in this first half, with thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors.
Well, to the far side comes the way of Zimmerman. Zimmerman getting a lot of the ball for Great Northern. He's in defence. Great Northern, as they did in their first game, defending early. One would hope that they were getting some sorties forward and get some confidence. Haven't had it in their forward 50 to score. Didn't even score in the last game. The ball going forward now, just outside the centre square. Below the scoreboard, it trickles toward the boundary. The defender for Peel is quick, gets around 2 Great Northern players, tries to send it forward, goes backward now toward Great Northern. Can they set something up? The umpire says play on. Zimmerman coming down the wing into the half-forward area, sends it up forward, goes the way now of Jai Thurston. He gives it away to a teammate who puts it onto his boot and puts it through, and on that occasion it was a nice goal by Jackson Luff coming through in the end, but unluckily going through for the minus score. But Great Northern starting to put a lot of urgency, a bit of urgency into their game.
Pilbra bring the ball in, not a very good kick, but it goes the way of Armstrong. Tyler Armstrong for the Pilbra, gets it out wide, gets it to a teammate who gets it further afield. The ball's on centre wing, outer side. And the Pilbra player doing well, feeds a handball out, under a fair bit of pressure there from Great Northern. The ball comes the way of Great Northern now, picked up by the defender who gets it up towards the centre of the ground. Goes the way now of the player in Liam Paletti. He gets it up towards Jack Cocking, and Cocking has a possession, kicks it forward, and a nice pass it was, and he's picked out his teammate there in Jackson Luff. And Jackson Luff, we saw him get a minus score only a moment ago, and Jackson Luff is 40 metres out, directly in front. The umpire putting him on a pretty straight angle, straight through the up and down the middle of the ground. He goes with a short pass.
Too easy.
Finds Riley Zimmerman all on his pattern alone. Riley Zimmerman runs towards goal from 30 metres, 45-degree angle, and Zimmerman gets the first goal of the day, and in fact the first goal of this game as well. And Great Northern on the Lucas scoreboard go to 1-1. They lead the Pilbra 1 behind.
Riley Zimmerman certainly is figuring predominantly for Great Northern, and left on his lonesome there in the half-forward area. He had a month of Sundays to score it, and he didn't let his side down. And Jackson Luff, of course, involved in that passage of play. Of course, Jackson Luff from the Brigades Footy Club. Zimmerman playing for Railways. The ball back in the middle now. It sees Great Northern 1-1, leading the Pilbra 2 behinds. No breeze to speak of. Great Northern kicking to the southern end here at Rushton Park. Up they go now. Players setting themselves. Taswell doesn't win the ruck, but the ball is brought to ground for Great Northern. Zimmerman is in it again. He's in everything this afternoon. The ball coming out wide goes the way of Great Northern. At centre wing now, they kick it into the half-forward area. Players setting themselves over the back. A nice mark is taken by Jai Thurston. He quickly sends it inboard. He probably should have played forward. He goes inside. The player for Pilbra comes through, is dispossessed of the ball. It goes to ground. It's picked up now by the Jordan O'Brien for Great Northern, who sends it back to a teammate who comes forward, and that is Zimmerman again. He gives it away to O'Brien. O'Brien shoots on goal, but a little bit too quick on this occasion and through for the minus score. But the Saudis forward for Great Northern are coming a lot quicker and faster now.
So good effort there. Great Northern getting the ball forward. Good bit of play from Mitch Thompson, who got the ball in. Good effort there from Zimmerman and also O'Brien. So Great Northern need to get the score on the board, make hay while the sun shines. And there's not a lot of sun here. It's pretty cool, but it's still reasonable, very good conditions. And
Good tackle.
Whitby put a very good tackle on that player, and that player very fortunate to get away with that one. So the umpire will come in and throw the ball up, and a good bit of play there from Whitby. Umpire puts the ball in the air. The big fellas go at it. Ball comes to the ground, picked up by Pilbra. Pilbra get it up towards half forward. Xavier is there, but he couldn't handle the ball. Xavier Wright picked up now by the Great Northern player there, and Cameron Hoofhammer. He gets it up towards half forward, and a good tackle put on that Pilbra player. Paul Spills comes back towards the teammate there for Great Northern, and Liam Paletti gets the ball forward, but there's nobody home for Great Northern, and Pilbra can clear, and a good bit of play there from Taj Britton.
He kicks it to the outer side. Pilbra have a little step forward now to the outer side, just below the scoreboard. Goes away of Great Northern, starting to control the game, or are they? The ball goes one way, then the other. Lewin Valley has it. He loses possession. The ball goes to ground. Players dive on top of the ball. Stacks on the mill, and the ball up just outside the centre square. So in the last couple of minutes, Great Northern have started to get a bit of a hold on this game, although the scoreboard only reads 1-2 Great Northern, 2 the Pilbra. 2 behinds. The ball coming out of that passage of play, the umpire says a free kick going the way of Great Northern. The ball comes inboard now off the half-back flank. It comes across. Great Northern have it with Satie now. Taj Satie from the Towns Footy Club sends it inboard. He sees Brennan running on. He was okay in the first game. He plays on now. Goes away of Jordan O'Brien on the half-back flank. O'Brien sends it inboard and finds Cocking. So now Jack Cocking will have his first shot on goal this day in this competition. And we know he's a pretty good goal sneak. He scored from this distance a lot at the recreation ground, that's for sure. He'll kick from about 45 when he gets onto this one. He's on a slight angle, kicking toward the southern end. Jack Cocking. I'll build him up a lot this season, but he is a youngster and a great player in the making. His pedigree from his family, of course. His dad a great player for the Brigades Footy Club. And he comes now. Jack Cocking, nice off the boot. Is it going to make the distance? Yes, it is. Straight through the middle. That is a confidence booster for Jack Cocking and the Great Northern. They go to 2-2, and they lead the Pilbra just the 2 behind.
Yeah, important goal, because we saw Great Northern having a fair bit of possession, not getting the score on the board, but now they are starting to. On the Lucas scoreboard, Great Northern with 10 minutes played in this first half. Great Northern a 2-2-14, Pilbra a 2 behinds this term, with thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors. So as we have told you throughout the day, 20-minute halves, so it's very important you get the score on the board very quickly. If you let the game get away from you, it's very hard to get back in this sort of format. It's a round-robin competition. Everyone plays each other throughout the 2 days of the competition. So Great Northern had their first game and went down by 5 goals to Peel, and they're looking to get their percentage back up and running today when they play Pilbra. Ball comes out of the centre now, goes the way of Jai Thurston. He kicks it forward and finds Jack Cocking, and Cocking is marked again, this time 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle, so a little bit more acute, but we know...
He's told the boys to go into the square, Glenn. He's going for this one.
We know Jack is a very good kicker of the football, and a bit of confidence now after kicking that last goal. So can Cocking get another score on the board, his second of the afternoon, and he is a very, very fine kicker of the football generally. Let's see how young Jack goes. There goes the kick off the boot. It'll drop short, pack into the air, off hands. Great Northern have an opportunity.
Oh, good boy.
Picked up by the player there, and a good bit of play. May have been O'Brien. Wait till he stands up, and I think it is. Geordie O'Brien is that player.
No, it was just he only had eyes for the ball, Glenn. He roved off the pack. It was right near the goal square. He put it straight onto his boot, and another goal to Great Northern. Playing with a lot more urgency than they did in the last game, Glenn. 3-2, 20, they lead. The Pilbra just the two behinds. And at the moment, Jack Hocking is being a serviceable focus up front for the Great Northern, but other players also coming in to crumb around the full forward. So back in the middle now. Thanks for joining us here on Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football. This is the Country Championships. Glad to have your company. The ball back up in the middle now. Out they come, Great Northern. Can they get another goal quickly in succession? Priolo, he knocks it forward outside the centre square, goes away of a teammate now who's unable to collect it. Gee, the Pilbra, they're working hard in defence to ensure that another goal doesn't go astray. The ball going the way now. The youngster O'Brien gets it away to Brennan. Brennan in turn to Paletti. Paletti shoots on goal and scores another one for Great Northern.
A good bit of play there from Jaden Paletti, but good teamwork. All those players played in the contribution. Good punch forward and a good little bit of play from the Great Northern. And their confidence is building now. So well done to Jaden Paletti. Finished it off well. And on the Yaluka scoreboard, 12 minutes gone in this first half. With thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors. Yaluka scoreboard, Great Northern 4-2-26. Lead Pilbra 2 behinds. So a really good start to Great Northern. Can they build this momentum? Their confidence is lifting and have an opportunity to build on. Pilbra are a little bit shell-shocked at the moment. Pilbra are a combined side. Blowies from Dampier, Tom Price, and also Karatha and Headland. So they're a crew that have come together to make up the Pilbra. They've travelled a long way to be here. Great Northern doing well, but the Pilbra going to have something to say about it now. There's the big Pilbra player there, and Tom Higgins uses his bulk, knocks the ball forward. Great Northern under pressure. Ball in the forward 50, picked up by the Pilbra player there. He shoots on goal, but he's offline on that occasion. That was Neil Donaldson from Tom Price Tigers, and he's offline, 1 point only. So the Pilbra wasting a few opportunities. Pilbra are 3 behinds. Great Northern are 4-2-26, a 23-point margin. Great Northern bring the ball back into play now, and they get it up towards centre wing on the outer side. Pilbra have an opportunity now. Picked up now by the Pilbra player in Magarel. Magarel gets the ball forward, goes to a teammate there in Hayes. Hayes gets it up the ground and has got Higgins on the end of that. Higgins plays on quickly, kicks it in towards the forward line. In goes Taj Sadie. He overran the ball, gives an opportunity now for the young Pilbra player who does well, gets a handball out as Wiseman, but it's picked up by the Great Northern player in Lewin Valley, who's done well, gets it out towards half back, but the ball comes inboard again and goes the way of Jai Thurston on half back.
Jai Thurston racking up kicks in this particular game. He did figure in the last game for Great Northern, but didn't have a lot of help as he kicks to the outer side now. Under the scoreboard, it's picked up by Pilbra. They try and get some movement forward. Down the wing they go. Into the half-forward area it goes now for Pilbra. Up into the air, fisted away by the Great Northern defence and finds a sanctuary of the boundary. 4-2-26, the Great Northern lead. The Pilbra 3 points. It is 14 and a half minutes gone in the first half. Only playing 2 halves in these games of 20 minutes each. The clock continues to run. In it comes now. Players setting themselves. It's knocked down by Great Northern. At the base of the pack, though, Pilbra able to collect it. That player quickly brought to ground, and the umpire will retrieve the ball once again. So the Great Northern have started this game a lot better than the last. They need to pile on the goals because percentage could be something. That could come down to seeing them into the final or not. The ball to the outer side now. Great Northern have it on the far side, unopposed. They go toward the boundary. Player bounces once, twice. A little bit too cute on that occasion. Loses possession. The ball goes to ground. Players diving on top of it now. To the outer side goes the way of Donaldson. Donaldson for Pilbra. Puts it onto his boot into the half-forward area. Players setting themselves. Goes to ground. A player running onto it there is Wiseman. Wiseman is able to collect the ball. It goes outside the defensive 50 for the Great Northern. And I think a free kick has been awarded. And the free kick has gone the way of Great Northern. Going the way of Satie now. He wasn't ready for that. He's pushed down because the bounce wasn't kind. Goes back the way now of the Pilbra player in Nonna Dunlop. Nonna Dunlop sends it into the half-forward area, but there was no target there. It comes off hands and will be thrown in the full-forward area now for the Pilbra side.
So Pilbra have got the ball in their forward 50. They'll be keen to make a score while they have it there. But 15 minutes gone in this first half, with thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors on Radio Mumma, the home of GNFL football. The umpire taking a fair while to get things organised, and there's a player going off the ground. So the umpire is giving it the opportunity to do that.
And there's a Pilbra player.
Yeah, he's not very in good nick. He's limping pretty badly. But he's
he comes from a bit of a collision that happened a little bit earlier.
Pretty lightly framed young fellow.
Yep.
So let's hope he's okay. He's in good hands now. The trainers are getting him off the ground. But the umpire has started the game, but a free kick's been picked out, and it'll go the way of a Great Northern player. And the Pilbra player took a while to get the ball back to him, but he has in the end. So
4-2 plays 3 points in favour of the Great Northern, Glenn.
13 was Isaac Ronan, who got the ball forward. Goes the way now of the Pilbra player. He's tackled. So Great Northern putting good pressure on the Pilbra at this stage. Whistle on play. Advantage rule was going to be played. Now the umpire's going to get a free kick to Pilbra. So Pilbra have it now through the player there in Neil Donaldson. Donaldson kicks the ball forward. In fact, the Great Northern player has given away a 50-metre penalty. That's Jimmy Hyde, which is a bit of a... must have went over the mark when he was told not to come, when he didn't come back. So now we'll see an easy goal to the Pilbra. They go from 40 metres out to 10 metres out, and an easy goal there to Neil Donaldson. He couldn't believe his luck. Free kick and then a 50-metre penalty. So Pilbra get their first major of the afternoon. On the Lucas scoreboard, Pilbra are 1-3, and Great Northern are doing pretty well at 4 goals too. But the Great Northern need to keep the concentration on.
Yes, nearing half-time in our second game here at the Country Championships. Glad to have your company on Radio Mumma, the home of GNFL football and Dartfish Media. You can also check out the vision of this game along with our commentary and cheer our Great Northern boys on. The ball back in the middle now. 4-2 plays 1-3. See if Great Northern can get another goal before the half-time break. Up they go. Thurston does well, and I shouldn't say Thurston. He goes to ground. So ruckman for the Great Northern side in Tazwell. Talking about his teammate. Knocks it outside the centre square. Picked up now by Luff. Luff, a nice kick into the full forward area. Outruns the player for Great Northern. Was unable to take the mark. That was Jai Thurston. The ball spills free. Great Northern still have it in their forward 50. The ball goes to ground. Can they set something up? Jordan O'Brien puts it back onto his boot, but on this occasion O'Brien isn't successful, and it goes through for the minor score. But luck's aplenty, and luck's a fortune for the Great Northern on that occasion, and unlucky there for Jordan O'Brien.
So the Pilbara side bring the ball back into play, and it goes the way of the player there in Smirk. Smirk has the ball now, gets it up the ground, looking for some movement, finds the young Pilbara player, feeds it out, good bit of play there, gets it to Haronga. Haronga gets the ball taken from him, picked up by Great Northern on the half forward. They get it forward, looking there for some movement, and Britton's there working hard. He's been good in defence for Pilbara this afternoon, but the ball very close to the boundary line, and yes, the Pilbara player is going to get pinged because he pushed the ball towards the boundary line. The umpire said that was what you tried to do. You didn't disguise it enough. So an opportunity now for Great Northern. They have the ball deep in the left forward line.
I think, is it Priolo or is it Paletti?
Not too sure.
Yeah.
It is a player deep in the pocket, kicking towards the southern end, and he won't see a lot of daylight from there, but he's the right side for a right footer. Kicks it forward. Great Northern player went high, off hands, and through for a minus score. So another minus score to the Great Northern side. But there's the siren. It's half-time at the football for the Nutrient Ag Colts Carnival from Mandurah this afternoon. And at half-time, Great Northern doing okay. Great Northern are 4-4-28. They lead Pilbara 1-3-9. And you're tuned to Radio Mumma, the home of GNFL football. good contest. Great Northern need to run this game out. We talk about percentages. Great Northern were overrun in the second half of the game earlier on today when they played Peel, and Peel ran away and kicked 4 goals to 1 behind in the second half. Pilbra are trying. There's nothing wrong with their endeavour. They're just a little bit smaller and a little bit undersized at this moment, and perhaps not as used to the intensity. Great Northern players play generally in a league competition each week, so they should be able to outrun and outpace Pilbra from here.
Yeah, well, they're playing with a lot more confidence than they did in the first game, that's for sure, Glenn. And I think with Jack Cocking looking a great focal point up front, as you heard from James, Jordan O'Brien and also Zimmerman doing well, I think Great Northern in for another good half of football.
We're underway in the second half with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants. Great Northern to get the ball out of the centre. Goes the way of Kane Whitby. He puts it on his left boot, kicks it up towards half forward. Looking up there for a teammate in Riley Oliver, but Pilbra have the opportunity to run off half back. They kick it in towards the centre where they find the big fella. The big fella gets for a kick forward for Pilbra. Ball deep in the attack, and Great Northern need to shut that player down as the ball comes forward. Now whistle on play. No, the umpires say play on. So good bit of soccer there from Great Northern. Gets it up the ground. Looking up there for Liam Paletti. Paletti under pressure. Eventually the ball comes back to him. Paletti draws a player. Looking there for the hard-running Sean Brennan. Brennan kicks it up the ground. Looking for Clay Azevedo. Finds Azevedo. He's on centre wing. Kicks it up towards half forward now. But once again the Pilbra player stands his ground, and the Pilbra defender takes a good strong mark.
He kicks it straight back down the wing from whence it came. Players fly up into the air. No one can take the mark. The umpire has found a free kick though.
But I think there was
I think it'll go the way of Pilbra. Pilbra plays on now to get advantage, but in defence though, the mark is taken by Antonio Priolo. Priolo to the player in Taj Satie. Satie now for Great Northern. Not a good kick. He wasn't confident in that. He was looking for Zimmerman, but he should have been a lot more confident. He's a much bigger and stronger player than his opponent, and he let himself down on that occasion. The ball back in the back, just outside the centre square. Up they go. Knocked down to Zimmerman. He weaves one way then the other. A searching handball into space, but Pilbra first in the race, or are they? The bounce isn't kind, or is it? Goes back the way now of the Pilbra player there. He sends it forward on this occasion in Higgins. Higgins is thwarted in his attempt though by Valley. And Valley, well, lets himself down and kicks it out on the full.
So Pilbra have an opportunity to bring the ball back into play, and it's Lance Jungine from Dampier Sharks to kick the ball for the Pilbra side. Jungine kicks it up the ground. Good play it was, and a good mark taken there by Nate Hogan. Nate Hogan for Pilbra. Centres the ball now, looking for an opportunity. The Great Northern player goes up. Almost a good mark there to Lewin Valley. The ball spills, goes the way of Paletti. Goes back towards Valley. Shows good courage. Pilbra there now through the agency of the hard-working player in Nonna Dunlop. But Great Northern get the ball forward. It's in the centre of the ground. Ball slapped forward cleverly by the Great Northern player there in Geordie O'Brien. He's been good. Gets it the way of Oliver. Riley Oliver couldn't pick up the ball. Almost held while not in possession. Ball on centre wing. Clubroom side. Great Northern fighting hard. They need to get the next goal. Ball goes the way now of the Pilbra player who kicks the ball forward in Wiseman. Ball coming forward. Picked up a good tackle. Put on the Pilbra player. He didn't have any prior opportunity. Goes the way of Xavier Wright. He feeds the handball out. Goes the way of Kane Whitby for Great Northern. Great Northern can set something up now as Geordie O'Brien feeds the handball out. Goes the way of Xavier Wright. Xavier Wright breaks out of the centre. Kicks it up towards half forward. But the Pilbra player stands his ground. And I think he'll get pushed, get a free kick for being pushed in the back. And Pilbra will get the free kick.
Azevedo a little bit too excited on that occasion. The ball was in the keeping of the Pilbra though at centre wing with Higgins again. Umpire blows the whistle and is asked to bring the ball back. So the ball come back at centre wing now. The scoreboard reading 4-4-28. Great Northern leading Pilbra 1-3-9. The Great Northern going down by 32 points in their first game of this carnival against Peel this morning. They need to atone for that loss, and at the moment things are looking okay on the scoreboard. Higgins again, he kicks into the half forward area. Xavier Wright is there, takes a beautiful mark, just snapped it out of the air. Xavier Wright, a big conveyance, he sends it to the outer side, but didn't meet the intended target. The ball goes forward now for the Pilbra. Lewin Valley, what will he do? Will he go one way then the other? He goes toward the sanctuary of the boundary, almost kicks it out on the full, and he does. And Lewin Valley probably could have ran it through for a minor score, Glenn, because I don't know if they're playing that rule here in the country championships, but I saw it in earlier games where they run through some behinds. Maybe Lewin needed to do that then. The ball coming in now. Pilbra can't set something up because Great Northern is doing well to thwart any attempt. The ball now is with Liam Paletti. He goes laterally. Finds a player there in Blake Teswell. Teswell, the Rovers' young ruckman, sends it back inside the corridor. He should have went down the wing, one would think, because Great Northern would have an avenue to goal that way, but the ball is back in defence now for Great Northern. They're playing with the ball too much, Glenn. They're kicking it to the outer side now. Can they do something with it? Going the way of Sean Brennan. He needs to run now. Go, lad. He puts it onto his boot, and he finds Cocking. Cocking just outside the centre square. A player is waiting toward the goals and takes a nice mark, and now we'll have a shot on goal. So Great Northern, when they got it into space, Glenn, they were unbeatable.
Clay Azevedo is that player who has the ball 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle. So Great Northern can get their 5th goal of the afternoon and spread the margin. They need to keep kicking goals. Still plenty of time to play in this final half, with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants on Drennan O'Malley Motors game day. 5.5 minutes gone. Umpire will tell him to hurry up soon. Clay Azevedo shoots on goal. He's missed it. And a disappointing shot from 30 metres out. And another minus score on the board for Iluka, and it is Great Northern 4-5-29. They lead Pilbra 1-3-9.
Great Northern need to get a score on the board. It's good to win this game, but they need to win it well if they're to stay in contention, one would think. Other teams looking on this afternoon here at Rushton Park. Great venue for this Colts Carnival. We've enjoyed watching all of the young players on display this afternoon. This player, indeed, Cocking. He marks at centre wing. Playing down further up the field, he goes toward the half-forward area. Players setting themselves over the back. The Great Northern player couldn't take the mark. The ball spills free. Great Northern still have it in their forward 50. Going the way now of Zimmerman. He gets it back to Cocking. Cocking doesn't waste any time. Puts it straight onto his boot. Inside the corridor it goes. Is anyone home for Great Northern? Yes, they are. The player that picked it up was Clay Azevedo, and he gets a goal on the run. Congratulations to Azevedo. That makes up for the one he missed a little bit earlier, but that was a great build-up to that goal then, Glenn, for Great Northern.
Isn't it amazing? Clay made that look pretty easy. He was under a lot more pressure, but he was on the move, and he didn't have time to think about it. He screwed the ball around the corner, and Clay Azevedo gets Great Northern's 5th goal.
Jack Cocking's got some great vision, Glenn, hasn't he?
He has, and it's good to see him helping get the ball into the forward line, but Clay Azevedo finishing well on the Iluka scoreboard. Great Northern 5-5-35, Pilbra 1-3-9. 7 minutes gone in this second half, with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants. Umpire has the ball back in the centre. Great Northern need to keep building, and they need to keep putting the score on the board. It'll come down to percentage as the weekend unfolds, so Great Northern need to put the pressure on while they can. The ball goes the way, well rucked, goes the way of Jai Thurston. Gets it forward, but a good mark taken by the defender there for Pilbra. He gets it up the ground, gives it the way of Tyler Armstrong. Armstrong plays on quickly, puts his teammate there in Jungine under a bit of pump, but Jungine goes back in, doing well on centre wing, feeds a handball out there to Hogan. Hogan gives it back to Jungine, and a good bit of play there from Jungine. He gets it further afield, looking up the ground, and in goes the Great Northern player there in Rourke Drage, and sees the ball across the boundary line in front of our Radio Mama broadcast box here at the beautiful Lane Group Stadium, which is in Mandurah, Rushton Park, where Peel are based.
The Drage clan out in force this afternoon as well, Glenn. He's got his own fan club on the hill, has Rourke this afternoon. His pop, his dad, his mum, the whole family's here. Sending it down the wing now, Great Northern. Can they set something up? Running onto it. They're playing with a lot more spirit than they did in the first game, as the ball goes the way now of this player in Jackson Luff. Haven't seen much of Luff.
Free kick goes the way of Riley Oliver
this season. Oliver now. He sends it inboard. The mark is taken by the Pilbra player.
This umpire likes blowing the whistle.
He does. The Pilbra player was dealt with, player coming over his shoulder. Diminutive player he is. He sends it down the wing. Players setting themselves. Goes away with Paletti. I liked his game in this particular match. The ball going now forward, and it's Jimmy Hyde who's brought to ground and caught in possession, and a free kick will go the way of Pilbra. It is 5-5-35. The Great Northern lead. The Pilbra 1-3-9.
So once again, we see the Pilbra side go forward. They get it up to the big man. And I'm impressed with Tom Higgins' game this afternoon. Tom's played well. He's from the Wickham Wolves. There goes Tom's kick. Gets it up towards the forward line. An opportunity for Pilbra, but Great Northern do well. The ball slapped forward there by Taj Satie. He gets it to his teammate there in Jackson Luck.
Oh, he's on his
Luck
own.
gets it up towards the centre of the ground. Looking up there for Riley Oliver. He fields the handball out towards the hard-running Jai Thurston. Thurston comes out wide and finds Blake Taswell. Taswell on centre wing. Clubroom side. Kicks it towards half forward. Great Northern player reads the play well. Good mark taken by Clay Zadavado. He gets it across the ground, looking there for Riley Zimmerman. He couldn't put a handle on it. Cocking slaps the ball out the back.
Clever.
Looking for some movement. Great Northern player didn't have possession. Umpire said he did. Ball spills, comes out. Great Northern under pump, goes forward as the player there, and district regional, the Pilbra side, get the ball forward, and the ball goes out of bounds. So there'll be a boundary throw in on half forward, about 60 metres around from the left point post.
Still just under 10 minutes to go in this half. Great Northern have a reasonable lead, 5-5-35. They lead the Pilbra 1-3-9. A lot more players coming into this match. They certainly were bystanders in the game against Peel earlier this morning. Earlier today, I should say. The ball coming the way of this guy, Glenn. He's Jagayan. He's a bit of a find, a bit special. He sends it down the wing. It's marked now by Fawcett. Fawcett at centre wing for Pilbra, just in front of our broadcast position for Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football. The ball goes away of Satie now. He switches play, as you'd hope. He sends it out to the outer side, and the player out there to collect it is Sean Brennan. Brennan goes one way, then the other, cleverly. He puts it into space, but the Great Northern player is caught. But he gets the ball, gets it back to Brennan. Brennan kicks it into the half-forward area. Up goes Azevedo again. He can't take the mark. The Pilbara player is too good on this occasion and takes a much-needed mark in the last line of defence.
Antonio Priolo slipped over, but he fought his way back into the contest, but the ball comes forward. And once again, we can see Pilbara regrouping through Tyler Armstrong. He comes out wide, picks out Nate Hogan. Hogan plays on now, gets it to Jagayan. Lance Jagayan gets it forward. Two Great Northern players almost collide, but Xavier Wright took the right of passage. And once again, they go straight up the corridor. Very, very dangerous play, but it lets the Great Northern in. And Antonio Priolo does well. He goes out wide, finds Taj Satie. Satie on half back. Goes along the centre wing, where he finds Jack Cocking just in front of the Aluka scoreboard. And there goes the kick from Cocking. He's picked out the player there in Whitby. Whitby does well, screws it around on his left boot, up towards half forward.
Stuff.
Almost a good mark taken there by Great Northern. They feed the handball
Should be a
out.
goal here.
Goes the way to Great Northern, who shoots on goal, and he's offline.
Jeez.
And that was Jimmy Hyde. And Jimmy Hyde gets a minus score. On the Lucas scoreboard, Great Northern are 5 goals, 6-36. They lead the Pilbara 1 goal, 3-9. We've played 12 and a half minutes.
And they're playing the game plan that we heard Jason Chewy Graham relay to us earlier this morning of going wide, Glenn, with the ball, spreading in defence and moving forward. And it's working for them so far in this game. But they need to finish off a little bit better. Hyde should have scored that goal, that's for sure. He was not under much pressure. The ball coming down the wing now. Up goes a couple of Great Northern players, but this little fella, I've been impressed by Brennan this afternoon. Puts it onto his boot, but straight down the throat of a player that both Glenn and I have been impressed with from the Pilbara, and that's Lance Jagayan. Jagayan now has the ball. He sends it out toward our broadcast position, and the big fella goes up and takes a nice mark, and that player is Higgins. Higgins at centre wing sees a player and he's lonesome. They can build up something here. As they go forward now, Fawcett. He kicks into the man on the mark. That's lucky for Great Northern. Goes away of Lewin Valley now. He knocks it forward, Great Northern, through Priolo. Get it to Satie. Satie in turn to Brennan. And they go through the corridor now. But is there any Great Northern player there to take it on? A bit of a host of players come together. The ball spills free. Goes away of Pilbara again. They get out of jail. Try and find Higgins. Goes back the way of Higgins, but he finds a sanctuary of the boundary. And the ball will be thrown in. It is 13 minutes gone in the second half. Great Northern 5-6. Lead the Pilbara 1-3.
This is the second game for the Nutrient Ag Solutions Country Championships for the Great Northern. They lost their first game this morning. They went down to Peel by 32 points. But at the moment, they're doing pretty well. They lead Great Northern, Pilbara. Great Northern are 36. Pilbara are 9. Ball is back in the centre now, as the Great Northern get it off the centre wing. Goes the way of Jack Cocking. Screws the ball around the corner. Gets it to a teammate. that teammate is Ewan Whiteley. He gets the ball further afield. Ball is on half forward line with Jackson Luff. Luff screws the ball in with a short pass and finds Clay Azevedo. Azevedo, very under a fair bit of pressure. His opponent putting a lot of pressure on Azevedo. Azevedo's working hard. He's 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle, kicking to the northern end of Rushton Park here in Mandurah.
He's been lively in this game.
Overcast conditions, cool conditions, but almost ideal conditions for football. There goes the kick from Azevedo, and he is offline and through for a minus score. So on the Lucas scoreboard, Great Northern a 5-7-37. They lead the Pilbra 1-3-9.
12 shots to 4. Great Northern have had it in their forward half.
Probably deserve
Predominantly.
a couple of more goals.
Well, they needed to work it for them, Glenn. And they haven't been able to finish. They should have finished off a lot better, and a couple of those sorties forward.
Well done, Clay Azevedo.
Yeah, he's kept the ball inside the defensive 50 for Pilbra. He sends it inside the corridor. Out goes Jack Cocking and takes a terrific mark. They're the marks that we see in the Great Northern that he is so well at doing. And he takes a beautiful mark, and now he'll have a shot on goal. Beautiful leading mark, Glenn. It is textbook stuff by the youngster. So Jack Cocking now kicking toward the northern end. This will be his third shot at goal, I think, so far.
He's kicked one.
He has. So Jack Cocking, he looks pretty confident. He'll kick from about 25 to 30 metres straight through the middle. Jack Cocking has scored his second goal of the carnival. And the little me, or mini me, Charlie Curnow, scores for the Great Northern. They now go to 6-7, and they lead Pilbra 1-3.
43-9 on the Aluka scoreboard in favour of Great Northern. So Great Northern going to finish off this day, the first day of the carnival. And they've got a big day tomorrow. Great Northern play a couple of games tomorrow. They've got one game at 10 o'clock, which will be an entertaining game. And they've got a game at 2 o'clock. The game at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and you'll be able to hear all the action, is the Northern Suns taking on Great Northern. And then at 2 o'clock, Regional Districts take on Great Northern. So a couple of big contests to go tomorrow for the Great Northern. So far, today, 1 loss and 1 win. Great Northern need to keep building on this score, with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants, the second half. Umpire to put the ball into the air again. So Great Northern ruckman there is Ewan Whiteley. He slaps the ball forward, but only goes as far as the player who's played really well in young Lance Jungine. Jungine has the ball kicked up, but it goes the way now of his teammate. Well done to the Pilbra. They get it up to a group of 3 players, and a good mark taken there by Great Northern defence in Lewin Valley. Valley looks for some movement. It's in the centre of the ground. Jungine's there, and he reads the ball well off the boot, and Jungine takes another mark. Lance Jungine kicks the ball back, and a Great Northern player was outgunned on that occasion. The ball comes out, goes the way of Whiteley. He gets rid of the ball, but inappropriately, and the free kick will go the way of the young Pilbra player, and Caden Archer, who plays for the Dampier Sharks. So Caden Archer is 40 metres out, 45-degree angle, and he'll kick from probably close to 50 when he kicks it. So Caden Archer, can he get the Pilbra's second goal? He's a fair way from goal. Let's see how it goes. It won't make the distance. Off hands, and well done by the big fella there for Great Northern in Taj Satie, who slapped the ball forward, and a minus score result. So on the Aluka scoreboard, Pilbra go to 1-4-10. They trail Great Northern 6-7-43.
Out of defence, the ball comes the way now. Free kick further downfield. Taj Satie has the ball, and I don't know what happened there, Glenn, but something off the ball, and it's a 50-metre penalty. He's coming right down the ground, so Taj Satie will now play on. He takes one bounce twice, a nice kick into the full forward area, but the target isn't there. Goes away of Great Northern. Can they set something up as a player is quickly brought to ground? The defence vice-like by the Pilbra player as it goes backward to Pilbra now, but they kick it straight to Great Northern. Luck's aplenty as the ball goes to ground now just outside the forward 50. Can they set up another goal as time ticks away? 18, nearly 19 minutes gone in this particular half. These games only played in 2 halves. 6-7 Great Northern. They leave the Pilbra 1-4. Just outside the forward 50 for the Great Northern, kicking toward the northern end. Up they go now. The ball is fisted forward. Goes away now. The Great Northern player, and Jordan O'Brien quickly puts it onto his boot inside the corridor. Goes to ground now. Running onto it is Jai Thurston, the Little Rovers dynamo. Puts it onto his boot, sends it inboard, and a nice mark is taken by Clay Zavato once again, Glenn. So Clay Zavato, he's hanging around the goals, but unselfishly, he sends it inside the corridor to a man he knows should nail this one, and that's Jack Cocking. Jack Cocking now only 20 metres out from goal and going for goal number 3.
Yes, a good opportunity now for Clay Azevedo to get the ball on to Jack Cocking. Jack Cocking's kicked 2, going for goal number 3. So Jack Cocking has certainly gone into contention as one of the players for our performance this afternoon. So Jack Cocking shooting on goal. Looks pretty good off the boot. Goal umpire doesn't move, so another important goal there to Great Northern. So Great Northern have done okay. They've added 3 goals in this term, so the scoreboard rolls over, and a pretty good performance from the Great Northern.
So
and there it is, full time in the big one this afternoon, and Great Northern have done the job. Great Northern 7-7-49 have defeated the Pilbra 1-4-10, so a very handy 39-point margin in favour of Great Northern. And a very good performance from Great Northern. Pilbra certainly worked hard. They had their opportunities, couldn't get the job done. So a 39-point margin in favour of Great Northern on Radio Mumma, the home of GNFL football, as we celebrate the CBH Group Colts Carnival from Mandurah.
Best player, what's the nickname? Razzle Dazzle Riley. How are you, Riley?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Mate, fantastic effort. Big win by the team, so 39-point win. Good group of mates, this.
It's awesome, really good.
How often do you guys get together before coming down to the carnival?
Not a whole lot. We're just, yeah. This is pretty much our first game together, really.
Yep. And what position were you playing out there today? A bit all over the ground?
Yeah, in the midfield and centre half back.
Yep. And important to go back as a midfielder?
Yeah, a bit of run off the back, so it's nice.
How do you find the pace of the game? 20-minute halves, 5-minute break, and then bang, you're back on again.
Nah, it's a bit hard to get into, but I mean, it is what it is. Give it all you got.
And you guys pretty much had to wait for all the other teams to play. You had a bit of a look at some of the other teams, and then a fantastic win. You get a bit of a rest now and get your next game. Physical game. Do you play seniors back home as well?
Yeah, play league footy for Railways. Yeah, we're used to, pretty much all us boys play league footy, and yeah, we're used to the bigger bodies.
Mate, how far have you travelled to get here for this carnival?
Jeepers, probably 450 k's.
Yep. And did you come with your family, with a couple of mates in a car, fly, horse? How'd you get here?
Funny story actually. Me and my mates knocked off work late, so we rocked up here about 10 o'clock last night.
Wow. Yeah. So, mates, it's going to be a good trip home yet. We've got to get through the carnival yet, but just going by what was happening there a moment ago, sensational. Mate, you are a champion. Great game out here today. The guys from Radio Mum actually voted you best on ground, mate. So we've got a beanie first of all, dartfish beanie, and a pair of beautiful Archie thongs, mate. Well done. In all seriousness, you're a credit to your family, to your local club and to your region, mate. So fantastic, and enjoy the rest of the carnival.
Thank you.
Fantastic, thanks. And we'll just go to a quick break before the next game.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
This game is very important for Trinity Aquinas, Brett. They're sitting sixth with 5 wins and 6 losses.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
The North Beach Company sitting on top with 2 clear wins, whereas Fremantle CBC sitting in 5th.
In 2022, it is our aim to have every league across Western Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
This is marked by Trinity Aquinas, brings the ball to the ground. Umpire's call played on. Chant of handballs, he was impressive.
Player there in Michael Wright. He goes by hand to Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor throws it on his left boot, shoots on goal. And Harry Taylor's got his first in a Northampton jumper. And a good way for the champion to start the game. Harry Taylor.
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
And welcome back to our next game, folks. And there's a hive of activity out here. The teams are warming up, so we might actually get a little bit longer break here. And it'll be Peel Cavaliers down there warming up as we speak. You can see them in the jumpers down that far end. Should know this ground fairly well, and they'll be playing the Northern Suns, who have some very exciting players amongst them. As we said, Thomas Wilding kicked 3 goals in the last game, number 2, and also Jacob Smith kicked 2 goals as well in that last game. Lawrence Winmar was, of course, best on. So, and Peel, well, this will be an interesting, as we said, very interesting game. And normally we go back through recent history, but today we just go back today, and of course Peel won their game, And just looking here with Northern Suns, they also won their game. So 2 winning teams about to play against each other. Just for the people at home watching, the windsock here has really dropped away. Very limp as we speak, straight across the ground, but just up and down. It's not blowing to the left or to the right of either end, and it'll be a dry deck now. So this will be very interesting to see these players displaying their strengths and their traits in front of a very large crowd here, and just starting to learn about each other's movement patterns, where they might run to, how they might work. Also been interesting today to see the many different setups off the back of the ruck, whether they go out the back or do they come forward. And I know Peel last night had their jumper presentation and a few speeches coming up, and well, the senior coach got up, and I'd expect the Colts to follow. They're here to win the whole carnival. They're not just here to compete, they're here to win. So very competitive team, and if their Colts are anything like the seniors, well, they'll be pushing strongly as well. The mark of the day is something very important to look out for, sponsored by the West Coast Eagles. We're flying high. Of course, our scissor lift, where our magnificent cameraman is up about 4 metres above us in the commentary position, is brought to us by Fairman's Hire. Fantastic company who came on board and provided us with the scissor lift, especially at late notice. So they too, like the players out on the field, they can work under pressure and provide quality. So umpires just heading out into the middle for the coin toss. We can see our third cameraman out there with them. Interesting, the ground, they've done the ground up. They've added in, you can see in the centre there, the nice grass now resurfaced. Interesting, we talk about expectations. What are we expecting out of the day and out of each game? And they've been a little bit contrasting, some of these games. Obviously with the wet weather early in the day, for those people watching earlier, we thank you. And we saw the yellow ball skidding around like a piece of soap, and players trying to get it up and going and fumbling and tapping. And then as the days dried out, been some magnificent football being played, some great courage being shown, physicality. The other thing that was very good was sportsmanship, and just commend Peel. They their first game, they went past at half-time, something I'd never seen in the game, and gave the opposition the high fives and just slapping hands and everything and welcoming them in, and then towed them up, I guess. But it was good to see that gamesmanship from them. That was against Great Northern as opposed to Northern Suns. So with the two 20-minute halves, we're seeing some interesting scores. I guess regional districts in their first game kicked the 8 goals. We sort of had that as a marker as being, that'll be fairly significant if you're looking for, what teams are, how they're scoring and what might be a decent score. That's been the highest of the day. The other one, though, the Northern Suns, who we're about to see in this game, kicked 7 goals, 1 in their first game. Great Southern kicked 5-3. So you're looking around that, and also in the Northern Suns game, their opponents kicked 5-4. So you had 8 shots to 9, and they still won the game. A fairly high score for 20-minute, two by 20-minute halves. So the players, it's interesting how they recover, because we talk about, it's not so hot here, but hydration, 2%. Once you get to below 2% of dehydration, it affects your thinking, it affects your skills. So skill errors may come into play. Where you run to, whether you have the will in your system to run. It might end up being a 30-metre run as opposed to a 50-metre run, so it does take place physical fatigue, mental fatigue. Of course, we talk about nutritional fatigue as well. So the players been loading up in between games. Magnificent for those people that aren't down here. They've got magnificent food out the back here for all of us. All the supporters and that, well fed, and coffee, tea, or everything going. Western Australian Country Football League Commission has been sensational in helping us out, getting interviews sorted. Just waiting for this game to start, of course. Of course, the facts from the WACFL, Western Australian Country Football League, just off the website. The 1973, there was a meeting held. Several representatives from the country leagues got together. They appointed a council. The regional zones came in, of course, for the waffle in 1974. 1981, application was lodged. Develop, managing and representing the interests of country football were the objectives. And I think very important to note, the WACFL has played a significant role in the structuring and management of country football leagues, the talent development pathway for country players, and the development and representation of the code across regional Western Australia. And I guess that culminates in a carnival as such, where there were carnivals prior to this, where leagues put on their own carnivals, players were selected, and then the teams were then constructed and put together with the better players from those carnivals, and that is why we get the cream of the crop down here. So players coming in, shaking hands, really great to see, bit of sportsmanship. I'd suggest some of the players may know each other, not too many though. We are looking for the West Coast mark of the day. Everything is in readiness. Umpire is about to hold the ball loft. Keep an eye out for the young man, Lawrence Winmar, of course, out here. Number 18 was our winner of the beanie for Northern Suns. So Peel will be kicking to the left, and I'll tell you what, Big Billy Sears, he's a big tall man. And he will be up against Eden Gomersall, I'd suggest. And it is that. Up they go, and Gomersall gets a nice tap forward and taken to ground, the Peel player. Ball just bobbling around, still right in the middle of the ground, and obviously you can see that they've had a look at the first games, the early games. Yep. And I'm joined by Mark.
Hello.
How are you, Mark? Pleased to have you along, mate. And you're associated with one of these teams, are you?
Northern Suns.
Northern Suns, so you'll have a bit of background on some of them. And, mate, two winning teams.
Yes.
Playing up against each other. So this will be a great test. As we see number 7 now, Eli Haynes, and his breaks away, kicks it straight to one of the Northern Suns players. So who have we got out there?
That's young Tommy Wilding.
Fantastic. So just down, can't quite get it inside the 50 now. It is, but it's the opposition that's got it inside the 50, and that's a big wide kick there by Sam Costley. Very effective to Ethan Clement. Can we see a passage of play? Tudge Parker plays on, and 3 or 4 grabs in a row, and Mitchell Zaddo with ball in hand comes inside, squares the ball directly to the wing, and Sam Costley it is, kicks across the ground. So Mark, we're seeing that they're actually tacking, haven't gone forward very much, but had about 8 possessions to get about 30 metres.
Yes, quite obviously the short game's working for them. They're not blazing away, they're trying to hit targets and make sure they're confident in their kicks.
And quick one, mate, how did the Northern boys recover between the games? You've got to pick yourself up and go again.
Yeah, they're a bit flat in the warm-up there. Hopefully they can pick it up here. Yeah, they were very eager to get out, but just a long wait to get out.
And just streaming into goal there, and just offline for a point to Peel. And how have you found the day watching? You obviously watch the opposition and watch your own team, but it's 20 minutes. We expect fast football, a couple of quick possessions in, and hopefully get a goal. But yeah, it's been a good brand of football.
Yes, no, very good. This will be their second game together as a team. Northern Suns being a mixture of Mortlock, Coastal Midlands, Central Midlands and Avon, which probably 70% of these boys have all played together against each other.
And then they turn up and they've got to be best mates, and all of this, travel together and that. They learn about each other away from football. It's life skills, isn't it?
Yes. Last night, sitting around at a team meeting, you get to learn a lot about these young blokes.
It's a nice kick into the goal square. We'll just see ball off the pack there. Number 9 around the corner, and that is Brodie Shepherd with his first goal. And Peel have kicked 1-1. We were discussing off air, you know, I don't know whether the teams have discussed it. What might you call I guess a fair score? We're sort of thinking 8 to 10's around about a pretty good game if you can get up to that mark. Did you guys actually discuss any of that leading into the carnival?
No, we just wanted to try and control the footy, play the footy our way, and not worry about the score. It's more getting these boys together and enjoying themselves. And we're not huge on whether we win or lose. It's here to enjoy it. We win.
That's great.
We enjoy it, which we did win our first game. So
yeah, and it's the process, isn't it?
Yep.
The process, which is the fun bit, and whatever the end result is, doesn't matter. These will be lifelong mates, a lot of these kids after this, and yet they've been opponents as well, you know?
Yes, totally. Last year we didn't win a game, so we started our first game, we'll win, so we're very happy.
It's good. There's certainly some talent out there. I saw Pickett, and the other one was Tarkin Nario. He had a very good game earlier as well, centre half back. I had a bit of a yap to him on the sidelines, actually. Great lads, you know, they're in for a bit of a chat, and very humble, and their manners, mate, very well mannered. They're a credit to the, as I say, I keep saying, a credit to their families and to their local region, their local clubs. It's fantastic. And come down to the big smoke. This might be the first time they've played on an oval like this in the waffle, and it's a bit of a thrill for them as well.
Yes, no, definitely. Tarkin's got a very strong head on him, very great footy mind and skills to match it.
Here he is as we speak. Geez, he gets up high, can't quite get to that one. Numbers around the ball here. Just see there, Peel get it out and bang forward by Tom Ogden. We'll start to see a few of the 50-50s like this player now turning that around. There was that Hayden, wasn't it, Anthony Hayden? And good strong mark there to Tristan Weeble. That may well be a West Coast mark of the day. We're flying high, one of our major sponsors. Just brought it inboard and it's turned over. Our player just fumbled there, and that was Mitchell Zaddo. But he's good enough. He's running sideways towards the scoreboard. Long way home from there, Mark.
Yes, it is, but it's what you do here and what you do it after is what happens. And you just see they turn it over.
So around they come now. Ball goes inside. Oh, up high. Couldn't take it there. At least they're having a go, these lads. Yeah, go on.
Oh, you can ask from them?
Yes. I've noticed with this game, there's been a lot of packs forming, and whether it's a bit later in the day or just the style of play, but a little bit more of this openness, use the ball, maybe get 3 or 4 possessions in a row, then there'll be a pack kick, maybe weighted numbers, but players holding position a little bit more. Here's the pack we talk about. Can we get numbers around it? You know, 3 or 4 there. Too high. We won't comment on the umpires, Mark, but I think they've done a great job, but we won't go too much into that because that's gone against your team.
That's why I went quiet.
No, all good, but that's number 9 there, Brodie Shepherd, the goal scorer, came out and around the corner and
he's kicked it.
Lad with the orange boots there. We'll just wait for him to turn around because there's a few of them. Just see where he runs back to as well. He's probably a midfielder, is he? And pretty happy with himself. We'll pick up who that was in a moment because he's the only midfielder with orange boots. That is number 2, Corey Stanley.
I don't know. There's 2 just ran off with orange boots too.
Yeah, no, I kept an eye on him, so I reckon that was Corey. So 2 goals, 1-13 with 6.5 minutes in. Northern Suns not quite getting up and going as we speak, but it won't take them long, and if they do, it could come in a flurry. So interesting, the midfield. They are all very small midfielders for Northern Suns, which means they're going to be fleet of foot. Gets to the ground here. Peel player can't get away with it. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, these young players, they're diminutive in size, but geez, they can play. So we go
Millsy to Hayden.
To go forward. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, Millsy passed to Hayden. Hayden's just dropped it.
So that's Anthony Hayden, number 11 there. So they're going to be able to clear here. Hugh Menzies. Well done there. I reckon that was number 14.
Tommy Widling.
Was it?
Yep. Tommy. Oh, it's 14 for us.
I'm looking at the wrong team. Well done. You're ahead. You're ahead already. You've got a roll ahead of you in commentating. Well done there.
Yeah, so numbers aren't quite right either.
Yes. Well, that's good to know because you can fill us in as we go. So out it comes, and it is out wide.
Breakaway.
Kane O'Driscoll, is it?
No.
Comes inside, no, so apologise for the numbers. Here's an opportunity, player out in front. I reckon he scored some goals earlier. That is Jacob Smith, is it?
Yes, I think it is.
Beautiful.
Yes, it is. Now he's turned around, Jacob Smith. Kicked 2 in the first game.
That's correct, yeah. He's a bit of an opportunist.
Kano Driscoll, 3.
We had that as Thomas Wilding, so who was that?
Thomas Wilding is number 14.
So they've swapped.
So Kano Driscoll's number 2,
Yep. So we had Wilding down as kicking 3 goals, and he didn't.
Thomas Wilding's 14 on the wing.
Yep.
Kano Driscoll. He wanted to change the Hayden Ballantyne wing into the Driscoll wing pocket.
It went early. I love it. And why wouldn't you? Because he kicked the 3. Anyway, up it goes in the middle here. So player streaming forward and well tackled there by Pickett.
Buddy.
Winmar, sorry, that was.
Yes.
And round it comes. He's open space here in the forward line. Long time in the hand. Could sort of see what he was trying to construct there, Cole Agnew, and didn't quite do it.
And he's goal drop. How has Northern Suns been called dropping the ball? Okay.
So, long way out from goal. The kick comes in right into the square, and there he is.
Tarkanaria.
Yeah, he can really play, this lad. Great kick out.
To Buddy Winmar.
Buddy, is that his nickname, is it?
Buddy.
There we go. Nice kick out too. And look at this player, they just vacuum it up, and he's fallen over his own feet. Good enough to get back up. Couldn't quite get it forward, but we could see what he was trying to do, and umpire did call that off. Bernasconi, is that it? Nicholas Bernasconi, number 8. So unfortunate there. So Peel will load up again here. Almost halfway through the first half, and this is Ethan Clement. Once again, we just say that we're going by the numbers that were printed off in the budget through the week. So thankfully, Mark, you're here to just suggest that there might be a few changes there. So we apologise to the other teams if that's happened. Taj Mason, it is, goes forward. Player had to drop to his knees to take that and might have done himself a bit of damage in doing so. A lot of pressure there. Well, that's a very physical tackle.
And it's been called throwing the ball.
So, another player in, well, they're more very brightly coloured boots, this one. And number 18 is Tom Ogden, kicking from probably 35 dead in front. As we said, the wind side, just see it going up and down a little bit here, so it might be blowing in his face a touch. Let's just see how he goes.
Distance shouldn't be a problem.
There
is accuracy.
Yep. So Tom Ogden gets on the board, and they go ahead to 3 goals, 1. 13. And we just see that, nice kicking action. Just that skipping coming in. I'm a bit worried about that, Mark, but I know the West Coast Eagles big full forward does it, so why wouldn't you, I guess? But just those little things, I don't know if you can take them out of the game at this age. I would be suggesting so, but I'm not their coach. If it works for them and it's effective, do you let them go?
Unfortunately, yes. What works for them, works for them. And when they look up to models like the West Coast Eagles, I don't follow them, but
Joshy,
Big Joshy Kennedy and that.
Good grab there. Sorry, just wheeling around here, Zato.
Zato
goes from a long way out. Mitchell Zato, and that is a good long goal just playing on. That could be one of our contenders for Dartfish goal of the day there. What about 11 and a half in? Really nice goal as he played on there around the corner. Here it comes here. It goes outside from that grab. He could have 2 things there. He could have the West Coast mark of the day, we're flying high, as well as the goal of the day as well. So well done by the young man. That puts them probably, there we go, 4 goals up, 4 goals, sorry, not up, 4 goals in to 1. 12 minutes in, thinking about that 8-goal buffer. Player striding out here. He's got space on the opponents, but couldn't quite pick it up. And that's
Jack Wilding.
Jack Wilding, yeah. So brothers out there, are they?
Yes, they are.
Yep. So it goes forward again here by Peel, just going
To
up
young
to one hand.
Ashworth.
Yep.
Tarkin Naria to Buddy Winmar, back to Naria, to Bobby. Bobby back to Tarkin. Tarkin to young, I think his name was...
We had Greg Woods down
Yes,
as
him.
number
Yep.
25.
Yes,
He
Greg Woods.
played a good first game as well. Inside 50, not quite, and just cleaning up here is Riley Chamber. You can see that pattern of play, though, coming down that wing, the 3 or 4 lads handballing to each other, anything to get the ball forward, sharing the ball. It's great to see, mate. Like you said, it's not about the scoreboard. It's just play to your strengths, show us your traits, and share the ball around. It's fantastic to see.
Yes, it is.
And the understanding of each other is very good as well. Good ruckman there.
Young Eden, yes.
Gomasol, yeah.
Yes, I was not going to pronounce his last name.
I'll have a go at it. But facing the wrong way of the Peel guys, they're still facing the wrong way.
They have the numbers.
They're going to have to turn around, yeah, and they're backing up there. This little player came through there was Menzies. Well, snavelled out of the pack there, almost running into his own player there was Mason, Taj Mason. A little bit of body work there. And nice grab in the end. This young man, who'll get his number in a moment because he'll turn and face us, and that is
Agnew.
Cole Agnew. A little bit of body work to position himself. A little bit of an angle here, so the ball might go a little bit left to right, might go across the face if that wind comes up, or might hit the post. So wasn't a bad guess there. And just little anomalies like that can have an effect on the game. 4 goals, 2 they go ahead to now. 26 to Northern Suns, 1 goal straight.
Unfortunately.
Only early days. Well, we'll say early days. A half and a quarter of a half to go. Work that out at home. So this is good. Hold the ball up and just work out if you can get it to another player. But he kicks to a big pack there. Oh,
Anthony Hayden
high,
up.
Yeah. You like to see that. Just let yourself go and tell them to have a go at it if they can.
That's about all we tell the young blokes, is have a go.
Player just stopped and propped and had to do the work on his own there. Pick it up and get it around.
Peel with the numbers.
Ooh, flying high there.
Was young Buddy Winmar.
Yeah. Round the corner, Tarkin Etherington, I reckon that was. And get a clear. Is that
Tristan
Weeble. Sorry, I've called the wrong team there. Yep, there we go. This is Jack O'Neill. Comes across the ground and plenty of space out this side. Putting the ball to ground is Taj Parker. As he plays on one bounce. Straightens up into centre half forward. Big pack forms and
fell in his hands.
I was just going to say it did, didn't it? Good pick there. He's fair way out. Is that right? Jokic is what we're looking at going by the budget. So that's what we've got in front of us. So Jokic. So he runs around to the right, get a little bit more purchase. Nice kick on him.
And he has it.
And he's just made the distance, I reckon, and well done to the young man. And they've got their 5 now. So we see him, here's the replay here, just runs in this. That last bit takes 2 or 3 steps to the right. Gets plenty of penetration on it, and just over the hands of the Northern Suns backline player. 5'2", Sorry.
Jad White was the fullback.
Okay, yep. Was close there too. 5'2", 32 to 1 straight 6. So 26 points to Peel as we speak. Umpire comes in, up it goes. Good even battle in the middle. Who's that now? Braden Lawrence, is it? For you guys there?
No, Matthew McLean.
Is it?
Yes. Braden Lawrence is number 27.
Is he?
Yes.
Let's change that. So McLean is number 9.
Yes.
They've swapped as well.
Yes. So it's a bit hard. We tried to keep the players to the numbers of what we had them, but the jumper sizes kind of had to change a few around.
Fair enough. Well, if you notice any while we're here, mate, just let us know, and helps the viewers at home as well.
Anthony Henry here on his own, just dodged 2 players. Third, kicks into the forward line.
Giant now here, is it?
Yes.
Yep. got some fast little guys. If you can get it out in the open and let them run, these guys will be electric out here.
Kind of style we like to play, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, Peel have worked that out and they're slowing us down.
And you can see, look at all the players. We often talk about this. We have one of the largest playing fields in sport in the world, and yet we try and make it a small-sided game because there's a lot of players inside this 50 as we speak, and maybe 6-8 players outside of that 50. 3 pairs inside the 50 at the other end, and maybe 2 or 3 pairs
in
the middle, and the rest are all down this end. It's just come outside the 50 now. Always interested, Mark, if we can get someone in behind the ruckman. If that boundary umpire throws that long, goes to the front this time, and what a handy player to have in there
Buddy
as well.
Winmer.
Yeah. Look at him. Here he's lined that bloke up. He knew he was going to tackle him. The bloke just stopped and bent over.
Yes, unfortunately you can't do a lot about that.
No. Might have hurt him a bit, though. He's just limping a little bit, that player on the other side, so he knows he's been tackled. They do switch a bit, Peel, and in it comes. The players go up, down it comes.
Young Lockie Dan, handballs away.
He was in a bit of trouble there, wasn't he? Surrounded. Look at him, the Peel.
That'd be holding the ball all day long.
Good on him for coming back and having a go, and didn't get it. But that second effort, look at that, helping the player up as well. What a great second effort by the young man. Well done. That's Lachlan Dan, is it?
Yes, Lachlan Dan from Querding.
Yeah, good lad. Anyway, up it goes, and
young Buddy Winmar in the ruck.
Yeah, I was just going to say different players in the ruck. Oh, well done.
Jack Wilding.
Jack Wilding, was it? Oh, the big fella here.
Tommy Brooks.
This is Riley White with ball in hand. They're doing a lot of this switching of the play. Obviously, it's encouraged, and for players not to know who their teammates are but still be doing it, it's fantastic. And it's Jack Norris out there spearing now. We might get a little bit of a, not quite a coast-to-coast, but some good possession. So they go backwards to go forward, and that is Ethan Clement, who's probably minus 20 metres from that kick.
He's pretty pink boots on.
Yeah. So Clement runs forward inside 50. And the umpire, I reckon the whistle went early there. Second grab, though. That could be a contender for the West Coast mark of the day. We're flying high. Just juggled that. And we'll see. So this is Riley Ward. Is it? No. Just trying to work out. So this is Sam Costley. Yeah. He's got a hold of it. No score, says the umpire, and that is 5 goals to 32 to 1 goal straight 6
for the Northern Suns
as we speak. 5 to 32, and we will take a short break and come back with the second half. And welcome back, folks, to the big game between Peel Cavaliers and the Northern Suns. Both teams undefeated leading into this game, and Peel are currently 4-2 in front. And it's our pleasure to be joined by Charlie Burke, who is the talent manager for Peel Thunder. So, Charlie, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, it's great to be here.
Mate, not only looking at your own lads, are you allowed to look at the opposition teams? Because there's some talent out here, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. If they're in their 18th year, it's a free-for-all. So the zones go out the window. So, yeah, you'll notice a lot of the talent managers are here today having a look.
Yes, and your team at the moment, I noticed last night the jumper presentation there, the senior coach said, we're here to win it. And I thought, oh, that's strong and stoic, and get out there and have a go, back it up. And I'll tell you what, the juniors of, your Colts, I shouldn't say juniors, have followed, and yeah, very well coached at the moment. We interviewed the coach and Craig Otto last night, and they're having a fair dinkum dip, and good lead on the board at the moment. What have you seen? Some of your better players out there, I guess, in the first half?
Yeah, definitely. No, we've been fortunate that some of these boys have actually come through our programs, whether at development level or futures. A couple of them have had a crack at Colts footy as well, but yeah, we've got Eli Haynes, who's actually having a run in this game. He begged and asked me to allow him to play a few games. He's in our Waffle Colts squad at the moment, and made his debut last game actually against East Fremantle. But
number 7.
Yeah, number 7.
Yep.
So he's been going pretty well today. And then a couple of the other boys are standing out. Obviously, Zado. Mitch has been outstanding. He's a very smart footballer, uses the ball well. Notice he's gone forward a little bit more in that game, which is probably a good move because they've got some good midfield options as well. But well coached by Craig Otto.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job, certainly. And looking strong at the moment. When you say, who was the lad you mentioned there, mate?
Eli Haynes.
Debut.
Yep.
When you say his debut at Colts level? Or
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so it hasn't been in our program before, but I noticed him playing local footy at the start of the year and invited him down, and he was a part of the Cavaliers before I got hold of him as well. But he's been sort of training with us for a couple of months, and he's just a real competitor, so he's been fantastic. He actually played in the ruck for us against East Fremantle, and probably lost the hit-outs, but just his follow-up and his work ethic around the ground was terrific.
And you start to see, these are outstanding talent. You go up a level with regards to what's around you, and some of these lads, can you stand up to the talent that's around you and play an equal or like-minded game? But if anything else, they're actually ahead on the board, so they can, and this is where you're going to find out what they're like under pressure and up against good talent.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the Peel boys have been winning in the midfield and used the ball really well so far.
So ball in the middle of the ground. You can have a bit of a call if you like to call some of the players here for the moment.
Yeah, so Mitch Shadow there getting a couple of boys tackling him. He's been very impressive. I think he was player of the tournament in the Coolin Carnival, the Great Southern Carnival. But Pinny Boy, he's actually on East Fremantle's list now, so I don't talk to him anymore.
Oh, is it East Fremantle, is he? Sorry. Mitch Sato.
Yeah.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, so he was our winner of the beanie and thongs in the first game. I don't know whether he's going to double up again.
Yeah,
but
no, he's kicked one already, hasn't he? But
yeah. Interesting seeing this structure. We talked about this with the coaching. Do you just bang it forward and hope? But I'll tell you what Peel have done is they do the switch out the side and they share the ball around. They don't necessarily just come straight down the line, which is predictable. But just see what happens here as the ball goes up in the air to sort of no man's land. And we had a few jumper numbers change with the opposition team. So that was Thomas Wilding.
This guy, Clement's got the footy now. He's had a really good day so far. Been really impressed with how he's gone about it. He's used the ball really well, been really clean around the contest.
So it's number 8.
Yeah.
Yep, and this is
Jacob Palmer from Rockingham. He's played a little bit of league footy this year.
Fair dinkum, yeah, and that's the other thing we keep saying throughout the broadcast. A lot of these blokes will be playing senior football in their local clubs. Just a quick question and not...
Yep, no, that's
correct.
Yeah,
yep.
That's Bailey.
Right.
Bailey. So they've got his...
So it's Bailey, John.
Yeah. So this is Riley White having a shot at goal. Usually plays very deep back. So I don't reckon he's kicked too many goals in his footy. Looks like it'll continue
Kicked
that way
like
too.
a backman as well, but good to see a backman have a shot up forward. I was an old backman, so good. Look, he's got to run all that. Have a look at him. He's got to run about 80 metres back now.
Yep. He's earned
back
his
into the back half. Thinking, what am I doing up there? What are those two big white sticks in front of me? Anyway, out they come. Nice kick here by the Northern Suns and flying high. Big pack came up and came to ground, and they like the physical stuff too, the young lads. They certainly get in. That was great endeavour there, just trying to push the ball forward at all costs. Really well done there by Taj Parker, that was.
Yeah,
was clever
yeah,
play
Taj
by
Parker,
that,
he's 17-year-old, so he was part of our Futures program last season, and no doubt will be part of our Colts program next year, but he's been really good this carnival as well.
So the ruckmen go at it here, and ball just bobbles out. You like the look of this lad?
Geez, he's done well, didn't he? Do well in that first game.
Lawrence Winmar gets it across. See, now we start to see a pattern of play. It's a beautiful kick too by young Declan Mills. They're out here, out what we call the fat side where all the space is, but well done there. And that was now number 2 is now O'Driscoll. Yes, the numbers changed, and this is well, you wouldn't believe it, Thomas Wilding. These are the two players that changed numbers on us. And this is Wilding, who's now walking in for shot on goal. And that is a goal.
That's the start they needed
Well
the
done.
Northern Suns. But what I liked about that bit of play too is just drawing the defenders to them rather than rushing your kick. Just being able to open up that forward entry as well. So really good from O'Driscoll there. And obviously he started with Winmar.
So you see him line up in front. Wanders in, just in that, it's not so much a mud patch. I'll tell you what I like what they've done with the middle of the ground here too. Obviously you get a lot of traffic through there and relayed it. We went out and had a walk around yesterday. It looks fantastic in the middle. There's no bumps or lumps or anything. It's fantastic and allows these players to get out and, you know, display their best talents. The other thing we've noticed a little bit is the wings. I sort of wonder, you know, do they run up and down the train tracks or do they come in and zigzag? And we've seen a lot of it today, but they all just want to come in around the ball and not so much stay out the space. Oh, a big bump there, but it's fortuitous. And here's the player we're talking about, because Mitch Zaddo.
It's Taj Parker again.
Taj Parker, sorry.
It's probably one thing that I've had a bit of a knock on him then. Like he should have grabbed the footy then rather than knock it on, but young fella will keep learning.
Oh, nice strong work there. Over it comes. Oh, didn't get to the player intended for.
It's Riley White again.
White,
so
yeah.
Little fend off there from Riley. So I think Billy Sears is here in the ruck against Eden Gomsall.
Young raw lad, is he, or knows his way around?
He's actually pretty new to footy. His brother plays league footy here at Peel Thunder, Jack Sears, so he's got some good pedigree there.
He's out there having a go. Geez, I'll tell you what, they do anything to force it forward. Heard the voice out there. You love it when you can hear the voice from up here, these lads talking. So running here, could be run down. So good chase by the opposition, but teaming up well. Isaac Evans comes inside, squares it up. Didn't quite hit that right, and that is a great grab by Robert Worrell, number 23. Intercept.
I'll tell you what, Tarkin Naria's really impressed me today too. One of the most athletic boys in this carnival, I reckon. He's been terrific off halfback for the Northern Suns. So the Cavaliers again just rebounding off halfback. Sort of a 3 to outnumbered there, a 3 to 2. They get numbers around the footy again.
So just if you're watching the earlier game, or just inside out screw, are you allowed that?
Oh, absolutely.
That'll do to get
anything
it forward.
to get it forward, yep.
So now that the ball's gone out, quick break. So we see someone like young Winmar, Lawrence Winmar, getting around. Does the coach watch that in the first game and say, okay, let's send someone to him and try and nullify him, or just be aware of him out there because he's walking around on his own now? Or do you just stick to your own structures and say, let's play our game and whatever else happens, happens?
Yeah, knowing Craig pretty well, I reckon he'll stick to his own structures and back his boys in.
Strong mind, yep. Here he is again, the young lad you've been talking about, Taj Parker, good lad. Nice. You like to see that. They've got all the time in the world, but you still got to hit a target because you can get mental fatigue, physical fatigue. You can hear noise around it. Called the play on, look out. Nice kick in. It's into the hot spot, but no one really in that area. So having to work hard here. Is that big Tarkin Etherington?
Yeah. Also been a part of our program in the past, but He's got to try and lock it in here, the Cavaliers. That came out a bit too easy.
Just as you say that, there it is. Riley White, he's had a pretty good game too, sharing the ball.
Yeah, really good second half, and Taj Parker's on here. He's going to mark this one.
Good grab as well, and you can just see some of these lads just grow in confidence. They get used, and it's all. I will call out, and I will get a handle on the ball. That's a great kick into the big fella, and that is a great grab. That could be a West Coast We're Flying High mark of the day.
Yep, Kobe
Great
Foster.
grab. He's not sharing it either, is he? He's going back to have a look.
He's got a unique sort of line up at goal. You'll notice in a moment he'll have his left foot back as he sort of lines up before he makes his approach. But
Charlie Dixon is like at Port. There
Kobe
it is.
Foster, he was on South Fremantle's list, took a bit of a break, and now he's with East Perth, I believe. So he's kicked 11 goals this season in the PFL. He's had a good season so far for the Mundijong Centrals. He's missed a couple from this side, just away to the left.
So unfortunate there for Peel. They are 5 goals for, so they're scoring quite well. Northern Suns unable to get the ball just down there and make some impact on the scoreboard. This lad really stands out, Tarkan Naria.
Yeah.
Just when he gets the ball, you want to watch how's he going to put the ball to the next player. He certainly gets it. Beautiful kick of the ball, isn't he?
They tend to look for him probably a little bit too much, but he just creates so much opportunity, so much space for himself, and he's very good by foot.
It's a good pressure here by Peel. Look at them running in numbers. They've got players out here as well. Player held out there, turns around, has a look, and fairly wide that one was. But I love to see also, Charlie, that the players do something. They might give a handball off or do a kick like that. Where do you go next? Do you just stand and put your hands on the hips, or you do something? That lad kicked it. As soon as he kicked it, he ran straight down into positioning. That's Corey Stanley. Just the little things like that. He's down in position for the next bit of play. As I speak, that's why you do it.
Yeah,
for the people watching at home, he got himself in position. Give the team the best advantage. You'll get it back. He likes being in that middle bit, taken high. Probably didn't like that. But just the important little things. Don't be last away from where the last bit of play was. Get back into position. And he certainly likes the inside, but very impressive, and I'm glad we brought that up when we did, because that's the result of it.
Yeah, young Corey Stanley having a shot now from Centrals. Been impressed with him today. He's had a bit of midfield time, which has been really good. So he's a handy player. So he's having a shot from about 40 out, directly in front. Looks pretty good. Umpire hasn't moved.
And just on that, I guess when you identify talent, and having worked with a lot of different players over the years, and I say, I should be playing here and I should be playing now. So, well, if you can be known as a player that can play more than one position, so he can play up forward, or he's gone back into the midfield now, that's very handy for you guys when you're looking. If you've got a like for like, you've got 2 players that can play midfield, but this bloke can go up forward and kick a goal or 2 like that, they're probably going to have the advantage over the other one.
Yeah, well, most AFL clubs, their recruiters, one of the first questions they ask is the versatility of players. And young Brady Hoff, who got drafted to West Coast last year, is a prime example. Played halfback, played wing, played forward, and never grizzled about it. Just did it for the team.
Fantastic. Yep.
Tyler Gator in the ruck here for the Cavaliers. Been really impressed with him today. And young Taj Mason as well has had an outstanding game.
Wow.
Kobe Foster on the lead.
Good set of jukes.
That was almost the perfect setup, wasn't it? Gator knocked it down.
Sorry,
Foster. Yeah, that's Kobe Foster. Can't miss him, mate, with those bright orange boots. So we'll watch his unique setup here as he approaches his shot on goal. All started with Gators knocked down in the ruck. And then young Taj Mason straight to Kobe Foster, 30 metres in front.
He's sprayed it a bit today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's missed a couple. He's usually very good at his set shots. Sort of had a bit more trouble this side as a right footer kicking across his body a bit.
So let's see what the Suns do. They're going to come wide, get it out of the middle bit, but they put it back in Foster's area, and up high there, unable to get it. Peel players there lining up to get it though off the pack, and that is a great grab as well.
There's Mitch again. Mitch that out. He's been super impressive. Great leader as well. He's captain of the side for this carnival. He's also a very talented cricketer. He's played a fair bit of first grade cricket for Rockingham Mandurah and was also in the WA under-19s state cricket squad.
You might have to get into his ear a bit then. Have a look at that kick. That is sensational.
Oh.
It's just hit the post. One of the best points we've ever seen scored at this ground, ladies and gentlemen. I've called that early. But good on the lad. And he's inside his player. But his player, you normally give that first kick away because it's gained 10 metres. Yep. Now it's the next kick. This is the one you've got to lock down. So the lead comes.
And they've really gone the short option, the Northern Suns, when they've come out of
now
fence, and they're in a bit of pressure here.
And now they're forced into that kick, which becomes a 50-50. Just trying to glide by there was Tarkanaria. Couldn't get hold of it. Round the corner here is, well, they've changed the numbers. That was Braden Lawrence. But, geez, your numbers. I've been impressed with this lad down back as well.
Yep.
And doesn't waste the ball. You take your time decision-making under pressure. Riley Chamberlain, I reckon that was. And that was good. Only a light lad, but the cavalry came and he was able to get it out. He's back there on his own as well. So, just interested to see if the Suns can get this forward. Let's just see what happens. So they're just trying anything to get it out, but they're under pressure and good manning up there by Menzies.
Yep, just the work ethic here from the Cavaliers.
Yep, they're still under pressure. Have a look at this.
Yep,
this is fantastic. And, geez, here he is. This way, that way, put his head over. Just hunted that, didn't he? Wanted it more.
Foster again
Kicked
over
it up
his
a
head.
little bit high, but what a great piece of play. Young Mitchell Zaddo.
He's a competitive young man. There's not too many one-on-ones he'll lose. And just over the head of Kobe Foster then. Another good lead from Kobe Foster.
So umpire throws it in right into that front of goals, a hot spot. Oh, unable to take it. Probably spent it before he had it. Cole Agnew then. Saw the big white sticks. Tried to smother. Good work. Charging through. Barreled through there. And good effort. That was Taj Mason.
Yeah, Taj Mason. He's really impressed me today. He's been super clean and very good by foot. He's played predominantly down back today, but he's come up forward. So it'll be interesting to see what Tarkanaria does here. Whether he goes the short option. No, he comes out. He could have gone further.
So they've kicked 1 goal 5 this quarter. Or this half, I should say.
Yeah.
Almost 15 minutes in.
Just need some options forward here. Northern Suns, nothing else forward for him. He'll take a kick from there, so he looks for the shorter option.
Oh!
It was Riley Chamberlain there, I reckon, got a finger on it.
I'll tell you what, he got back in too very quickly. Just see which way the umpires. He's given it to. Not quite sure if that's Naria or not down there, but that was a good contest. He made up. Okay, yes, the opposition's got it, but he made up the ground to get back and have a go at it. But now, Northern Suns a little bit squarer, a little bit more of an advantage now, and thought that would happen. He turns towards the Fairman's Hire sign, who've provided us with our scissor lift and doesn't give us his number. So this is the Northern Suns, 35 out, slight angle. I've noticed the windsock, what's left of it here, Charlie. Might have to get on to management about that, or is that a ploy? But a bit hard to tell what's happening with the breeze as the player runs in.
Oh, it's hit the post.
And another poster, Northern Suns. So they've scored 1 goal 1 in this half. But does that wind down that end, there's not that much shelter down there, is it?
Yeah, it's pretty open down there. It's a hard pocket to kick from.
Yeah.
So that's Ethan Clement. It's just had
He's
that kick
grabbed that
down
at
the
the
line.
back. Well done there, and that was
Tarkin Etherington.
Yep, took that over the back. Player streaming by, doesn't get it back.
They've changed lanes really well, the Cavaliers, today. They've moved it around and looked for options, lowered the eyes.
Great take.
Really good pick up.
Thought that was off the toes.
Isaac Evans, yeah. Oh, well, he'll take that.
Yep. And to see the switcher play exactly what you see. You like to see them trying things and doing things. Ooh, running on. I've liked this lad.
Yeah, no,
Riley Chamberlain.
Really good work ethic from the boys. And Taj Parker, again, getting plenty of it.
Good defence now. That's Jaden Bishop, I reckon, over there. Just that long bomb out, and they've
Taj
set up
Parker
a well.
again. Oh, he's had a mare.
he's dropped the World Cup, not quite, but good man. Yeah, just to back up. You like to see that. Don't drop your bundle. Go back and do something. Help your team. Inside 50 again. I'd like to know what the count is for that. today, so they're going to clear maybe. There's a lot of pressure there, isn't there? A lot of work by Peel to put that pressure on.
They've just
Few players. Sorry, go on.
Just going to say, Northern Suns just seem to have stopped.
Oh, it's
Just stopped running. There's no one forward for them at the moment at all.
Exactly that.
And
it's very static down the ground.
Yeah, as soon as they get it, you'd like to see them working pretty hard to have options forward, but they just don't seem to be having that work ethic at the moment. As it goes into the Cavaliers forward 50, Cole Agnew should have held on to that. It's dropped it. And again, Tark and Naria getting plenty of it at half back.
So switch comes out now onto the wing, and this is Jack Wilding. And just popped it into the middle. Big fella there is Riley White. Can't get it out, so it goes out wide. He's been quiet in this game. That is a great kick, though. And that was Winmar again. I suppose Peel have had most of the ball. Oh, just taken down there was Brodie Shepherd. And the ball turned over.
What do you reckon?
Yep, all right. So ball just in the back line here as we're just adjudicating who our best might be, and comes across here to number 23. Jacob Palmer. Is that right?
It's Riley White, 29, yep.
Had a fairly good game too, so ball just bobbling around there.
It's actually hard with the Cavaliers. They've had plenty of guys that have had a fair bit of it again today. Mitch Zadow again has done really well. I reckon Nathan Clement has had a good game, and Taj Parker as well. All fair contributions.
So ball over. Good to see the ball over this side of the ground, helping the commentators. I was mentioning before, you see all the players in one half of the ground lengthways, if you like. So there's a big corridor here, except from Taj Parker over there at centre half back. Good to see. As the ball bobbles around, we're close to siren time here. 6-7 to 2-1. So Peel are going to win this, and just that bobbling around, tired players a little bit. Good one-handed picker. Oh, just didn't quite get over the top. The thought was there. Geez, that was close.
It's Tyler Gator working pretty hard in amongst that contest there.
I think the first, probably the first half set it up for Peel. They'd kicked the 5 goals too. They're now 6-7. As I said, plenty of scoring shots. 6 scoring shots this half, but unable to capitalise on that.
I think Kobe, how many shots did Kobe Foster have this half? I think he had 3 set shots, didn't he? Missed all 3.
Yes.
So, which is unusual. He's usually a pretty reliable set shot.
So thanks, Charlie. I'm going to just ask, can you spend a few minutes just talking a little bit about summary of what you've seen out there, and I'll pop down and present the beanie to our winner down there.
Yep, more than happy to. You've supplied lollies today, so more than happy to do that. Excellent effort from the Cavaliers. 6 goals, 7:43 to the Northern Suns, 2 goals, 1:13. So a convincing win to the Cavaliers. I thought they might have had a bit of a tighter tussle. The Northern Suns looked pretty good in the earlier game. As the teams shake hands and make their way off the ground. As I said earlier, I think a couple of performances, particularly from the Cavaliers, probably been a bit biased because it's in my region, but I thought young Hugh Menzies was good. Mitch Zadow, again, in amongst it. Probably spent a bit more time forward in this game. Ethan Clement looked really good as well down back from Centrals. Taj Parker and Taj Mason also. The 2 Tajas did extremely well. So it looks like both squads have gone through that game unscathed, which is always a blessing in carnivals like this, because you can certainly lose a few players to injuries in these sorts of carnivals. So we'll wait for the presentations. Luckily the weather has been kind to us today, so hopefully we'll be dry all day. But the Cavaliers had plenty of it in that second half, and Just didn't quite capitalise. So I think we're about to have the presentations.
Well, folks, what an outstanding game that was in Peel with 2 wins, and I'm joined by Riley White. First of all, welcome, Riley.
Thank you.
Mate, what is your local club, first of all?
I'm down at Mundajong Central, just not far from here.
Yep, and mate, you're a big lad. Do you play seniors down there?
Yeah, occasionally. Get in the league side sometimes, yeah.
Well, you want to send them a video of this game here, mate, you'll be right to go. Outstanding game, centre-half back. How did you find the ball coming in, and your vision was very good, picking it up?
Oh, I was all right. I'm not quite used to the position, but it's good learning. I've got good boys around me to surround me, so they're helping me. I'm helping them, doing my best.
Fantastic, mate. One of the things we've been saying, your talent manager was up there for Peel Thunder watching this game, and one of the things, if you can be known as a player that can play more than one position, that's a real advantage. So centre-half back today, would you like to go up forward maybe, or in the ruck?
I'm not maybe forward, but I'm more of a midfielder. I just need to touch up my skills a bit, and hopefully get in there soon.
Did you have a look at the opposition? Because both teams before this game had won. Did you get a bit of a look at them before they came out in the last game?
Yeah, I was having a watch it. I'm not sure who they were versing, but they were playing good. And I was just scouting my position, so they're centre forward mostly, seeing how he plays, how he goes.
No, very good, mate. It pays to do your homework, and you're our best player during this game. We wish you all the best for the rest of the carnival. We have for you a dartfish beanie, and also you're a big fella, so I bought a big pair of thongs down for you. They are the most comfortable thongs that you'll ever wear, mate. But outstanding game, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Hopefully come out with a win.
Thanks very much, Riley, and all the best, mate. Cheers. All right, we'll off to a short break and get ready for the next game. Thank you.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
This game is very important for Trinity Aquinas, Brett. They're sitting 6th with 5 wins and 6 losses.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
The North Beach Company sitting on top with 2 clear wins, whereas Fremantle CBC sitting in 5th.
In 2022, it is our aim to have every league across Western Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
This is marked by Trinity Aquinas, brings the ball to the ground. Umpire's call played on. Chant of handballs, he was impressive.
Player there in Michael Wright, he goes by hand to Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor throws it on his left boot, shoots on goal, and Harry Taylor's got his first in a Northampton jumper, and a good way for the champion to start the game. Harry Taylor.
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
And welcome viewers as we prepare for our game ahead of us now, and this will be the final game of the day. This is South West Football League versus Great Southern. South in both. I hope we don't get tongue-tied, but be an interesting game. We saw Isaac Williams kick a couple of goals for Great Southern, and some good players out of the South West as well in the previous game. So umpires are in the middle of the ground as we speak, and players are warming up. And interesting with having the break between games and how they can get up and go. And we did notice a little bit of fatigue in the last game towards the end, which Peel won quite comprehensively. And these two teams are just getting ready. So Southwest were close in their earlier encounter through the day. They kicked 5-4, but the Northern Sun's very accurate, kicked 7-1s. And if we analyse that, really they had 9 scoring shots to 8, so they had the more scoring shots and weren't able to capitalise. And of course, Great Southern won against regional districts 5 goals 3 to 1 goal 3, so a 4-goal win to Great Southern, and of course coached by Darryl Panizza, probably a name known by many over here, and Southwest coached by Brett Maguire. So the battle of the South named teams, coach in the middle over there just helping out a little bit. Just waiting on some people to come in and join the commentary. It's always good to get some different points of view come in. So, very good. So, we're going to be joined by Barry Tate, the Southwest current president and current State Board member. So first of all, welcome Barry, thank you so much for joining us, and how are you enjoying the carnival so far?
Thanks for having me, Tony. No, it's obviously it's a good.
You're right. Yep,
all good. No, it's a good event to have, and just showcases all our talent across the state, which is fantastic.
And the Southwest, so we look at some of the teams. So yes, Bunbury, Collie, Dunsborough, Carey Park, Bustleton, Harvey, AMR, what does that stand for?
Augusta Murray River.
Right down that way, yep. HBL, and have I missed any? There's probably a couple others in there.
Dunsborough.
Bustleton, yep.
Yeah, Dunsborough's a new club that we've introduced into our competition this year to make our 11th club of our competition. So which is great to see there's three boys from Dunsborough representing Southwest today.
And your coach Brett Maguire, what can you tell us about Brett? Has he coached seniors? Has he always been with Colts? Where has he come from? Where does he normally coach?
Brett was originally probably 5-6 years ago Colts coach at Bunbury, and then he moved to Eton Boomers as a league coach. Then he followed up assistant coach at Bustleton 2 years ago, and then took the senior role on at Carey Park. So he's been there 2 years now. So Brett's and been part of the Newcomb Ag Colts coach for the past. Well, we've had a couple of years off, but he was 2 years before that. So this is his 3rd year. So he's a really good ambassador to the Southwest.
Fantastic. So the boys are in good hands. And when did the team? They just travel up on the day. They come up yesterday.
Yeah, we come up this morning. They hopped on the bus at 8:30. The bus leaves from Bustleton, picks up the boys from that area, and then follows through to Bunbury at Hands Oval and picks up the rest of the squad, and then they keep heading up, obviously, to meet up here at ready for the 11 o'clock game.
So do you stay overnight, or you head back down? How far away are you from here?
We're staying at the Good Earth Hotel in Perth, in the central of Perth.
Oh yes, yep.
So we're going there tonight, and our league side will come up tomorrow, and they'll start at the same hotel.
Oh, fantastic! Do they mingle, the senior team and the Colts team, or you stay to your own?
They will mingle. This will be the
yep.
first time we've brought them together. So normally the boys stay in Mandurah, as we always play here. but the accommodation was and Goodhurst's been a great sponsor of the Southwest in the last probably 20 years. So they're all going to be together, and it'll be the first time. So we do encourage the two teams to mix at breakfast and ready to encourage each other before they leave to go to different ovals tomorrow.
They're looking keen, Barry. Both teams in their huddles, everyone comes along, and we're talking before with the Peel talent manager and a couple of the other guys around the place. Yes, winning's important, but it's the mateship, it's the getting together. These guys are opponents normally every other Saturday, and you have a look at how tight they are in here and all around each other, and wanting to get out and play good sport, and you might have an opponent from you've played against for years and don't know them, and all of a sudden you're playing an interleague game with them like this, and you could become mates for life, and who knows where they end up, Yeah,
exactly, and that's been endorsed from our side this year as well. But they all come together, and you see the two huddles are very close knit, and hopefully they can take it out in the oval. Like you say, they played at different clubs, and this is the time they become the individual league on the day.
And the other bit that we've spoken about is the preparation. You don't know anything about your opponents a lot of the time. You just turn up and you see them on the day, and that's the only time you get to look at them. And good sportsmanship out here by a lot of the teams, shaking hands. And I saw one team there at half time. They were all across each other and slapping high fives and everything. The sportsmanship has been fantastic as well.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. Like obviously you come to a carnival and some players know each other from other clubs because they've been there previously. So that's what it's about.
So ball just bobbling around there at the moment.
It's gone into obviously the Southwest forward line straight up, which is good.
Yeah. Flick the ball up, moving the ball around quite well, a lot of these players. No one gliding by, so player has to do it on his own, and that young Gilchrist doesn't get it forward, more goes sideways, so it gives the opposition an advantage here, which is great Southern. But coming in, been impressed with this lad today, Mazzucchelli, is it? Is that how we say it?
Yeah,
Jude Mazzucchelli, so he's been impressive. You see all blue jumpers to the left, green and gold just behind this ball. Now they mix it up a little bit. If he wins that tap, he's going to hit the opposition. But getting through there was young Billy Boucher. So Boucher gets it across. Player just got himself out of trouble, but puts the ball into an interesting position. Player come down heavily there. I hope he's got up all right. Player then just dodged no one, and that was Ryan Lazar. Kicks it down and off the chest. Jude Harrop couldn't control it. Gets back after it, drags it in, punches it out. Very well done, and they're out here. Player sort of running backwards here, has to give it off. Puts it to the ground, puts teammate in trouble. Having to stand over that. That was courageous, Barry.
Yeah.
See the players doing that, and well done by the young lad.
Yeah, they went back into play, which obviously didn't help. So always good to probably move the ball forward whichever direction you're going.
So umpire had to wait for the players to come in there. Not able to take it there was Kasim Yeater. Just a hack kick out, and well done. Well set up, and there he is again, Mazzucchelli. I reckon he's seen the beanie and the thongs the other guys have got, and he thought, geez, if I have a good game, I'll get a pair of these. So number 9 here is Darcy Carroll, yeah. Apologies once again for the pronunciation. So I'll tell you who I was impressed with, that number 11 out there, Lachlan Princey, his first game. Some of his grabs and just his movements and kicking style is fantastic as well.
Yep.
And that's what you see. A lot of these players, you just see little traits come to the fore. Umpire throws it in on the far side. Getting up high there. Player having to chase was the opposition ruckman, so force the Southwest to go a little bit. Southwest go up and down.
Yep, high.
Although not northeast.
No.
Follow me there.
Yeah. Now it's more move forward, so obviously the ball's gone to the ground. Obviously the Southwest is still scrambling for the ball. It's gone out to. Then looks like there's going to be a mark. So it's in the right left forward pocket at the moment.
So that was Mazzucchelli again with that kick in. Yeah. So he's been very pronounced early, and this is Fraser Gilchrist.
So
they say a very.
So he's a Bunbury boy, Fraser Gilchrist.
Yep.
A lot of these guys have already played league down
Yes.
home, which is obviously important when you come to these carnivals. Have this when you play bigger opponents. Oh, they've
Nice kick too,
they've got
wasn't
the
it?
first one on the board, which is great. Great kick.
So
from
good
Gilchrist.
start to the team.
Very encouraging.
Yeah, so just on that, a lot of the lads play senior football,
Yep.
and then come back to play Colts, of course, and metaphorically speaking, if you think mentally, I'm taking a step back, this will be easy, but you're playing against like-minded players, so most of the players on the ground have probably played senior football.
Yeah,
so you're playing against very talented opponents as
they would
well.
have played in back home. They would have played a lot of league themselves. So, but what is good there, they play against big bodies when they play league. So when they come here, they don't feel out of whack. So that's great.
So big Jack Monkhouse in the ruck.
Yep. He's another. He's been playing soccer all his life. He's only been 2 years into playing football.
Wow, too tall for soccer, mate. Let's get him into Aussie rules. But
yeah, for sure.
The soccer players actually make good footballs. Not able to get it out there with Zach Pilati. So, heavy collision there. Great Southern now. They're inside 50. Nice kick forward. Not able to get it through, but, that was a penetrating kick by Max Baker. Low and hard, wasn't it?
Yeah, they moved it forward really quick out of the centre. So that's the advantage. We only got 20 minutes each half, as we know. So ideal is take it down the middle and obviously get more chance of getting a score.
It's an interesting tactic, isn't it, Barry? Back in our day, you get 4 quarters and you've got time to come back and do this, do that. 20 minutes is just express, but you can't just blast away.
No.
We see this kick 50-50. Good target, Princey, but that's great mopping up there by Goldstone. He just came out of nowhere. That is sensational play. He's running past for the handball on the far side here. Doesn't need to because there's a nice...
Who's this one?
I'm just going to wait till he turns around.
Yeah.
Reckon it might be 15. So that's Delaney, Brody
Delaney.
Delaney.
Brody Delaney. He plays for Bustleton. His father actually coaches the league side, and he's here today, being part of the assistant coaches out there today, which is great to see Daniel here as well.
So making a name for himself, the young lad walks in, and he likes it. They celebrate a lot before we've seen it go through.
Yeah.
They know it's already gone through. So well done to young Brody Delaney. And I'll tell you, the other thing that's been handy today is accuracy, because that's going to go a long way. So 2 goals straight on the board to the 1 point to Great Southern. So well done there. To South West.
A lot of these sides playing the Great Southern Carnival, which is only probably 3 to 4 weeks ago. So a lot of these teams have played together, so they actually gel real quick. But South West, something we probably should look into to go down and play in those carnivals to get more experience for these young lads.
I'm glad you've said that, Barry, because I've heard a few people talk about the different things here and there, the carnivals. We had that to set up, and then we had our players just taken high. There was Caden Polar. Let's just see they take off. I say it's like a skyrocket going off. A player gets a mark or a free kick and they all just spread. If you go outside, the only trouble with that is you get very close to the boundary, but if you've got a player down there leading, that's good play. Players run on there. So there he is there, Delaney, who kicked that goal. He ran from the back line, ran on, got it forward again, used the ball, and we were discussing earlier, not just standing still, he's moving out into position again. There's what we like to see from Princey. Gives them a good target up forward, bring the ball to ground. He's gone back in after it. Below the knees is very important.
Free kick.
And he's picked up. So there's your centre forward. And we talk about this. I was involved in recruiting years ago, and we'd say, well, okay, what's the big tall player like below his knees? And we see something like that. That's impressive.
Yeah, exactly.
Great to see.
Yep. Actually, to be quite honest, I think this is Craig. Harris Craig actually is number 11. We've got the number wrong here. But,
I've been wrapping him up all day.
Yeah.
This has happened a bit, so we apologise to those who.
Yeah.
So he's number 20,
it
29.
was 29, now he's playing
11.
his number 11 jumper. That went out of bounds for us, so it's going to be brought back in. So they'll restart.
So in it comes right in that forward line. Can they capitalise and get another goal here? It's on the ground. It's willing heads required. What we need out here, Barry, is the old dark shorts and light shorts.
I know.
They're very close.
So they blend
Looking into that sun.
The dark blue and the dark green.
Look at that run off the back line. He's
over the top.
Can he get it back?
Yes.
Oh, well done.
Number 10.
Yeah, Mazzucchelli again.
Mazzucchelli.
On the left foot. Look at that. So it's inside 50. Big 23 picks it up. Can't go forward, Lenigan. So it goes sideways. Bobbling around out there. Desperation needed. Can they get it out? Player just tapped it forward to his own advantage. That was very clever and gets
like
a free kick and probably a couple of players down there. Not recovering as quick as they were earlier in the day.
Yeah, that's for both clubs. It's the second game for the day.
Yes.
So they get a bit tired now, but that's probably the second half you'll find that.
How'd you go with the weather? Great to see the ground here bathed in sunshine, but I'll tell you what, it gets cold down here.
I know, yeah, a little bit different, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so over the top it is. Umpires said play it on. Showing good pace there, big fella, but couldn't quite get down. Doesn't need to. He gets a second option. I think that's Connor McCandless, if I've got the numbers right, or it may be Clay Michael. Just a little bit far away. Gee, that's a... Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Put his own teammate under pressure.
But the tackle wasn't clean and he's dumped him on the ground, so he's got to keep down ground. So it's still the Storm.
So great Southern player just wanders in on the left.
He's
missed that again.
Yeah.
And I reckon...
To the right-hand side.
Is that Clay Michael, number 20, I reckon it was. Done that a few times today. Was Connor McCandless earlier, so let's just see. That's a high kick. Let's see if we can get
who's going to get this one?
Eagles mark of the day, but it just falls in. Yeah. And that's Lorcan McNamara.
Oh, that's gone.
Turns on his left. Yeah, geez, he's a tall player, this lad. This is Newport. Miller Newport.
Bunbury boy.
Oh, he's moved around.
Oh, no.
He walked. He actually walked into the opposition player.
See, that's made it easy.
So that's that awareness. Just could have turned the head and, yeah. What do you say there? Even someone maybe giving... He was trying to creep around a little bit, but unfortunately walked in. This is Ryan Laser, I believe, with the ball.
He's a pretty good shot for goals, so I'll say always lining up here. And he's missed that
off
one
as well, so yeah, it's costly, isn't it?
So it's three. Is that 3 or 3 points they've scored, which is some of them been fairly easy shots. So we'll see how it pans out for them.
We talk about this, who's had more of the ball, which team, or scoring opportunities. So 3 scoring opportunities and offline with all of them. Ooh. And there's another turnover, but South West get the ball down twice and kick 2 goals. So, sort of. Yeah. His body moved forward, but the ball stayed where his hands took it. And good second. I like to see that out here. It doesn't matter which team, but the second efforts, just to see players have a go. They might mess up or not do something, then they go back and get another possession. I reckon.
And number 7, he's got that ball.
7,
now.
Is it? Max Baker.
Yeah, Max Baker.
Saw him have a shot earlier.
So we've given him the opportunity, so we'll see what happens with this one.
He's got plenty of penetration.
Well,
and
he's missed that one as well.
He's missed it as well.
So we're going either side of the point post, one on the right hand, one on the left hand side at this stage. So.
Well, they're giving Southwest the opportunities. I'm always interested in the kicking too. Don't just kick it to a 50-50 because it's like having a free kick or a mark. Don't give it up.
No, exactly.
Try and get it forward. Now they're out the back
so
here.
15's grabbed it.
Yeah, that's Delaney again. He's having a very good game and nice kick forward. He's a good size, this lad. Yeah. Brady Lenigan. Looks like he's played 100 games of senior football looking at him. But
kicked it straight to a man on the mark. So.
Yeah. They're out here again. That's good vision.
Yeah.
William Cousins gets it across. Nice kick here. And this is number 17 in Kyle Lawrence. Has done some good things today. That's a great kick in. Oh, I'll tell you what. Clay Michael.
So just one mistake down there. Turnover. Bang. And it just feeds back. So number 20's got the ball now.
Clay Michael. He's had plenty of shots today and couldn't kick them. I reckon he's a left footer using right-handed football. Because look at what's happened again. He's hit the post.
Yeah, straight onto it.
That's dead straight. Yeah. And he's probably had 7 or 8 shots at goal today we've seen from that young lad. Just can't seem to slot them through. Interesting, couple of different players taking the kick-ins. This is Judd Churcher. And just goes long out the other side. 2 on 1.
2 on 1. Oh, lucky to.
Yeah, and well done by Southwest there.
Yeah.
Comes
then-
inside, guess
and
what,
the
another
turnover.
turnover. So we're seeing a fair few turnovers. But look at what happens, kicks it into a congestion.
Yep.
Little bit like end-to-end football or circle work, whatever,
Yeah.
because it's another congestion out the back. Would have hurried on, son. You're under pressure.
Yep.
Well done
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Good vision.
Yep.
Kicks to the middle.
Didn't panic. He made sure it went to a player, which is something that's not been happening the last couple of minutes. So.
That was Brodie Delaney giving the team advantage. Players running by. There's a little bit of space here.
Yeah.
This is Billy Boucher.
Oh, good
and up
mark.
high. Yeah, that could be
so number 21.
our West Coast mark of the day. We're flying high.
Yeah, Gilchrist, good mark. So that's gone into our forward line and built out. Ball's loose. Pack forms. Umpires called it. Bounce up.
So we're almost 14 minutes in to the first half. Just ball in that pocket and well done there to manufacture something to get it out. This is Jordan Hulme with the ball. Gets it down the wing. Oh, just a touch late there.
He was, wasn't he?
Just a touch. So Ryan Laser picks up a lot of the ball. We saw him earlier in the day. That's a high kick. Gives the opposition a chance here.
It's a foot race now.
Well done.
Oh.
Turn the Jets on too to get away. Backed himself there. Well done. That was Gilchrist.
He's in a lot of play, Gilchrist, at the moment, so it's good.
Bobbling around here. Player picked himself up off the ground and the ball rolled into him. So comes out now. So this is Gilchrist again, this way, that way. Gets a kick into the forward line. Player in front couldn't take it. Contesting now the 50-50. Geez, they pick it up. Round they come now, the Great Southern team. Over the back, good set of jukes too to Baden Parsons. That could be our West Coast mark of the day. We're flying high, and he was flying high. Well done, young man.
Just seems a lot of turnovers at the moment. Like it goes back and forth, and obviously the opposition gets it. So interesting how it plays out in the next. Oh, there's a good tackle from Storm Boy.
So round it comes. Just here on the wing, player goes up, and that is William Cousins. He's pointing long, so he'll probably go short. No, he does go long. Okay. Just gets bumped on the kick, so it's very close to the boundary and very hard and
good mark.
Going up in front, and that was Connor McCandless.
He's hand passed it off.
A couple of little bits.
Yeah.
Yep.
Straight into full force. See where this happens. Oh, the bloke roving real well. Number 23.
He's looked inside.
Well, he's looked. Oh, great. Well, that's great play. That's team football if you ever.
Yep.
That's percentage. Hand pass it in the goal square on a run straight into an open goal.
That was Ryan Laser.
Yeah.
Won the best player award earlier in the day too. Can play, but very unselfish.
Was perfect.
23 Teague Valley. I was looking at what he was going to do. Is he going to kick it? But he was looking inside as he was running forward.
Yep.
And there's the goal.
Lowered his eyes and found a player.
So 6 scoring shots to 2, and yet Southwest are still leading on the board. 16.5 minutes in, and big number 25, Baden Parsons, who took that very nice mark out here on the wing, up in ruck now.
He got that away well. Hand passed it out. It's going forward now, obviously with the number 12. He's still got the ball. Goes on the.
Good use.
Another Mazzucchelli, so that's good.
Another turnover. We're getting used to seeing this. Look, the boys are under pressure. We understand it happens, but this lad's having a great game as well. Fraser Gilchrist. I've got himself and maybe Delaney right up there and Mazzucchelli.
Yeah.
So ball goes right into the teeth of goals. Can they capitalise here?
No.
South Great Southern have done very well to turn that around.
Got a great defensive side. Backline's doing real well down there.
So Mazzucchelli and Delaney both in at that ball. There's Mazzucchelli again. Gets it back to Delaney. They've both been influential in that little bit of play.
Very handy.
They just need another one here to get it forward. But I tell you what, been impressed. There's Mazzucchelli again. If this goes to Delaney, they're waxing, but they're not. So, well, player just about takes it. Umpire puts a whistle to the mouth and says no, play on. Player's not watching the ball there because they knew it was running forward, and that's the anomaly with our game. Well, not an anomaly, but the the beauty of the football can bounce anywhere, Barry.
Yeah, exactly, and there's been some really quick passage of the football back and forth, which is fantastic. So this Delaney, I know it's going to be a throw up. Gilchrist thought he thought he had it. So the ruck knocks happened, and it's Gilchrist back into action again. Oh, young Craig, he nearly took a freak mark there in the forward pocket. It's turned over. The Storm have taken it again out the back line. Now there's turnover. Number 2's grabbed it. Hand pass off. No, intercepted by the Storm again.
Yeah,
so
couldn't get it out quick enough. Oh, he's in trouble though.
That's interesting. That's dropping the
Great
ball.
tackle. Oh, ragdoll. A bit of everything going on there.
Southwest kick. Number 17.
17, is it? That's Piers Ferguson. Geez,
from HBL.
Aggressive tackle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. He wanted that ball.
Bang, in he went, and you like to see that.
Yep, especially
controlled aggression.
Especially in forward line. Forward line pressure is great.
Correct.
Oh, he's missed that. Oh, is he?
Set
There's
play.
A mark. He's got the mark.
Set play.
Straight on the line in the point.
I think the
point post region.
He's going to pay the mark.
Yes, too.
Is he a left footer, this lad, or a right footer? He must
He's
be
a right footer, so he's into his advantage. He's gone for a shot. He's got the goal by looks of it. The umpire hasn't moved. So who was that?
Just wait for him to
turn
come
around. He's got the headband. He's got number Black.
20.
Black from Dunsborough.
Caden Black.
Yeah, well done.
Very lackadaisical in his kick around the corner, wasn't it? That's not easy to do. That's a skill, and well done to the young man. As we see it here, not quite in screen. Here he is now. Turn side on. If you hit that on the right side of the boot, it'll go through, and he did.
Never
so
wasted
3
any
goals straight. No, exactly.
Wasted no time doing it either. So
3 goals 18 to 1 goal 5. So 3 scoring shots to 6. Yet there you go. Southwest are up by 9 points as we go into the half-time break. We shall take a short break and come back for the second half. And welcome back, folks. And you can see it's half-time, and I believe there was a massive tub of lollies down there they're all hoeing into. We've talked about nutrition today, a little bit and about recovery. But, look, it's a pleasure to be joined by Joe Burton. Joe is the former president and current state board member and has got a fair bit of intel about the Southwest. So thanks for joining us, Joe.
Yeah, thanks.
So this team here...
Yeah, that's our team.
So you're Great Southern?
Great Southern, yeah.
Sorry, someone's given me the wrong intel here. But that's good because we need to know a little bit more about Great Southern. We had Barry with us that took us through Southwest. So Great Southern, Joe, some of those areas. So you got Royals, Railways, Halls Creek. How far are we talking? Mount Barker, fair way away?
Yeah, the bulk of the players come from the Great Southern, which is the Royals, Railways, North Albany, Albany Sharks, Mount Barker and Denmark. And then we have 4 Aboriginal boys that come down from the Kimberleys.
Wow,
they're
great.
part of the Claremont area, and we invite them down every year to play with us, which is accepted by the WA Country Footy League.
That is fantastic because everyone should get some exposure. Daryl Panizza as a coach.
Daryl's the coach. Yeah,
yes.
Daryl's been part of the Storm program. The Storm programs have been going for now some 14 years, and Daryl's been there from the word go. Either as a coach early in the piece. We were fortunate enough also to have in our area at that time Andrew McGovern.
Yes.
Phil Gilbert. They've all participated and coached this side. And now Daryl's back having a bit of a crack at it because we're having trouble finding a suitable coach. So Daryl's back coaching these boys. And
yeah, well, they're in good hands. And just saying they're behind on the scoreboard in regards to the actual score, but they've kicked 1 goal 5, so they've had 6 scoring shots to 3. So
they probably had the opportunities, but I felt that probably the Southwest had the better of the quarter generally around the ground. They were first to the footy, used the football a bit better, probably just turned it over a bit easy sometimes, and our boys capitalised and probably had the opportunity to be in front, if not very close. But it should be a good second half.
yeah, certainly looking forward to it because they're quick turnover, isn't it? You play 20 minutes and bang, 5 minutes now, and before you know it, you're back out again, and she's game on. So
it's a pretty hard gig, playing a couple of games. Even though they're short versions of the game, still you get cold and then you got to warm up again.
I agree. Yes.
And any aches and pains seem to come out at that time.
Well, back in the day, I can remember coming through juniors in Country Vic. I was back then, and then we go up into seniors. We used to call it Lightning Premierships, and you'd play these short games, and it would be hard just to get up and going again. And
I think it's a bit easier on the younger ones. As you get older, it gets a bit harder.
Yes, and the way you recover in between, and so on, which we've covered a bit. And then of course, you're sleeping in an odd bed tonight somewhere, and then you've got to come up and butter up again tomorrow. But
well, I know the Kimberley boys. They found it a bit hard this morning. It's a bit cold for them, coming from probably 34 degrees or 35 degrees down to
let me tell
6,
you, Joe, they're
8.
not on their Pat Malone now. I tell you what, she's been a bit nippy just here. The sun is out, the ground looks magnificent, bathed in sunshine, but
it's good conditions.
Geez, when it gets cold here, it gets cold.
Yeah.
You know what though? Here's the positive. Think how many lads out here today getting exposure to the waffle clubs, just representing their families and their home teams and things like that. I just think it's fantastic to see the Colts out here playing games, meeting guys that their opponents normally are now they're playing with. And I said earlier in the day that guys walking past, 2 teams walk past each other, giving each other a high five, and I thought they think it's the end of the game, but it's just the sportsmanship.
You could watch them today. You watch all these kids here, and then next year some of them could be on an AFL list, waiting to play their first AFL game.
And the other bit also is a lot of these lads play seniors back home as well in your league.
Yes,
Great Southern.
they do. Yeah.
So it's fantastic, and we were talking about that. The competitive now. You're up against the like for like here.
Yep.
And up they go, the Colts. So the big number 24 there, Monkhouse, gets the tap out, and I've liked the look of this player, Mazzucchelli, number 10, in around the ball. But see whether Great Southern can get something happening here. The ball's. It's always an interesting battle, that first clearance. So there it is, Mazzucchelli gets it out. Just a grass ball, so picking that up was Tom Gaund. Gaund goes very far out that far side, and he's played very well. Ryan Lazar, do you like him, number 1?
Yeah.
Very good player.
He's an opportunist. He's a forward that kicks goals down in his club down in Albany.
Yes.
He's an opportunist in the forward line.
So we see this ball going backwards, forwards. Now it's out on that far side.
I think
player comes inside. Sorry, go on.
I think the jumpers, even though they're nothing like one
Yes.
another, they do blend in pretty well out there.
So, Joe, we were saying earlier, I can remember back in the day, we used to have black shorts and white shorts.
Yes, yes.
You'd know who's who, but from here to try and look at that, a little bit difficult, but the yellow numbers, he's got a good set of dukes here. Connor McCandless, you know much about Connor?
Yes,
he's a good lad.
He played very well in the carnival recently down at Lake Grace, and
yes,
he's a big boy. He comes from the Albany Sharks.
And this
pretty
is
sure.
Clay Michael. He's had a lot of shots today and just couldn't capitalise. Let's just see.
He's a very class footballer. He's a class footballer.
So he's had probably 8 shots at goal in front, little bit of an angle, couldn't kick him. His most difficult shot for the day, guess what? Sausage roll, good lad.
He's a very, very, very classy footballer. I don't think he'll be playing in our league much longer. I think he's destined for better.
Yeah, I agree. He's got a great set of hands too, hasn't he? You know,
and he's normally a beautiful kick.
Well, he has been. When you see him line up and set shots and all that, you just think, oh, just that little bit of wind here or there. And but he's a great player. I don't think there's anything wrong with his kicking style. He just hasn't been his day today. I think he'll get certainly. You know, if you picked him up as a player, there's not much you have to work on with his kicking.
Recently down in Lake Grace Carnival, I think he kicked about 13 goals, and I don't think he kicked a point.
I reckon he's had the most shots out of all the players out here today, out of all the teams. He's had the most shots we've certainly seen. And look, that might be the start of it for him. He gets that one and
bit
away
of confidence.
he goes. Yep. So ball just bouncing around. A lot of pressure here. The lads, very physical some of these games as well, Joe.
Yes.
Noticed.
Well, there's some pretty big boys. You don't think they're big, but you get in the club rooms with them, and there's some fairly big chunks of blokes out there. I think the feature I thought of the footy day, some of the tackling's been outstanding.
Yes. So around we come. That's a penetrating kick, isn't it?
Great
That is
kick.
a hard kick, and that's a great grab as well.
Good lead, great kick.
We talk about our West Coast Eagles mark of the game. We're flying high, and that could be one. As I look at our producer, and she goes, "Wowee, let's mark that one down." So that's 3 minutes in, and number 26, great bullet kick in, and that was Tyson Giles.
That's the first one they missed, is it?
Offline, yep.
If you kick straight, it makes it a bit easier.
Well, we're saying that 7 shots to 4, and yet they're still up on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
So Southwest, that is, they're in front. And loading up again here from the back line. We'll put some big jukes up, couldn't quite get it. Player trying to put the fist in there, 24 to spoil. Monkhouse didn't quite, the hands went between the arms but didn't connect with the ball, but it was enough to spoil the player. Now, no one, this is one of my little anomalies, look, no one behind the ruck throwing. If that band round pie, go and throw it in a long way. He doesn't. He puts it right where they can all have a go at it, and around it comes. This player's just racking up possessions here, and that was Mazzucchelli who started that. Geez, that kick-off line like that, they're inside 50. Player had 2 or 3 metres. Joe, you're of my ilk. What about the forward starting 2 metres in front of the backman? The backman's never going to make up that metre, are they?
Not the skills that these boys have got.
No. Yet they do it over and over. In our day, you had to stand next to or in front of your opponent.
Yeah.
And
stand on his toes.
Yeah. Well, we won't go into what we used to do, but you know, nowadays they tend to stand behind, think they can make up that ground, but it's a very hard thing to do. And there's an example of it.
You can't.
A couple of metres off.
And you don't have to be the quickest man to. You know, if you give them 2 metres over 10 or 15, that's enough.
Oh, juggling there. Bit of hard work there was. That was Brady Lanigan. We've called a few times today as well.
He's a big, strong boy.
He is, isn't he? Like you said before, I went out to interview some of them, and I'm 6'1" and a bit, and I'm looking up to these guys, and thinking they've still got 2 or 3 years of growing yet.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what scares me.
Yeah.
So he's got the red boots, and the size of him, he can wear whatever colour he wants, and I'll agree with him. Just kick that through. Have a look at them. They come from everywhere.
Good kick from there.
Wowee.
That's what the AFL are looking for now, these big, tall, mobile blokes. Seem to be on their list.
Yes, and, you know, we talk about a Paddy Cripps who's, you know, well over 6 foot, 6'3", 6'4" as a midfielder And back in our day, 6 foot, 6'1", you were a key position or a ruckman.
Leading ruckman, yeah.
Yeah. But, geez, it was a nice kick. I've liked some of the system that you've had moving in. I noticed, obviously, the one that happened down here earlier, but some of that system moving in, and just as we were talking about that 1 or 2 metres that you never make up, and look at what happens.
Yep.
So up it goes, 6 minutes into this half. Bit of volleyball there, you don't mind that. So player under pressure because he's running the wrong way. He's running away from his own team goals. Boys come to help here. A nice little kick out there by Riley Valley. Out to Jordan Hulme, who gets it across. So they've had 2 kicks to go forward, and they're still in the back half. The third kick, they're still not in their front half yet because of the way that ball got pushed out. But this is good play.
Yeah, you just got to keep possession, that's all.
Now there's the player that started that, Jordan Hulme. So I'd like to see the players double up and get another possession down the ground. Good work. So they're going to come diagonally. They've had about 6 kicks across there to get this ball into the forward line. 3 on 1 here. They might be able to keep it in. Oh, great tackle there. So that number 6, Gazner, he was up against it there, and that was a fantastic tackle.
I think he was outnumbered, wasn't he?
Exactly right. He apologises there, but boy, he did a mountain of work there.
He got the ball out of the danger area anyway.
And that'll do. It doesn't have to be exact every time, does it? You're right. So throw in now.
I thought the Southwest had dominated in these ball-ups. They've seemed to have got the ball out most times. All the stoppages, they've been very, very good around those.
That's how you struck to see. There's a man out the back there. You can probably see on the vision there, number 8.
Yeah.
And you can see another spare back again. Yeah. So where are their players? Their players are all coming around the ball saying, I'm going to be the one that touches it. And it doesn't always work that way.
They've been sucked into the contest.
Exactly. Go back and man, didn't have the ball there. He sort of played for that, but he knew what he was doing. He didn't take possession. And there's I've only seen 1 or 2 of these today. Is it going to be a 25? It looks like it's going to be a 50. Maybe a 25.
A little 50. Perhaps it wasn't as serious as it could have been.
So this is Pilati, Zach Pilati. That's a high kick in, makes it difficult for the forwards. 2 hands on it, couldn't take it out, or taken high. Made sure the umpire saw that. Pressure's on, though. There's no easy ball, so coming out this side come the Great Southern team. Player going up, couldn't quite take it. And good numbers around the ball. So all the midfield now have to come in. Or do they? Does a player stay back? Which
depends how they structure up. But you do need somewhere to take it out to.
So in it comes now. Nice little tap forward. Comes back into play, and around they come there, and that was good play by Jolie Graham. Puts it back. Unable to take the grab was Rory Luscombe, so it comes back inside 50 with a big bomb. Falls into the hands. Well done there by number 10, Kobe Keane.
Yeah, he was very good in the first game.
Yeah, pressure kick out. So it's come back. You've got a good wall set up, but giving it away there. So this is what we want to see, a little bit more of the one-on-one. When it gets past the midfield and they can't get down to the ground, it becomes that one-on-one, and running away with that was Reece Payne with a beautiful kicking style, but out it comes. Tackled there, has to be. Poor old Sebastian Bella just couldn't quite get that away, and I reckon this is Bailey.
13.
Yeah, Billy Boucher.
He looks a big boy. He should be able to kick this too. We'll make the distance anyway.
He didn't turn around much there, Joe, to see if there was a pass on, so
Yeah.
You want to make sure. He comes in 10 minutes, so halfway through the second half. Oh, just wobbles that ball around a lot. Yeah, just really wobbled it around, didn't make the distance in the end. Player legged. They look like brothers, those two, playing for opposition teams. Number 11 and 29. But no, just their appearance. But
okay.
I just pick up little things. Anyway, out it comes. Oh, trying to keep that ball in front. Well done there by the defence. Just pick the ball up and kick it out, and they've got it out.
Young Riley Valley, very good footballer.
Yeah, they've done this a few times, Great Southern. Number 9 here, and that was Rory Luscombe. They keep possession. They don't go forward. This time they do with a kick, but it's got to hit a target. And Oh, it does, but
he should have
unable
marked
to take that. Yep, easy for us to say up here, but should have. Oh, there's a big. We could hear that up here, Joe. So that was number 8 there, Caden Polar, taking the bump. The big fella comes in. This is Drew Wilcox. Now it's on the ground.
Yeah, they just can't get a clean takeaway out of those the ball ups and all the stoppages.
Just swinging legs. And
South
is that a
West-
good game, Delaney?
Yeah.
In a little bit of trouble over there. So
And
that's him again.
They got a bit of run in them. They're running on, getting numbers to the fall of the ball, which is pretty important in this game.
So there's a goal. Did we see who that was? Big number 25, I reckon, was it?
Yeah, I think it's this, not this bloke coming out here, is it?
Just see if we can get a replay. Here it is. Comes in. 2 hands. Out it comes. Yeah, it was the big fella. Big number 25. So that was Baden Parsons.
He's had a pretty good game.
So that takes them up to 5 goals, 1 very accurate kicking, 31 to 2 goals, 5-17. A lot of yelling out there as well, which is good to hear. We're coming up to the 13-minute mark, so 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, the Storm boys would have to do a lot of work here because they're not playing well enough to get on top of Southwest at the moment. Good defence once again by Southwest. Finds a big bloke on the wing here. Southwest just got numbers to the footy all the time, and they're sort of leading the Storm boys to the ball, which is making it hard for them to get anything going.
Yep, umpire had to go and get his own ball then too. Look at that. So, geez, big tall leap there by Monkhouse. Look at him running forward. I've really liked this lad's game, Mazzucchelli. That's a great kick, and that is there. That is a great reward. Is it?
Yes,
it is.
goal.
Well done, young man, and I reckon that might do him for the beanie. You liked his game today?
Yes, very good.
Beautiful. And very important, kicked 3 goals in the first half, and they've now kicked 3 in the second half, and they're 20 points up. I think the kicking...
Pretty safe at this point. Only 5.5 minutes to go. So
kicking from Great Southern's probably really cost them, 7 shots each. Haven't been able to capitalise.
It may have done, but I don't think they played well enough to beat Southwest. Southwest have had all the answers. They've had numbers around the football all the time.
Just jotting that down as you said that. Yeah, go on.
Been first to the ball, and they seem just a little bit harder and a bit more determined to get the footy.
So not quite into the 50. It's a long way home from way out here, but players streaming forward. Oh, that is great. Just those little bits there.
Yeah.
Great pressure there, and that was Ben Ganser. And you like to see this getting towards the end of the game, but they're still doing the things they were doing in the first 5 minutes, Joe. It's just important. These are the traits they're going to carry through to senior football. Don't worry about the scoreboard.
Certainly. I think you find a lot of these kids have had a bit of a taste of A-grade football in their various areas, and they learn pretty quickly. They learn very quickly. And that's why these carnivals are good to get against, boys the same age, same weight and all that type of thing, and it tends to bring the best out of some of them.
Last night they'd be sitting around the hotel or travelling up this morning, just talk about things in general. I bet tonight there'll be 100 kids around the place all talking about the games today and who they saw. What about what that bloke said to me out there, and what about the grab Billy took, and whatever it might be. You know, they all start talking about the game, thinking about the game, and come around now. Great Southern player on the left boot. Into the goal area and trying there. Teague Valley just trying to get his foot to the ball, couldn't quite. So we'll get a kick in here. Umpire adjudicating. Out it comes. So player on his own. I like to see that when a fullback can kick out and hit a teammate with the ball. That's vitally important rather than just blast and waste it.
Yeah, it can set them up pretty quickly if they get the ball moving quick enough. But
player over the top. Here's the numbers we were talking about earlier. Mazzucchelli, he's done everything today. Puts a tackle in. Couldn't quite get to that one. Nice kick in now from Williams. Players go up. It's inside 50. Quick kick there. That could be a magnificent goal to Ryan Lazar. And that is a great goal to Great Southern. And that goal by Lazar is fantastic.
They got the ball forward reasonably quickly before big numbers got back into defence, or the Southwest got players back into defence. So the key to Storm getting goals or quick goals is to get the ball moving quickly, but they haven't been able to do that on many occasions.
Yes, and you can see like that the talent is there, isn't it? If you can get the ball in the right hands of the right players and so on. We're 17 minutes in, and umpire about the ball. Interesting, how many players are to the left of this, and there's only one to the right. If he can tap that backwards, well, doesn't, but it goes his way anyway. That's what the player was out there on his own, Colby Law. Gets it and goes inside 50.
I suppose they place themselves around there hoping that they're going to get the ball knocked to them, I suppose, and sometimes it doesn't come your way and you get caught out.
And that last bit of play there, just the player handball to a player standing still. So Lazar handed handball to Baker, standing still and got caught out, but it's going to come back their way now. Player just gets that to the over the back, and that's a great grab. That's a West Coast Eagles we're flying high mark, and that was Kazimierza, who was very well involved earlier in the day. That's a good mark as well. Second grab over the top, and that is Pierce Ferguson. So he kicks out to the big fella here. That is the big fella didn't have to work there, Parsons. Just stood still and it came straight to him.
He's been planted out here on a regular occasions and got the ball kicked to him.
I think this has to be our BOG today. This is Jude Mazzucchelli. He racked up getting touches in the first half, and fantastic effort by him.
He looks a good footballer. He moves like a good footballer does.
And look at him running. The ball's been out. He's still running now, even though he's out of screen. And now he's put the jets on and sprinting down back to help out. Geez, he's covering some territory. This player can play as well. That's Ryan Lazar. Gets it around here to Kazimierza, who had to be a little bit aware of what was coming the opposite way.
This will probably be the last opportunity of this game, this goal.
And this will be, this is good to see. Clay Michael lining up.
Yep.
Steps in.
It's faded
Miss
away.
That again.
I have to save the goals for tomorrow.
So it looks like being a 12-point margin, less Great Southern. That is a great grab.
Yep.
Big number 25 again, Parsons.
He seems to battle with his kicking a bit, but he's got a beautiful pair of hands.
We've put him in a couple of times today for that West Coast Eagles We're Flying High mark of the game, and he's done that. He's running on his square of the ball. There's probably not going to be much time left now.
That's it.
And as we say that, number 10, Jude Mazzucchelli, is the player with ball in hand. I reckon he's going to be our best player. So we're going to be a little bit of free airtime. I thank you, Joe, very much for joining us.
Yeah, no, pleasure. And it was a good game of footy.
Yep, so 12-point winners to Southwest. I've got to pop down, mate, so thank you so much. And if you're around the place tomorrow, we'd love to have you back.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, folks, just stay with us. We'll go down and grab our best player for the game, and we'll have a chat. Okay, folks, well, last game, and Jude Mazzucchelli joins us. Fantastic, mate. And just show us your hands. You got yellow hands, mate. You had that much of the football. Have a look. And you got all the teammates behind. So, first of all, welcome, mate. Great game.
Yeah, cheers. Cheers for that. Yeah.
Are you more nervous about being on camera or more nervous about what these guys are going to say to you tonight?
I'm more worried about these blokes behind me, to be honest.
Mate, you're fantastic. We were looking at your engine. You were out here. You're the last player that had the ball in the hand, but just your bit of play. You're out here, and then next minute you're in the centre, and then you actually turned the jets on to get down the back, and I hope the backmen shout you a drink tonight or something, or a feed, because you do a fair bit of running in the off-season.
Oh, yeah, last year. Definitely this pre-season, because came with shoulder surgery, and then had to work in the legs, because you can't really do your contact sport for 6 months, but finally come back, and someone actually set up a goal when I wasn't running. I'm back on defence, so I just made up the fix-up and running around a bit.
Nah, it's good, mate. And what is your local club?
I'm from Dunsborough.
So how far away is that?
Oh, probably 2 hours from here. Yeah.
And tell us about the trip. Did you travel down with any of these larrikins, or did you come with mum and dad, your family? How did you get here?
So the whole team travelled up on the bus. Yeah. So pretty good trip. Yeah.
And do you stay here tonight and then travel back after tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll be up in Perth at Good Oath Hotel, and then we'll travel back down here, and then hopefully party bus on the way home.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the trip home, mate, but more about your game. Fantastic effort, mate. I don't reckon you put a foot wrong out there. How did you find the opposition? Was there much chat out there? It was a very physical game as well, or do they just, you play your game, they play theirs? They chatty, the opposition? Any teams that you've played today?
So that team, it was pretty hard to lift the work rate, as they just chipped the ball around heaps and had to man up. So that wasn't much fun playing defence. They were a really good side. So and today we just fell half asleep in the first half. Kind of came here, thought they were going to win, as like you do kind of thing, and then just had to turn on the game in the second half.
And you play seniors at home?
No, there's actually no senior side. So we just done with Colts, and then because we just got our first Colts team this year, and then it's just resi, so hopefully we can push up to get a league side next year.
Well, mate, fantastic. Thanks for joining us. As I said, you're a credit to your family, your local club, and this representative team, mate. Have a look at the bunch of larrikins behind you, but you're winners today, so get out and enjoy it. Shall we get him to put it on? You've got the dartfish beanie there.
Sick. Yeah.
There we go. Got the dartfish beanie on. The rain has come down, and you wouldn't believe it. The Archie songs, they're the best pair of thongs that you'll ever wear, mate. But
they feel pretty nice.
Probably should be Ugg boots this time of the year. But no, Archie songs. You've got Dusty Martin is, of course, the ambassador for them. And fantastic game, mate. As we said, you're a credit, and well done.
Thanks very much
for the rest of the carnival.
Thank you.
Well, there we have it, folks. What a great bunch of lads. And as we said, opponents become friends, mates, and all get around and support each other. So that is fantastic. We're going to go to a short break and have a quick look at how the day's events panned out. Well, welcome back, folks, and what an outstanding day of football we've had from the Colts. Just magnificent. Started out with a wet ground, a slippery ball, and geez, the players were really working hard to get that ball forward. But as the day panned on, we started to really see the skills and the talent rises to the top. Our first game, of course, was regional districts versus Pilbra, and just progressed throughout the day. We had the 7 games culminating in that last game between Southwest and Great Southern, and all the players getting around. We'd like to thank once again our better players on the day, of which we've got 5 or 6 names here. Mitch Zaddo, of course, Lawrence Winmar, Ryan Laser, Riley Zimmerman, Riley White, and Jude Mazzucchelli. Of course, there may be 1 or 2 others that we may have missed. But fantastic there. Teams going up and down because we have got tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow, now the teams have seen each other play once, twice. Bit of competition. We've started to work out a few more tactics, but certainly the 20-minute halves really makes it hard for the players. They've really got to put in, get 5 minutes break, go again, and you really see that talent on display as the games go through. We'd like to thank also our guests that have come on. We sometimes ask these people 5 minutes or so prior to the game to please come on and let's just get a bit of intel on where all these players are from, because they're from all over the state, of course. So just looking at some of the scores here, we talked about whether 8 or 9 goals might be a really good score. We saw Northern Suns earlier in the day kick 7. We saw Great Southern kick 5. Northern Suns versus Southwest, probably the game of the day, 7-1 to 5-4, and very close game, 9 points in the end. Of course, Southwest there, the kick very accurate, 6 goals won, and that shows how important these games are in regards to your accuracy. If you're going to go out there and have a kick and 3 goals, 6, 9 shots to 6-1, and you win the game with less scoring shots, 6 goals won, certainly helped Southwest there. So look, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage today from beautiful Peel Thunder Oval down here. This is, of course, Lane Group Stadium. Look, a huge shout out. We've said it a few times throughout the broadcast. Nutrien, first of all, the rest of the sponsors that will come up on the screen. But Fairman's High, you'll see up there at the moment, they've provided us with a scissor lift. As we said, on short notice yesterday, we turned up, we looked around what we were going to do, and Fairman's, we understand they're only a very small business just in the local area, came out, helped us out immensely. The ground staff here at, of course, Lane Group Stadium have been sensational, providing us with everything we've needed to make this broadcast really for you, the people out there watching at home. So thank you very much for watching. This is Tony Neal signing off for day 1, and stand by because there are 3 days to go.